Steve.
Yes,
Still
sir.
nothing, bro.
We got.
I just turned it on,
Oh, okay, yeah, cool.
so it might just be
We got
lagging.
cameras on the side. Those are more like side profile, people shots. So
Yeah, they should all be up now.
so much on that, but you can if you want. We also have a monitor that's live, so when you sit down, you'll be able to look onto the monitor. You'll see exactly what the live stream is looking at. So if you'll see yourself, that's what the stream is looking like. No guns, no like miscellaneous sounds. We get some pick that up on the mic. Don't get too drunk. You're welcome to bring your drinks out to the set. Zyro over here on the side should send you guys out. Water or anything. Whatever we need. Toilet rules, only one person at a time. So if there's somebody that needs to go out at any point, it can be a long podcast, 24 hours. So if somebody needs to use the restroom at any point, you're welcome to. Just make sure that if there's anybody before him, just wait. Let it out because someone's around and you can go in from there. Phones on silent, preferably in your bag. Like texting or, if you're receiving a phone call and getting notifications in the live stream, I understand that happens, but, just wait on silent. If you really do need to take a call, step out.
Austin,
Yeah.
can we turn off the aircon as well?
Conversations, just note that.
Yeah, it's not hot tonight.
Everything that you say is going to be picked up on the mic. And that's it. So I'm going to say 5 to 10 minutes. We're going to have y'all come into the studio room. Just look out for, I put up your guys' names.
How many girls is it?
The
6.
mic that you're going to be assigned to. So just look out. I didn't put your actual names on there.
No, it's streaming right now, right?
Yeah. What about Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Natural Effect Podcast. I'm here with 6 lovely ladies and sellers. Let's go.
Can you feel the beat within my heart? Can't you see my love shine through the dark?
I'm not fucking leaving.
Can you feel the beat within my heart? Can't you see my love shine through the dark? Can't you see that you must be a part of that beat in my heart?
So guys, welcome back, welcome back. I know we took a big break. We've been working in the background. We've got loads of YouTube videos. We've got like 20, 30 videos ready to go. We're going hard on Instagram right now. I think last month we managed to do just under 1 million views on Instagram between our 2 platforms. But we do need you guys to get over to YouTube. Like, we're gonna start getting more busy on YouTube. I'm not gonna be dropping too many videos, whether it's gonna be the Natural Effect or personal videos. So get over on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. Appreciate your like and subscribe. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Regular streams will be coming back in November, where we're going to have guests during the day, giving different content, whether it's going to be crypto, any financial advice, or even down to health and the alkaline diet. So yeah, we've got loads of coming. And yeah, let's introduce the ladies one by one. We'll start right here.
Sheena Reynolds.
Welcome, Sheena. Yeah, do you want to introduce yourself a bit more? What's your age, your dating status, your occupation, and yeah, that's pretty much it. And where are you from?
So I'm originally from Israel.
Okay.
I'm an entrepreneur. I own businesses and real estate. I'm a partnership in a med spa.
It's a money sign, I guess, yeah. It's a little loud, but yeah. Okay, so you're an entrepreneur. You're from Israel.
Yeah, I'm an author. I just wrote a book. And I'm in a lot of podcasts. I used to be an actress in my country. I used to be a comedian, actually, on TV. I did 25 sitcoms
Okay.
and 4 movies. And yeah, and I just like to talk and educate women in this country because I think majority is completely ignorant.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I've seen a few of your clips. You're pretty based. We kind of agree on most stuff, but we'll see here on the podcast. And Sheena, you're from Israel. How long you been living in LA now?
14 and a half years.
Okay, so you've been here for a while. And are you single or in a relationship?
No, right now I'm single, hoping to be in a relationship.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And your
Not
age?
looking. It's happened.
And age?
I'd rather not talk about my age.
You know we ask everybody.
We ask everyone.
I know.
like,
Just
literally.
pass me, because I'm old.
All right, we'll pass.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Thomas.
Welcome, Tiffany.
I'm 24. I'm originally from Missouri. I've been in LA about 4 years, and I'm currently single. I'm a stripper. And besides that, I really don't do a whole lot. I like to hang out with my dog. So.
Okay. So you came from Missouri 4 years ago. You've been in LA.
Yeah.
And you're a stripper, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, cool. And you're single?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right.
Hi,
Okay,
guys.
next. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Lorena. I'm from LA. Thank you. Specifically born and raised in North Hollywood, like not too far from here.
Okay.
And I'm 34. Shout out. Who told me I look 24? You. I appreciate that, by the way. And no, I'm 34 and I'm an entrepreneur as well. I have an online business and then I also have a fitness studio not too far from here. So.
Okay.
And I'm a mom. I have a 5-year-old daughter. So. And I live on a ranch, and I went city girl down.
Okay, cool. And if you don't mind me asking, your business, what kind of, is it evolved around fitness?
Yes,
Okay,
fitness. Right now, I'm really focused on just like creating content as well, related to fitness, sobriety, as well as
Okay,
comedy.
perfect. And Lorena, are you single or in a relationship?
I'm in a relationship.
Okay, nice. Okay. Okay, next. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Nori. I'm 23. I'm actually born and raised from California, specifically Inglewood.
Okay.
Born and raised, you know that. The question's not what do I do, it's what don't I do. I do a lot. I am a professional makeup artist. I work on film, I work on set, shoots, whatever it is. And I'm currently newly single.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said your name's Nori?
Yeah, it's not my real name.
Like
but
the seaweed nori, right?
I love it, yes.
Oh, yeah, that's actually one of my favorite foods.
That's great.
My cousin Andy knows we eat nori all the time, innit?
Oh, yeah?
Seaweed. Her name's
It's
Nori.
the best.
Yeah.
Dried
You
seaweed.
use that with everything, man.
Yeah, I put it in my salads.
So good.
Kind of makes it taste like a sushi salad.
good.
Yeah,
Is
yeah
it-
it's
is
really
it
good.
helpful?
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't even hear about
And
it.
it has so many benefits to it. You should try
I
it.
don't know if you've not heard of Erewhon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so-
I eat there all the time.
So if you go to Erewhon, they do like a nori, which is like first harvest from Japan. It's like $25. It's pretty stupid for seaweed, but it's the best seaweed you ever tasted.
Maybe I
It's
can
the
get it
best.
for cheaper from
Well, if you can let me know, I'll buy it off
Panama.
you.
Panama. Have everything, sea moss, everything for quarter.
Yes.
Yeah, but this comes from Japan. Yeah,
I have
so I don't-
connections there too.
Okay, so Nori 23 from Inglewood, makeup artist, newly single. Okay, welcome Nori.
Thank you.
Next up.
Hi, I'm Stephanie. I'm from Rhode Island. I am a mortgage lender, and I also do OnlyFans sometimes.
Okay.
But I have kids, and I am single.
Single. And how many kids do you have?
2.
Same father?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And you're also from Rhode Island? So
Yes.
New York pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And when did you move to LA?
So I come and go. I do not live.
Oh,
here.
okay, you come and go between. And how old are you, Stephanie?
27.
27. And how long you been doing OnlyFans for?
I just started recently.
Okay,
I wanted
cool.
to get into it because
Good luck.
Yeah, I think you're going to be Sheena's victim tonight.
You're not.
but yeah,
You're
we'll-
not. No, but
Let's just get through the table. Let's just get
I
everybody.
already seen her face.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
already know.
No,
if you see her
it's so
clips, you'll
smart
know.
to be a lender. Why you need to go that route? You could make millions with your
I'm gonna
knowledge.
tell you why.
We'll go into it. We'll go into it. Let's introduce the girls, the ladies first. Okay, so welcome, Stephanie. Next up.
Hello, I'm Ruby Hex. I'm 26. I'm not from LA, I'm from London. I'm a content creator. I do also have an OnlyFans. I know you guys are just going to ask anyway, so I'll put it out there. Yeah, I do content creation full time, and
You're
I don't know.
in a relationship or single?
Oh yeah, I'm in a relationship.
Okay, cool.
I thought you quit.
No, I still have OnlyFans, so I think it would
You're
be
still getting that money.
it would be misleading for me to be like, oh, I don't have it, and then it come out, oh well, actually you've still got the link there. Do you know what I mean? So I'm very upfront about
So by
that.
her saying quit, do you mean like you stopped posting
Making new
new content or?
I stopped making anything that would be 18 plus or something like that.
All right, cool.
I don't know how to word it without getting in trouble on here, but you know what I mean. So
All right,
nothing, none of the craziest stuff.
All right, so welcome, ladies. We'll go through the table again the other way around. And what I want to start here with is, I know a couple of you in a relationship, but what's the minimum you would date when it comes to height and wage? Okay.
Well, I'm 5'7", so oh my god, I can't even count. Obviously not. He doesn't have to be 6 foot, but he has to be taller
How
than
tall's
me.
your boyfriend?
5'9".
5'9".
He feels taller than that though. I don't know why.
What do you mean he
I don't know how that. I don't know what that means, but.
What does that mean?
As in, when I'm hugging him and
Doing his thing. I don't know. All right, cool. So 5'9" is your boyfriend. So I'm gonna write 5'9", right?
yeah. Well, I mean, I've dated guys shorter. I'm open to someone who's a similar height to me, but I'm on the taller side and I like to wear heels. Weight-wise,
Wage.
Oh, wage. Chris,
yeah.
wage.
No, not wage.
It doesn't matter. Weight doesn't matter so much for men.
It doesn't. Not as much as wage.
Not as much as wage. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
not as much as wage for sure.
wage, I mean, I'm very fortunate to be in a great financial position, so it's not as important to me, but he definitely needs to be financially independent, so wouldn't be open to dating someone who's gonna not have any money,
Does he need to make as much as you, or
No, because I think I don't know anyone who would be able to do that other than other models and stuff like that. So that would be
other than models, like male models?
oh no, female
Prostitutes
models.
with the disguise of.
Oh, the amount of money she makes. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so it would be very, I think, just an unachievable standard unless
Well, how much does he have to make minimum? Would you date someone who makes 50k a
It's
year?
just the minimum.
Depends where you live. So I guess 50.
We're in LA.
So in LA, gosh, I don't know what. I think the economy is pretty bad in LA, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, I'd say someone who works full time and can afford a car and feed themselves and and afford their
So how much
rent.
do you think that is? 30, 40k?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'll write down 40k. Okay, Stephanie,
know.
how about yourself? It's weird to me because I find that women who tend to make lots of money, they tend to want to date at least a man who makes at least their same thing. But yeah, okay.
Well, I don't because I don't spend that money. So I keep it because, you know, for like kids and stuff in the
closer to
future.
that,
Keep it for like kids and stuff in the future. So I think that's from women who are, you know, spending all their money on like first class flights and, you know, partying and expensive stuff like that. But I just kind of, I live like someone I think who just has like a normal, decent job.
Do you pay for any of your boyfriend stuff? Oh.
No, I'll pay for gifts. So like a holiday if it was like a surprise.
If you're going out for a meal, he covers it. If you're going to a hotel to stay, he'll cover it.
It's covered or split, yeah. So
split.
Yeah, so it depends with we're saying, hey, let's do this thing together and it like costs a lot of money. We'll split it. We're quite careful to make sure that I'm not subbing.
Yeah, Stephanie, what about yourself?
So
and how tall are you?
I'm 4'11". I'm
4'11",
short.
okay.
I'm 4'11" too.
You are? I think that for height, it doesn't really matter because I'm short, but I still feel like I go for like 5'11", 6'1".
So 5'11" minimum?
Me too.
Yeah, because I feel like it makes me feel protected in a way.
Fair enough. And about wage?
Wage, I think that he has to make more than I do, obviously.
Roughly?
Roughly, probably over 90K.
90K. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, cool. What about yourself, Nori?
I'm 5'5".
Okay.
I'm all leg, but I've dated people quite shorter than me or taller. Height doesn't matter to me. It's the pockets. Honestly, I feel like I need to have somebody that's able to be at the same caliber that I am because I've come to a point as a Black woman just kind of putting myself where I am. I don't want to kind of bring somebody else to where I've grown myself. I feel like somebody should meet me where I am, where I'm stable and I'm fine. And we
So financially, you mean?
Yeah, like,
okay,
you
cool.
know.
What would you say, like, you know, what would be the barrier of like, no, I can't date him, that's not enough? Like 50, 60, 70K? What do you say?
Like if you're making probably under like 70, maybe 80K
70,
a year.
80K a year.
You know,
All
I don't
right,
want you to
cool.
get mad because I'm making money or not.
And you said height-wise, because you're short, it doesn't matter. But would you like date a guy who's shorter than you?
I don't like guys who are too much taller than me because I'm not trying to do all this standing up to look at you and kissing and the sexist is like we're fighting to figure out heights and
that's right.
Like you know, I'd rather just keep it where it feels human.
Well, let's say he was like a Stephanie or a Sheena's height, 4'11". Would you date him?
That's fine if the pockets are right, because I'm okay, you know? We can't ask for too much.
That 80K has to become 800K for 4'11"?
If he stand on his money, he's 6'6". And that's how I feel, you know? Fuck the height.
All right, down 4'11", because I think when you're shorter, you start getting into would you date a midget?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
As long as his pockets are tall.
If the pockets are tall, I'm standing with them.
Just money.
I'm just crossing off all height.
I will
for
be
you.
all your legs.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, Lorena, how about yourself?
Yes, I'm 5'4". Now I really don't care about height. I used to in my 20s, but no, I'm good with whatever. And pockets, just financially literate, you know, like have some good credit, like teach me some things, you know what I mean?
What is, like, how much money do you want him to make?
Oh God.
We need numbers.
Roughly, yeah. And also you said height doesn't mean nothing. How tall are you?
I'm 5'4".
So you date a guy who's 5 foot? 4 inches shorter than you?
4'11"?
I haven't.
Her face just there says it all.
I haven't.
Yeah, so,
to be honest.
So would you say he has to be at least your height?
At least my height.
All right,
Yes.
cool.
Good. There we go.
Gotta get it out of him.
Yeah, no, yeah.
It's womanese, bro. You just gotta understand.
I just realised I said 5'9". My boyfriend's actually 5'11", not 5'9".
Wow, she's switching it up.
I got the numbers wrong. I always struggle with heights.
You're taking inches off
perfect.
you.
I know. I just realised if he watches this, he's going to be like, "Why?"
Yeah, for real. Misrepresenting us.
Yeah, but I think 5'9" would probably be my minimum.
So Lorena, you said 5'4", and you said how much wage roughly?
Oh God, I've never even thought about 80.
80. And you know, before you said that in your 20s you had like higher expectations in height.
Right.
Would you say that your standards have lowered since you got older?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
To be honest.
At least you're honest.
Right.
Okay. Tiffany, what about yourself?
I'm 5'10", 5'11" on a good day. I mean, ideally, like 6'3" to 6'5" would be fantastic, but I don't discriminate. I love me a short king. I've been around the block, so I love it all.
How short?
How short? Ooh, shortest? Probably like 5'1".
5'1".
Like close to
5'1",
5
okay.
feet. Yeah.
The shorter they get, the more they give.
They.
What is that called? Like,
In what way? In what way?
I mean, like it's in a sense of I won't cut it because I know we gotta get to her. But just in a sense of I feel like some men overcompensate for assets when they know you don't have something physically that maybe women would like to garner towards, which is like height or stature or build. So when it comes towards kind of a certain height, I feel like I've kind of caught on to men who's been below a certain height that they will kind of overexpose themselves with the different things.
I think it depends on the man himself. Like you could be a 6'6" man if you don't have charisma, if you don't have no finances, you don't know how woman nature works, then you're not really gonna be able to get lots of females. But you could be 5'10", 5'9" if you do have money. So I think it goes in I know guys who are 5'9" who won't accept no shit off women.
Right.
And I know guys who are 6'2" who are simps.
Right.
So yeah. But I agree with you. As a man, the more height you have, the more value you have, because that's attractive to a woman. I agree. Yeah. Okay, cool. So Tiffany, you said 5'1" and wage?
Wage, I've never really thought about it. I mean, obviously I would love a 6-figure man, but I mean, if we can get by on 50, 60,
50, 60.
I see it more as like a teamwork thing, like moving as a unit. So it's more of one of those things.
Fair enough. Okay, 50. Okay, Sheena, how about yourself?
What was the question again?
What's the minimum you would date when it comes to height? Obviously, you're 4'11" and wage.
I love tall men, but I don't like the basketball type. I like tall but big as well. And because I like my men to be my king.
What's
and
basketball
I admire
height?
Like,
because I feel like all guys that are over 5'11" is probably basketball.
No, but I'm talking about like
lean.
I don't want to say, but it's a famous basketball player that was hitting on me for a long time, and I would not date him because I think he was too big. I look ridiculous next to him.
So what's too big then?
I don't know in feet. I know in meters, like 190. How do you translate?
190 is what, like 6'2"?
I
don't think it's that
I don't
high.
measure height in meters.
What's 190, Andy? 190 meters, I think. 6'2", yeah.
Yeah, it's hard.
Clint Eastwood.
I don't know, but
So
I would
6
date
foot-
him any height
so
when he was
6'2"
young.
Why Clint
minimum?
Eastwood?
So 6'2" minimum or maximum?
It's too high for me. I like normal, like tall but not too tall. Like 185. It's my my
185,
ex-husband.
what's that, like 5'10"? All right, cool. Okay, and wage?
Regarding money, I don't know. For me, all this, like when they specifically wage, it's ridiculous to say that because honestly, if I meet a guy that doesn't have any money but have a potential, let's say he just got divorced, he lost everything, he doesn't have a place to stay, and he's got so much potential. He's intelligent, he understands things, and he have a good occupation you say, like a profession. So I can literally build him and make him a multi-millionaire if I push him and be behind him.
Do you really think women build men?
Of course. Listen, women, that's what women in this country, sorry, without being disrespectful, but unfortunately, it's not their fault. They grew up in a prostitute mentality, like usually the parents of the women here, even single moms who raise them, and it's okay to have tattoos, multiple guys to change, da-da-da-da. Everybody, do what they want. And by the name and sake of money, everything is justified. For example, he's got money. I don't know, but he's got money. Like all this mentality of, but all the money. For me to hear this, it's disgusting because when everything evolves around materialistic and you lose your soul, because it's a certain extent that you can go and then you cannot reverse if you have the money. Right.
Even though I do agree with you about things have become too materialistic only based around the finances, I do think a woman's still going to want, biologically, you guys are still going to want a man who's able to provide.
Of course.
Now, going back to the building thing, I don't, not even just in my opinion, but in my experience, like you might think you can build a man, and yeah, sure, he might have potential, and you might give him 3, 4, 5, 6 months to go and become that man with the potential. However, if he doesn't pull through 6 months, a year, you're going to leave that man. And also, building a man, I think when a woman builds a man, one, he's a weak man because a man doesn't need a woman to build.
Not a woman's job.
That's not what sorry, but I my English is not perfect as you guys, but I'll explain. When I said it, I just actually had a conversation today with my friend from Israel. He's in the army fighting and literally lost his house, lost his money, lost everything. How a woman going to take me out right now? And I said, listen, if you find a good woman, you're a fighter, you're a professional fighter. You do things like You know what?
He doesn't need a woman right now. If you just came out of something
What?
to
Of
where
course.
you've lost everything.
Of course
I
he
think
needs
as
a woman.
man,
I actually
you know,
agree with Nori. I
No.
think right now, if
Focus
he's
on
lost
yourself.
everything,
It's not true.
Build it back up
Yeah.
I
yourself.
think as a
And
man,
I'll
if you build everything, because this is another thing, right? As a man, if you don't have nothing and you go into a relationship, you're gonna see the very worst of a woman. Yeah.
No, but it's not what I meant.
Because she's not going to be in her feminine.
Let me-
You know, at the beginning, you might be in the honeymoon phase, and she might like you. You know, that chemistry at the beginning. But sure enough, like the longer it goes on, she's going to be like,
She's gonna get tired of it.
She's going to get
But
tired
that's
of
not.
it.
But that's not what I meant. You
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
don't understand my point. My point is, if you meet a man, I'm not saying if I met a man that is completely single and doesn't do nothing until he's 40 or 45, of course he's a loser because he doesn't need me to build him, right? But I'm talking for the young ladies. If they meet a man that is 23, 24, okay, and come from a family that is not established, they didn't push him and didn't teach him how to make money, and he's got a good woman, like somebody who's educated and know how to make money, and they can build it together. It's really depends on your age. In my age, okay, I'd rather have a man that have some kind of professional, but I have multi-millionaire guys that were hitting on me and regular guys and medium guys. For me, I don't care. I need to have attraction.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When you say building wise, do you mean, for example, we both bring in money together?
Yes,
and
yes.
Okay, cool. I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
And honestly, like,
What do you mean bringing my for what?
like for example, I don't like if we're gonna say building together, we can build together. But I think the woman needs to take her roles and the man needs to
Yes.
take his roles.
Yes, that's
She
what I
stays
mean.
at
Yeah.
home, she cooks and cleans, and does any paperwork you need done, and he goes out and he has to hunt and bring money to you.
Yes.
Same way as like you have to be a good woman. I don't think like 50-50 relationships.
I'm
where-
not talking about
Just-
50-50. You're taking my words out of context. That's not
But
what
the
I
way
meant.
the way you kind of said it, it was like that's kind of how
I'm
it sounded.
against.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm against 50-50. That's something I don't think
What's
it
that
should
message
be.
going off? Someone's phone keeps going off as well. Is that someone's phone?
I hear it in the back somewhere. Whoever's
Make sure
getting
someone
a
turns their
text, turn
phone
it
off.
off.
Alright,
sorry.
All right, sorry.
First of all, I think 50-50 destroys relationships.
I agree. Correct.
Okay, completely destroyed. And also, you see all the women who agree, yeah, it's better that the men make more money. But the matter of the fact is that majority of women, especially here in the Western world, right? They don't want to sit at home and take care of their kids and do things, and the men go to work because then they get frustrated and they want to have a career and they want to get opinionated.
Girls who want careers.
I actually agree with her. Like,
In a
honestly,
way.
there's a thing called passport bros for a reason, right? Men have given up on Western women, whether it's Australia, England,
Yeah, that's what I
America.
want to say. The Western,
And
it's
they
not-
go to Philippines, they go to Colombia, they go to
Yeah.
these countries to find more traditional women.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna get into that a bit deeper, even though
Yes.
now we agreed in the end, but
But when you say traditional, sorry to
Yeah.
stop you, in America, they take everything either black and white. Traditional woman is not just a virgin who is 22 or 23. Traditional, it's how you grew up in your household.
Traditional values.
Traditional values,
Correct,
exactly.
yeah.
So, but unfortunately here, you don't see a lot of women with
Well,
traditional
I grew
values.
up extremely traditional, actually.
Me
As
too.
to be somebody who's born and raised from Los Angeles, California.
But you don't sound
Yeah, but-
traditional
No, I don't
because
sound
money
traditional, but
money
this
is
is-
come first. You're not
But
traditional.
Nori, this is another thing as well. Even if, say, I'm going to find out more about you. I don't know whether you're traditional or not. But say you was traditional,
Yes.
yeah? You can't use your personal anecdotal experience to say, like,
No.
because I'm traditional, that women in LA exist that be
No, not all of that,
traditional.
but I'm speaking to me, myself.
Yeah,
and just hearing a sense of being somebody who's young, who has just recently left somebody who was older than me, around the age of 25, 26, who was a man who didn't have very much. I let him live in my house. I let him pay rent. I paid for groceries. I paid for his gas. I took care of that man. But in a sense of, because I knew that I was well off and he wasn't as well off as I was, but in the sense of I knew that I could potentially help him get to where he was. Now, I felt like I was taking care of a kid. Because you're a 26-year-old man and I'm a 20-year-old woman, and I don't. It's not my job to sit here and make sure that you're getting all your P's and Q's together. And I've built myself up to where I am now.
That
because
doesn't
I
sound
did,
like a traditional
Exactly,
relationship.
but it's also your fault.
Yeah, it does.
It's also your fault.
Well, yes, but then in a sense
But
of,
it's
because
your
I went out
fault.
of the norm of being able. I've kind of let you guys have
Go
a
ahead,
tidbit,
go ahead,
you know.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you. In a sense of, because I have grown up with the women saying you cook, you clean, you wash. Your man goes to work, he fixes your car, you take care of your kids, you don't go to work. I came from that, but I understand in the sense of trying to break out of traditional reasons and stuff like that. Maybe I'll give this boy who needs a chance to grow to try. Like you said, maybe you should step out of just money and probably bring somebody in and see what that goes like.
But
I tried.
I think
And
in
I
your
will say-
relationship, can I say something?
Well, I didn't intrude on you.
But let her finish quickly,
finish
and
my
then she
tidbit
can
real
go- you
quick.
lot can go back and forth.
Yeah. It's just in the sense of, it's not my job if I've already making my job to kind of come where I am now. I've taken the traditional route. I didn't like that. I feel like some of the men who are providers can tend to be a little bit, angsty maybe in a way because they know they're providers, whereas I stepped out, found somebody who might wasn't that well off.
Before Sheena replies to you, I'm not gonna lie that the way you said angsty, like the reason is because men who have real value, like
they know,
in respect with none of your guys' shit.
No, and that's very
whether
true.
Whether you have OnlyFans, whether you answer back to him, whether there's no hot meal, men with real value are not gonna accept that.
Absolutely, and so then
they're not gonna tell you either. They're probably just like a lot.
Just leave, yeah.
Because look, there's women. You guys turf us. You guys reject us differently to the way we reject you guys. Yeah. If you guys don't like a guy, you put him in the friend zone, or you just won't speak to him again. You just tell him up front that you're not interested. Men will just fuck you and not wifey you up. That's how men reject women. So it's very different. You get what I'm saying?
No, but some men ghost women. I hear that a lot.
Yeah, ghost women as well.
I feel like me specifically, just because I have came to a point to where I have with the tradition around, I have been with men who were providers and who had tons of money, and I didn't at one point in time, and now I'm in a better place where I have more money than sometimes the people that I date. It's not a problem. When it becomes a problem when you don't have anything, and it's becoming now where it's not traditional anymore, even in the sense of if I am putting in a little bit. You can still have traditional things go on and have a little bit of the, the anomaly, which is maybe I'll pay for dinner. Maybe I'll get the groceries half this time, because in a traditional household, the man does everything, but you kind of go around it. I just feel like it's kind of like, it isn't.
Well, wait, in a traditional household, the man doesn't do everything.
The man doesn't do everything.
No.
The woman takes care of a home. And that's what people fail to realize.
But they don't provide the home.
They don't provide the home. You make the home. They bring home what helps you make the home. So it's the things that you need, the assets, fix the toilet, whatever. But what I'm saying is, it's not wrong for a woman who has built herself up to be something worth taking care of a home, to find a man who can't even add value to a home and take care of him in a home that you've already built to have somebody come in.
Sheena, you want to respond before I move on?
I wanted to say, when you talked at first, you put the money above everything. He could be short, ugly, whatever, but the money is more important. And I don't know you, so I'm just talking based on what I see. You seem like a good person, but I don't think you're a traditional person. You might cook and help with the men and everything, but traditional woman, without disrespect, where I come from the Middle East, when it's the place of traditional woman, they don't have tattoos, they don't have piercings like that. They don't even talk about half. Women doesn't even mention money. Women just do what they need to do.
Well, I'm not a slave to a man, and that's the reason why I feel like if a man
it's not about slave. Wait, let me finish my sentence.
Guys, is that one of you guys' phones that's going off? Are you sure? Yeah, no one on the set, right?
It's not my ringtone.
I can check, but I don't think it's me.
I can check too, but I doubt it.
That's all.
If it's one of my teams, I'm gonna throw it out the. All right, cool. Sorry about that. All right, cool.
Just a brief pause.
All right, cool. So,
Can I add something to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I've got experience in maybe a somewhat unique, or I'm sure there's other people that have had that experience, where I grew up without traditional values, and I grew up kind of with the mindset of like, yeah, boss girl, make loads of money, I was like the opposite. And as I got older and as I came into a lot of wealth, I realized that I wanted those traditional values. So now I'm on a journey of having to like undo all of the damage. And it's caused me to have a divorce. So like I lost my husband through it. And then I'm now in a relationship with a sort of more dominant kind of high value man, but it's really, really, really difficult to navigate with someone who, well, when you're in a relationship and the woman makes a lot more money, it is really, really, really difficult. So
yeah. Well,
it's interesting to hear people say they, were traditional, but now all I care about is money, because I've had the opposite. I was less traditional, got loads of tattoos, had an OnlyFans and everything. And then I realized, got to 24, 25, and was like, oh my goodness. What have I
appreciate
done?
your honesty. Because the majority of women who make, I don't know how much money she makes, but a lot of women who make good money on OnlyFans will never go and admit that. And the truth of that is because women, you guys don't get your fulfillment from conquering the world.
No. Literally, and
that's men, yeah?
Right.
When we smash goals, when we smash business, yeah? We feel fulfillment. You guys get fulfillment from a family and a man. And I know like feminism and society didn't tell you guys that, but as women get older, they start to realize this.
Exactly.
As you saw, she made, I don't know how much money she made. She could have made 6 figures in a month. I don't know. But if she did make that, she went back to saying, oh shit, like I prefer going back to being traditional. Why? Because that wasn't going to give her fulfillment in the long run.
I just don't want to make more money for somebody else that isn't making as much.
Fair enough. Now, the other side of that as well is, I believe women who are sex workers, you can't date your dream man. Now, she might be with her dream man. I don't know, yeah? But I don't believe a sex worker can date her dream man. Yeah? And I know we have 3 sex workers here, and I'll tell you guys why. Because your dream man will never accept that. No. He's got way too much value. And look, I get it. You guys, some of you guys grow up independent. You want to go make money. But fast money comes with slow problems. Yeah? So right now, you guys might be making money and it might seem all cool. But when it comes down to settling down with someone, a man with real value, you're going to find it incredibly hard. So what do women do who are sex workers? I've seen it tons of time. They date a man who's attractive, makes way less money than them, but they kind of run the relationships. Yeah?
And it's not attractive at all.
It doesn't work.
It emasculates the man, and then he'll never act the way you want him to act. He
and
won't be
emasculates the woman.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not going to feel like, you know, you're not going to feel like a feminine. You're not going to feel protected because the man is going to be always in this submissive position, and it's incredible. It is really, really difficult because if you're saying to someone who does OnlyFans and you're making, you know, ridiculous amount of money, you can't find a man who will consider dating you who makes similar money.
You can't have your cake and eat it.
You can only find men who don't make a lot of money who will be open to the idea of dating you.
They know you have a lot of money.
I'll show you guys a massive example. Yeah? Kim Kardashian, for example. Yeah. Look, when women make money, they become a victim of their success.
What does it attract?
That means as a woman makes more money, women don't want to go, if a woman makes 100K a year, she ain't going to go date a 40, 50K a year guy. I'm just telling you, she wants to date a guy who makes at least $250,000 a year. At least double or more than double than her, yeah? So like these guys, for example, we'll use Kim Kardashian as an example, right? Kanye West split up with Kim. Kanye West can go get a 21-year-old version of Kim like that. Right? Because he has money. As a man, he might not be that attractive, but as a man, there's other things that make you attractive. As a woman, Kim, I don't know how old she is, like she's in her 40s, right? She's got 4 children, she's got a sex video out. Now, what man who's got hundreds of millions, because that's how much she's worth, right? She's worth a lot of money, Kim. So what man who's got hundreds of millions would ever date her? Why?
Yeah.
Right.
Why would he date her when he can go get a 21-year-old girl who's innocent, hasn't been through the bullshit, doesn't have to put up...
Less trauma that they got to deal with.
Less baggage.
And it's embarrassing. As a man, like, look, as a man, you guys care about our future, we care about your past. The last thing, like, the most embarrassing for us is to walk into a room and for guys to be talking and thinking, oh, your girl was a hoe. Yeah, that shit is embarrassing as a man. You represent us the same way we represent you guys. The way women act on my podcast, I can tell how their boyfriends are. Yeah. When they're obnoxious and they're loud, and I know already their boyfriend's a pussy. Yeah. But when women are like, very good, well-mannered, I know that they might have a good man at home.
Right.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Shino.
I find it, as we have this conversation, a little bit different. Like, when you go to the Middle East, it's also various, right? Like, in my country, for example, I mean, I'm loud. I'm a loud woman. But when I have a boyfriend, I'm so quiet. I don't even speak. Okay? If my boyfriend tell me, don't wear this, don't do that, for me, it's like I'm enjoined. I'm joining to have his command, right? Yeah. And here, when I tried to date American guys, and I was acting like, why are you acting like this? So it's so unattractive to me. If American guy, he's not like been in the army or, because sorry, without sounding offensive, a lot of them don't seem like real men to me.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I'll tell you why. Because one, men have become more feminine, right?
Yes.
Women have become more masculine. Women have become more feminine. A lot of that is down to society, social media, what we eat, what we drink.
Yes,
a big but. She's right. There is masculine men out there, but a masculine man, like, for example, a lot of American men, they feel like almost shame to be masculine. Almost like, it's like a bigot thing. Like, if I go tell my girl, babe, I don't like the way you're dressed tonight.
You know why?
That should all...
But you know why? Wait, you know why? Because women here, I see the attitude of a woman here. When a man says something, immediately they make him crazy and a rapist and a bad and a hit.
Here in America,
what is
this? Like in a sense of, it's one thing to tell your partner, hey, I don't like what you're wearing. I think it's a bit revealing. I think you know what attention this will garner you wearing.
I don't want my men to tell me that way.
Change.
Hey, go change.
That's to you because of where you're from, and I'm not going to, whatever you come from and however they do it over there, by all means, if that's what you rock with, girl, you go with it. But as it being in America, we don't have that structure to really show a man what healthy masculinity is like, where you don't have to yell and cuss at your girlfriend because she has on something that you don't like.
Nobody talk about cursing. Nobody talk about cursing.
It's not every single man.
It's not black and white.
Every single woman isn't the one you know.
It's not black and white, and it's not cursing or not cursing.
Exactly.
One of the most sexy thing in a relationship, when your man, he's your man, your husband, your father, he guide you. A man is the crown of a woman.
But you're not my dad.
You understand?
Let me ask you, lady, something. Yeah, has any man you've ever dated told you to shut the fuck up?
No.
No.
And I would respect it if my men tell me shut the fuck
You told
up.
that?
Yeah, I have in the past.
Let me tell you, lady, something. Yeah, you might not think you like it. Yeah, but a man who's able to be assertive enough to tell you at the right time to shut the fuck up. I don't like the way you're dressed. Go do my food.
But you don't
I
have
love
to say
it.
it in such demanding
That'll give 'em a little wet, to be honest with you.
I love it.
I will say,
Right.
I am the only black
Can I
woman
say-
at this table right now, so where I'm speaking is from a very personal standpoint, and I will put that in there. I will not take a man who makes me feel as though I am in a violated area or I should be scared because I'm living with him or married with him. You don't have to tell me in such an aggressive manner as if like you go
So
do this.
somebody- hold on.
You know, there's a way to say that.
We're gonna address what you just
I'm
said.
gonna ask you something. Do you think a lot of black men don't go with black women?
Absolutely, and that's in
All right,
LA.
cool. No, let me finish. Let me land my plane, ladies. Let me land my plane.
Let him finish what he has to say,
Why
please.
do you think they don't?
I think because women who come from countries like you do or London like you do, you're very submissive, and it's not bad. I commend you for how feminine you are in aspect of letting a man lead you and letting a man tell you what you like and telling you what you want to do. That's very attractive to me, to feel like you feel so safe from the men from your country that you could just lead off and let them tell you whatever, and you feel safe enough to follow. Here in America, sadly enough, the men aren't structured enough to feel like you can
It's
follow them
not
in
true.
the blind.
It's not.
You know,
Can I
and
say something? Can I please say something?
Wait, ladies.
Please, I
There's
want to
some
say
that are
something.
here.
One mic at a time. Will Sheena
I can-
finish? Then we'll go to Ruby, and then
Okay.
I've got something to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
And then you had something to say as well. All right, cool.
It's
Yeah.
very,
Yes,
it's very
yes.
I know we
important
all
to me.
have plenty to say, but let's just keep it organized. Go ahead.
It's very
Sheena.
important to me to answer you specifically because you're black. I'm quarter black, by the way. My grandfather from Ethiopia.
Okay.
Believe it or not. But okay.
Yo, that was so low. Turn it. Yeah,
I
we
was
gotta turn
watching. I was actually researching all the history of black in America since the 60s and the 50s until today. The African American women of this last 25 years destroy their own society, and I'll explain why.
Okay.
Wait, let me
Well,
finish.
I think we should stop it
Let me
here.
finish.
No, let her finish.
I would like, if we're gonna get into
If
the,
you're
I'm not
sensitive,
gonna, I'm
let me
sorry.
finish, let me
I
finish.
don't think that it's our place to sit here.
Nori, wait.
Nori, don't be
If you're going to
sensitive.
talk about
Let me
situations,
finish.
yeah,
Let me
But I don't
you
think
have
it's
to-
proper for a
Listen,
woman
listen.
that's not from our country to sit here and tell me
Wait a
about the history
second.
Let her
of black
land her
women.
plane,
Yeah.
then you
Let
can
me
decide.
finish.
It's about respect, yeah?
Stop being sensitive. I'm not racist. I'm not trying to come at you because of your color. I'm trying to
Go on, land
acknowledge you
your
with
plane, Sheena.
something.
Let 'em-
Wait,
go
but I
ahead,
don't want to
go
land
ahead.
my plane every 2 seconds. I want to express myself.
ahead.
1 second. It's important that you understand. It's a reason why African American men, when a lot of them are really high quality men, intelligent, successful, okay, they don't want to date black women. You know why? Because black women overly opinionated, overly thinking that they're better than what they are when they're not. Okay, overly trying to control and treat men or scream at men, and they want, like what you said, simps, right? They want simp men. And when an African American man can get a woman from another culture, right, that you would look good next to him, talk nice next to him, respect him, raise the kids, the African American women, they don't want to do it. They want to go and sorry that I'm telling you, but it's numbers. I'm not making it up. A lot of African American women have men from multiple father, right? A lot of them work even in a regular job as a stripper, but they always have like a lover, or they cheating because of money. Money is the most important thing. Wait, let me finish.
I'm in a married household.
Land it, Sheena, because you're taking a while. Land
Yeah,
it.
30
of course
seconds.
I'm
30
taking a
seconds.
while.
Come on.
So that's the reason why African American men don't want to date African American women, and the good African American women who actually are quality suffering from that because the majority destroying it for them.
And I am suffering. That's why
Can I
stayed.
say my point?
Yeah,
All
go
right,
ahead.
let her respond,
Go
and then
ahead.
there's Ruby. Go
I
on.
feel like, I guess that was a tidbit. I feel like because of that, and because of women who are so submissive and don't have anything to back up themselves and won't say no and won't say I won't do that, they go towards ones that they can walk over. And I will not do that. And that's
All right,
not every
cool,
single
cool,
one.
cool. No, all right,
That's not every
Ruby,
single one.
Ruby, finish your
That's
point,
not
and then
every
I've got a
single one.
response to you, and then we're going over there to Lorena.
So what I wanted to say actually directly is linked to what you're saying there, because I've noticed a lot of people at the table have said, oh, a man that tells you you can't wear that. men in relationships with submissive women are never in a position where they're telling their woman she can't wear that, because the women would not wear it.
Correct.
Exactly.
The women, I wouldn't go out to a club like tarted up for other men to look at me, because I know my boyfriend's going to know what. Well, I just wouldn't do it anyway because I don't want that.
If
So
I'm dating a girl, she don't even go to a club.
You're
A club don't exist for her.
exactly. You might go to, like, you know, women going to the theatre together or something, but you're not going to be. Yeah. So that kind of middle ground of, like, where a lot of women seem to think that maybe women who I obviously don't know Sheena, but maybe more like me and Sheena in terms of, like, what we believe is better in a relationship. We're not being told what to do. We're kind of thinking about the way we act and acting in a way that's appropriate, in the same way maybe when you're younger you wouldn't do something to piss your dad off.
Yeah.
But it's not because you're scared, it's because you have respect for that person.
Right.
You just kind of have...
And that's where it goes back to.
Yeah.
And honestly, this is how I'm going to end it in conclusion to that conversation. Unfortunately, majority, more than 90% of black women do not respect men, let alone
Period.
black men.
In general,
Now,
not
look,
just
I'll
black.
give you an example, yeah? Sellers, yeah? He loves black women. He only near enough, like, black women is his thing. But he tells me they're combative. Look.
That's never been my
Listen.
issue.
I'm from Edmonton. I grew up, the first 100, 200 girls I smashed were all black. Yeah?
What do you mean smashed?
Now, well,
Had
sex with, sexual relations.
Black women in Europe are way more submissive than here, yeah? But when I came to America, like, I like black women, but when I came to America and I had my first 4 or 5
Twerking on the
experiences,
tables.
I was like, hell no.
And I feel like, to go back
You're
to
not
Sheena's
black, are you?
point, the only
I got a
thing
little
that
bit
I
in
will
there.
agree with her is the fact that there's not very much structure amongst black people here in America. I will give you that.
Why do you
We don't.
Structure, as in the
No,
sense
she's
of
right.
we
Lack
don't
of
hold our
fathers
men
and
accountable.
assholes.
We don't hold a lot of our women
even our
accountable.
women,
That's
both
it.
ways,
Our men and our
both
women
ways.
accountable. I'm saying both.
Yeah,
Can I
both.
finish? Can I
We
finish?
fucked up out here.
We
We fucked up out
definitely
here.
have a sense of it, and I feel like in a sense of I don't really date. I date black men, but a lot of my men that I date are above my means, and they are white or Jewish or Armenian or
Wow.
Middle Eastern.
Those are the
and
white
those are a lot
whites.
of people that go for me because I'm very smart. I come from a dual family home. My mother and father are still married. All of their children are from the same mother and father. All my siblings and me, we are the same. So I come from a very traditional set black household, and I'm very proud of it. And I'm happy my parents are still together, and that all my siblings are from my same
good that your parents
mother
are
and
still
father.
together. That's
Absolutely.
amazing,
So I've seen
yeah.
a healthy setup.
Yeah, that's
it's
amazing,
supposed to,
yeah.
but in America, we don't hold our men accountable for their families, for
Or the
their
women.
children.
Or the
You
women.
are traditional, which I believe, like, say you are traditional, yeah? The reason you are traditional, would you not admit, is because you came from a two-parent household.
You know what it looks like.
Absolutely.
You
I
got the
know because I grew up with that. I had a mom at home. I had a dad that went to work. I had a family to come home to, and I really appreciate that because a lot of black women here and black people here don't have that. So I completely agree with you on that tidbit.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
Have you ever watched a movie of Pam Grier?
Yes.
Okay, so I was obsessed with these movies when I was young. I mean, it's not my generation, but I just loved it because in Israel they would show them always on TV.
Right.
And when you look at the African American culture back then, oh my God, it was amazing. Like with everything, with music, with style, with the way the men and the women interact together. And then when I came to America, I was looking to see it, but I didn't see
we're
it.
lost out here.
Yes.
One minute, Sheena. Like, I don't want to get deep into politics because this is a dating
Yeah.
podcast, and I speak about a lot of politics. But
No,
who do you think did that to the black community as well?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Who do you think? Like,
in
for
the
example, like,
country?
look,
It's not just us, I'll tell you that.
I'm not someone
I
who
know
believes.
exactly
I'm
who
not
did
someone
that.
who believes that of course there's racist people in America, right?
What do you mean?
There's
It's
racist
the most
people
racist
across the
country
world,
in the world is
everywhere.
America.
However, I don't believe systematically we are a racist country. As in, like, if you're
No,
a black
America
man
is very
and you're
racist.
smart
Yes.
and you want to make it in life, nothing's
Yes.
going
Compared to
stop
China?
you.
Absolutely.
As a woman.
America
However,
is very racist, I
What's
think.
that?
America is very racist.
Yeah.
I feel like it's
systematically
systematic.
it's
Can I
different
say-
though.
can I- can
Like,
I-
in even look.
Wait,
wait,
I wanna say
Sheena, let me
something.
finish. Look, for example, in Europe where I come from, like she's from London, she'll tell you that there's no black areas. All right, the hoods have more black areas, but it's all mixed. Like,
mixed.
you could have an
My
Indian
country
next door to you. I had loads of different cultures. Here in America, everything's a
very
lot more segregated.
segregated,
yes.
Yeah.
It's so
Now,
Yes.
the people that took down, I'm gonna say straight up, the black Americans were taken down by the American
government. The government.
Yes.
Now, who runs the
Of
American government?
White people.
Totally agree.
Well, it's not just white
Well,
people. You
people
gotta
into
do.
the government, but
Yeah, it's
Who
the
owns
people
the
that's-
government?
Who owns the banks? Who owns?
yeah.
Don't apply to the Jewish because
Are we
this is
throwing the name
completely
out or not?
ignorant from. I see it all over podcasts and everything. It's complete bullshit. Let me explain something to you that you don't
Go
know.
ahead.
I know now in America.
I wasn't going to start that conversation
No, I
anyway.
don't mind.
But
Listen,
if you want to go into it, I don't mind.
I don't get offended because I'm I don't want to.
One of my best friends is Jewish.
It
I have
doesn't
nothing,
matter.
yeah.
But the Jews in America, we don't even consider them Jews. The white Jews in America, majority of them, sorry to tell you, a lot of them work against Israel and against what's really going on because majority of Israelis are black and dark skin. The Ashkenazi Jews you see here, a lot of them more racist than you ever imagined. They even racist to me and to my people.
Well, you're right. What you're saying. If you look at where Israel is on the map, they should be a lot darker in skin. A lot more Jews are white.
No,
which
that's
makes
not
sense.
true. That's you see, you're ignorant. Sorry, but you're very ignorant because the majority of people who lives in Israel right now, majority of them are black and dark. There's not the white Jews that you see here. And also, if you read the history of the Judaism, right, it's 12 tribes. In the 12 tribes of Israel, of the original sons of Israel, you have the black tribe, which is like 4 tribes of black, then dark skin like Jesus, and then you have orange, and then you have white, but it's original all blacks of Israel. And let me just finish by saying one thing because it's important, because I think most of American ignorant about it. When I see people in the news saying, go back to Russia, go back to Europe, it's not your country, let the Arab live. That's the most ignorant thing, and I'll tell you why. Because after Jesus, I don't know how to say this word in English, but when Israel always been occupied by someone, England, British, this, that, like Romans, all of these people. But before that, right, when they start kicking the Jews out of Israel, okay, they had to go to all the Arab countries, they had to go to China, to Japan, to Africa, to Yemen, like that. So all their songs and all their life, they dream and wanted and thrive to go back to their homeland. So it's got nothing to do with the skin. And just so you know, Israel majority is black. It's not white.
Land it. All right, cool. So what I'll say to that, because I don't want to go deep into Israel. Let's go back onto the date. But what I can say is that if you want to come and debate me one-on-one another time about Israel, I can. I have tons of knowledge about Israel. I've been studying Israel, Palestine, the whole situation
but
for
if you study
15,
it from
20
America
years.
And you don't know that.
But also, no. I'm well educated from Europe.
For Palestine
but one thing I can say is, I don't even think Sheena can argue with me on this, that everyone who runs this country, who happens to be at the top, happens to be Jewish.
Yes. No, not true.
Come on, Sheena, come on, man.
Let me tell you something.
Who's the Rockefeller? Who's the Rothschilds?
Right.
This you're right,
gotta be
but
honest.
let me finish with say something. What you guys confused and don't understand.
Zionist Jews.
No, I'm a Zionist. Sorry.
Okay, cool. So
you don't know
we're
what Zionist mean. Listen to me. You don't know what Zionist mean, and to say that in
It's
the
a
derogatory
believer
way.
in Israel, right?
No, it's not a believer. It's believer that all the people who exile from Israel have the right to go back to their homeland. That's what Zionist mean, literally. Okay? Now, because what happened with the political and the war, right? They try to make it look like it's a bad thing to be a Zionist. It's not a bad thing. It's actually
I get what you're saying there.
I've been studying this shit for like 10, 15 years. I know about the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds for years ago.
But you still don't understand it because the Rockefeller and what's his name, the other pedophile that was dying in prison, I don't know.
Epstein.
All these Ashkenazi white Jews that claim to be Jews. Let me tell you the secret. That people here don't know that. After the Second World War, when a lot of Jews, came from the Holocaust back to Israel, a lot of the Nazis took the name of their Jews and impersonated to be Jews. That's why in the Israeli government, all the radical left you see here in America, they're perpetrating against Trump, against the country, doing all the racism. Originally, none of them Jews. If you ask any of the Israelis about Rockefeller and all that, they tell you they're not Jewish. They're not practicing where we are practicing.
I'm so confused.
What I can say,
because they educate you with lies and bullshit. That's why you're confused.
Listen, I don't listen to news. I don't listen to
yeah, you listen to other platforms. I understand.
No,
but still,
I don't listen to other platforms.
We have our information.
Personally, me, I'm 34 years old now. I've been studying Israel, Palestine, this whole thing.
And you're still ignorant. I'm sorry,
right,
you're very ignorant.
So look, we're not going to finish here on the dating podcast because there's other girls as well. But I would like to invite you back. We do a one-on-one.
I appreciate your knowledge. And being able to speak on something like that.
What I'll do, Sheena, I'll bring a pro Israel guy and I'll bring a pro Palestine guy.
Of course.
And we'll
have a fair conversation.
And by the way, I'm a partial Muslim, just so you know. I speak Arabic, I speak 5 languages.
And just so you know.
And I have an Arab culture. I'm proud in my Arab culture. When people in this country try to tell you that Israel and Arabs always fighting, it's not true. Half of Israel married, Christians and Muslim married together. We have cities that is mixed. Like here you see black and white. It's not what you see on TV. And the Jews you see here, Woody Allen and Epstein and all this. These people are not Jews. They're pedophile. They're crazy. We don't even consider them part of us.
Well, you know Kamala.
that's the truth.
But who do they do business
You know
with?
Kamala's a Zionist, and you know Trump's a Zionist as well, right?
First of all, Trump is a Zionist and I'm proud of him. I'm a Zionist and I'm proud of it. If
And
you
so is
knew-
Kamala.
No, Kamala is not a
She
Zionist.
is.
No.
Every president
listen
has to
me.
be.
No.
I'm promising you that.
That's not true.
Yes, it's true.
First of all, let me tell you something. You want to hear the secret?
Yeah.
let's move
That's
forward.
it.
Remind
That's
me
it.
to
Were we talking about traditional?
One-on-one, we're going to do
You
it.
have to remind me to tell you where it's come from because
All right,
who's
ladies,
perpetrating
we're
it?
going to start.
No
from
more Jew
Ruby.
talk.
Yes.
We're going to start. And you know what? I knew she was coming on. I didn't want to take it to politics, but you know,
It was gonna happen.
She's a woman of knowledge, and I
let
do love
bygones be
politics. So
bygones.
we're going to do it one day, just not
We
here.
should do it
Yeah, we're gonna
because
do
it's
it.
a lot of
It'll
demand
happen.
for that.
It'll
So
happen.
Ruby,
It'll
what do
happen.
you bring to the table to your dream man? And then we'll start off the other way.
All right, next dating question. Let's go. Let's do this.
What do
Name
I
3 traits.
3 traits I bring to the table. Loyalty, understanding, and flexibility, like willingness to be flexible around the person.
I thought you meant the other type of flexibility.
Well,
All right. Stephanie, about
It
yourself.
took you a minute. Took you a minute to say that. Okay.
That was really good.
handstands.
Stephanie, about yourself.
I bring honesty because I feel like a lot of people nowadays are not honest.
Exactly.
Also flexible. And
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
Go ahead, sorry.
I guess it's because you do OF, maybe. I don't know.
No, I just meant like there are cappers out here, right?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are not honest, and especially in today's relationship, everybody's always lying about who they are and what they can do, especially men. They never come out and tell you like, "Hey, I'm broke." For instance, 'cause that's been a going argument,
that
right?
never happens.
I
Nah.
don't imagine everyone was saying
But you
that.
know
Right.
why? If they know you do a sex profession, immediately they dismiss you and think they can do
How
anything
about
they
since
Unless
I-
they're broken, then
Unless
they're like,
they're
give us
want.
some money.
Exactly. And they,
The problem
ahead.
is, like for a person like me, I have 2 kids. I'm not gonna marry a guy who's single and has no kids. You got me?
Yeah,
They're not
of
even
course.
gonna look
Me
at
too,
me.
yeah.
They're gonna be like, you bring baggage.
yeah.
And that's probably why I leaned for.
I think the
You
kids
know
not
what?
gonna be a
We
baggage
We haven't
more
had her
than
on
you
for
do.
long, but Stephanie's kind of a W, you know. I've never met a fucking OF girl who's so quiet, yeah. And what she said actually was valid. That if you are going to date someone in a serious relationship, it would be nice for them to have children as
You
well.
need to stop the
Yeah.
OnlyFans.
Right.
You're too smart for that.
Yeah.
Well, Sheena's going to be, she's going to be your coach for,
Minty out.
yeah.
Based
We'll
OnlyFans
figure out
girl.
how
Wow,
we can
that's
make more money
crazy.
from
You do
mortgage lender.
mortgages.
Yeah.
You know how much
Yeah,
money
but
you
that's
can
not
make?
something I do.
There's hope
Other
out here?
things, but that's what I'm focusing on now.
Focusing on the mortgage.
Because I
Why
feel
on
like
sex?
it's easier. Obviously,
Why easier?
men
Why not?
sexualize me
Let
because of
finish.
the way I look. I'm
Yeah.
curvy, so a lot of men sexualize me. So what do?
So
I
what?
send
It
them to
means
my
you don't
OnlyFans.
Finish, Sheena, let
Since
finish.
I don't want to meet with them and have sex with them, I just send them straight to my OnlyFans. Hey, go to my OnlyFans.
But can I tell
Okay.
you something?
Go ahead.
Just because men nag you and want to take your body because you're sexy, it doesn't mean you need to give in and give up who you are and your personality and your soul, because you're literally selling your soul to the devil. If somebody like you went and learned how to be a mortgage broker, you could do so much business. You're in LA. It's the best place in the world with
Yeah.
opportunity. Why to sell your soul to the devil? I don't understand
So
that.
in other words, what Sheena's saying as well is like, you know, put more energy into your
the
mortgage
mortgage,
lending.
yeah.
Even
Yes,
look,
you're
even at the
smart.
beginning, it might not pay off. You might turn around and say,
Exactly.
you know what? I'm just gonna go back to OF.
Thank you.
But you need to stay consistent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's
So that
probably
shit is
why.
never going away.
agree
So
with
yeah,
that.
Stephanie,
Once
you
that's
said-
on the internet, that should stay on the
But you
internet.
can't
Can I
stop.
tell
It
her-
makes it worse the longer she goes on. But you said honesty. Let her finish quickly. Honesty, flexible, and what's the other trait?
I feel like I stays in the same thing: loyal, honest, and realistic, flexible. I guess that was
Flexible.
4.
Realistic.
Can I
Okay.
tell her something?
Quickly, yeah.
Okay, listen, when I got to this country, I was in the middle of a bad divorce, right? My ex-husband is a multi-millionaire, but we built it together. I left him all the money. I landed here with $2,000 with my son. I slept in the car for a month and a half, okay? A lot, and I was looking really good back then. And guys would asking me, I give you this, you do this. No, I slept in the car. My son said, why are we sleeping in the car? Because it is what it is. If you don't like it, you can go to your dad. But I will never sell my body to anybody, because literally you're the one that's going to suffer afterwards. And I think you're capable, you're beautiful. It's no way in the world that you need to do it.
And I
You
get
said
it.
you just started, right?
Yeah, I just started,
Exactly,
so I
yeah.
only have like a month doing that. But I get what she's saying. It's the energy that comes with
Yeah.
sleeping with different
Just have it go
people.
that way.
Yeah, because of the wiring.
If you're not making
Yeah.
six figures, you're in a good position where you could just like sack it off, and then you could like laugh and go, oh, I made one for a month,
Yeah.
but I didn't do anything,
And
and
I
it
do-
won't affect
and
your
I-
relationships.
And I do understand it. Like, if you don't come from a family where they're gonna provide for you until you're ready to get married, it's fucking hard out there. I understand it's hard out there, especially for a woman. Do you get what I'm saying? So I do get you guys like making lots of money and seeing it flow through, but in the long term things, like it's gonna come back to bite you for sure.
Of course, always.
It's not women's fault. I think what has happened, a lot of women who end up sort of where I am are a victim of, you know, woke society that is just like ruining women at the
Yes.
moment, and it's not fair because women need like the guidance of men. They need fathers in the home, and they need men to stop allowing feminism to
Well,
sort
this
of
is
take
why I'm
over
actually doing
because-
this as well, because one, look, a lot of the people on the podcast might not take in a lot of knowledge. They might not respect what we're saying. However, I'm sure there's going to be tons of people who see our clips, like young women, young men who watch, and they're like, you could be an 18, 19-year-old girl who's ready to go do OnlyFans, and she's like, fuck, like, because the truth is, like, there's a level of prettiness that if you're a 21-year-old girl and you're really attractive and you haven't done OnlyFans, the world's pretty much your oyster. You can pretty much go and bag any man in the world you want, like millionaires, billionaires. Like, if you're attractive and 21 and
You have
you're
your
on
pick.
OnlyFans,
Yeah.
this
Pretty much.
My fair share.
Okay.
I think podcasts like this as well are important for young men as well, because
Both
I
sides,
think
yeah.
I think society needs to be saved by men, because
Exactly.
women can't do it. We can't.
Well-
But if we have more young men who have people to look up to, you know, people like, you know, Jordan Peterson, Charlie Kirk, you know, all these kinds
Exactly.
of people,
Love
if they
Jordan
have people like that to look up to, and more people, you know, I'm seeing more and more people sort of kicking against modern feminism
Exactly.
now. It will help men
strong,
be better, and women kind of be able to go, oh, actually, I can just like have a man look
It's
after
true
me.
what she's saying. Do you know how many men I know my age who, like, they're not successful, they don't do nothing, and everything's dictated about how they feel. Yeah? Men, we shouldn't have feelings. We should be
it's not how you
stoic.
operate.
Fuck feelings. There's some days I'll wake up, you know, and I don't
Who
want to
gives a
go
fuck?
work hard. But guess what? I'll go past it. I'll work hard because it's not how I feel. Women, I do believe, like, you guys should dictate your life on how you feel. You know, for example, like, women work electively. That's how I think a woman should work electively. If she wants to work and she's got a passion for something, cool. But if she can go and find herself a great man, then he should be able to provide everything for her.
As long as it doesn't take you away from your
what you're doing.
responsibilities at the home, then
Right.
yes.
Yeah, I agree.
But I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
tell you something.
Go ahead.
Men nowadays, they don't like that. They don't want a woman to stay home. They're
No.
so comfortable with 50-50.
No,
Getting to
because
work.
it's the men that you're dating, and I'll tell you why.
You have to
yeah,
find the ones that
especially
don't
a sex
want you.
worker.
Women
I'm not gonna
destroyed
lie.
it to a
You're gonna
lot
get
of-
men who all want to go 50-50 with you.
Yes.
Look, even with Ruby, yeah, like, she goes to hotels sometimes and places out, and sometimes it is a little 50-50, right? Sometimes he might take care of it, but sometimes it is a little 50-50. Now, I'm not being funny. If Ruby didn't have OnlyFans from the beginning, she would not be in that position. There's no such thing as 50-50.
How about when I didn't do OnlyFans?
Yeah.
And I was fixing credit and doing taxes.
You needed to
Did you
find the
have
right
children
man.
from
If
a
you wanna
previous
let it-
relationship?
if you
that's the
if you
problem.
would've waited a
Again,
little
I
bit
still
longer.
have kids.
I get you.
Kids are still baggage, though. Yeah, yeah.
So it was still my baggage. So everybody still was like, all right, she can do what she has to do, but I still want to go 50-50
Look,
with her.
me personally, and I know a lot of guys who are successful. I know a lot of them won't date single mums, but I
probably
think
like, I wanna
I think
take care
a
of the
sex worker is
kids.
worse than a single mum.
Yeah.
honestly.
No,
yeah.
I've dated a single mom, like with 2 kids.
Right.
Yeah,
I think the
that's-
message
that's nothing.
to women here should be like, there are exceptions. Just because
There
you're
are.
a sex worker, or just because you're a single mom, or because you're
Doesn't mean
divorced, or
you're
because
doomed.
you're a
But
bit
don't
older,
think
it doesn't
that-
mean
Let
that you
finish.
can't have these things, but it's going to be incredibly hard.
Harder.
Yeah.
Like I think I've got an amazing partner. I think I'm really, really, really lucky to have him, but it's so hard because of my job. Like, and I don't even do anything 18 plus, but it's still like, it's caused
platform.
so many things that I wish I wasn't involved in, and that's unfortunately.
Ruby's got some gems, and look, this is what I say to single mums and sex workers. Are you doomed? No. cool. It's not like finished. Like you're never gonna find.
It's just
a great
hard
man.
as fuck.
Same with women over their 30s. You know, as you get older, you become less desirable,
Right.
especially to a certain caliber of man, right? However, it doesn't mean you're doomed. What it does mean, which a lot of women don't take in consideration, is you got to give more. If you're a single mom, you got to do more than the single woman who's 21 who's beautiful. You got to make him extra amazing meals. You got to research during the day. How am I going to make him this meal that's going to be amazing? You got to give him massages.
Everything. You gotta give them everything. Everything.
Like everything you do has to
Times 10.
times 10 because you don't have.
Look at your competition.
I know it doesn't sound nice, but your value is not as high as it would
Because
have
a
been
man
if you
thinks,
didn't
well,
have children.
if I can get a woman that doesn't have kids, why should I go with a woman that has kids? And I hate to say it that way because I have no problem with women that have kids. You know, just by the record, I am pansexual, so I do date outside of men.
What are you?
Pansexual.
What does that mean?
Pansexual means that I date anybody despite what their gender identity may be or who they.
So
whatever
you believe in
their-
gender IDs?
No, I'm not going super deep into that.
You're in the wrong place.
We live in LA. Let's just say that right now. We are in LA, and sometimes people who are attractive, you think you're coming out to talk to a boy or a girl, and they say, "Hey, I go by Z and they did," and I'm like,
they do
"Whoa."
have
And then that's when I walk away.
Wait, are you also
But I
dating
feel like-
animals? Or
Ruby
just...
came
No. Okay, no, I don't do that. I'm a human being that likes other human beings that are over 21 plus, ma'am. I will say in a sense of
No less than 21?
no, nobody.
Well, you
under-
better.
Why is that? I'm just curious.
Because I feel like if at 18 years old, it's just nothing but an age per consent, you know? And that doesn't mean that your brain is mashed up at the age that you are quite literally at, you know? Just because you're 18 doesn't mean your brain's at 18.
Yeah.
You could be a 12-year-old girl in an 18-year-old's body.
You can be 28 and be a 12-year-old
and be in an 18-year-old body.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying.
Oh my God.
Thank God I'm literally somebody who has had a lot happen amongst 3 years, but I've been able to kind of, you know, my friends are all older than me because they say you act much older than what you give off. And I think it's because for the simple fact of like, I have had the trials and runs and errors.
We're going to go into age gap relationships.
Yeah.
Quickly, Nori, what's 3 traits you bring to a man, your dream man?
Transparency, because I feel like everybody wants to know what the hell is going on and what's happening and when's it's happening. I feel like people dance around the bush and it's not good to do that. When
Oh,
you're
so
with
do you
them.
tell your men that you mess with women too?
Absolutely. I mean, it's not something that I feel like majority of men in this day and age would love to hear a woman that would be happy with them. You know, let's go out and let's go find
Not
somebody
really.
together. You know, not really, but in a sense of
Like
if that
traditional men,
was-
or?
well, not in traditional.
if they're
Because
looking for
here's the
fun.
thing about me.
Yeah, if they look to
Well,
just
me
have sex,
specifically
yes, but
speaking,
not if you love you.
If a man wants to just be with me, I'm fine with that. If a man said, "Hey, babe, we've been together for 6 years, and I think that I want to bring somebody in the room," I'm not gonna fight you tooth and nail. I'm not saying that I want to go outwards and be.
It's a little
you know,
different from what I was talking about. But.
Yeah, you know, but I'm just saying, and be specifically, I'm not just like going out to be
I
like,
think
yeah,
it's
you
your
know,
low
this, that, and the third.
self-esteem that you have to compromise
No, I
and give
have very
something.
high self-esteem, honey. I get paid to look like this.
Do you know
What do you mean? To look like what? I don't understand.
Though, between
You get paid
Let
for
me
what?
finish my 3 tidbits before you guys decide to
Yeah, go ahead,
interject.
go ahead.
Transparency, honesty, because I will never lie to somebody about who I am, because I feel like that's anybody's choice to choose whether or not you want to be with somebody like me. And the third thing will be direction, because I know what I want to lead myself. I know what I want set up for myself. I have 10-year plans written out. I have planners written out. I have everything because I do that. But I feel like a man would like somebody to show a woman who has direction, and I'm willing to let you lead me in direction, but let's go along the guidelines together. And I feel like
I don't
honestly,
understand when you
look,
say-
we're going to finish the rest of the girls, but
I don't
honestly, from
understand.
that little conversation that you had, I'm sorry to break it to you, but you couldn't be further from traditional. You're not traditional at all.
sounds like
traditional. I'm not saying I'm fully traditional.
No,
That's
but
what
you
we see
said
to
that-
say.
But you're not traditional
It's not
at all.
black and white. Once again, I'm not just one of
But
the
you
other.
said you get paid to look
can
like
I
that.
finish, please?
What, you a
Because
model?
when
Well,
you
let
do
finish,
this,
let
let
finish,
me
let
finish,
finish.
please. Thank you. I'm not completely traditional. I'm not completely radical.
You're
And
not
it's
traditional at all.
Okay, it's in your eyes. I'm in America,
everybody's
and our
eyes.
definition of what traditional is reigns differently than where you're from, honey. So I'm going to need us to stop
You're not
right there.
traditional.
Being
We're gonna
traditional
have
is
to
universal,
stop.
though.
It's universal, and
You're
I feel
not
like in
traditional.
aspects. Okay, can I finish what I'm saying? What you saying?
No,
I'm
but
not
I'm just saying,
traditional.
don't lie to yourself.
Okay, I don't need to tell me what I am about myself, honey. You're
Go
you
ahead,
and
go
me.
ahead, go
If you
ahead.
want to lie to yourself,
Okay,
it's
so
okay.
I need you to
We can go
stop.
back and forth. We can go back and
Yes.
forth. Let her finish though.
But if you keep interrupting her, this is
It's
going
not
to
gonna
keep
work.
happening. So
Yeah.
let her
Go
finish
ahead,
what she
let her
has to
finish, and then
say.
you lot
Thank
can
you.
go back and forth.
I can be radical in manners of things. Like I said, I've had a different upbringing than most people. I've worked to where I've gotten. I've dated around. I've had people of high caliber, low caliber. I know what I want. I'm willing to fit the guidelines of who I'm with. So if a man says, I don't want this, I don't want that, I don't want this, you're a great man, fuck it, we'll stop right now. But if it's somebody who's willing to say, I want this, I want that, and I'm okay with it, then I will go ahead and go around it. It's not black and white for me.
All right,
it's
cool.
depending on the man that I'm with.
All right, cool. Lorena, let the other girls speak as well, because Lorena and
I want to hear what y'all
Lorena
got to
and Tiffany
say.
mean her literally
I
nothing
know.
but
I tried to earlier, but I don't want to cut anybody off.
Go ahead.
Well, loyalty for sure. Words of affirmation. You know, my man is very traditional. I don't pay for anything. I cook, I clean, I take care of him as best as I can.
Nice.
I bring him peace, and that's my number one thing. Even if I have questions and doubts about something, I tell him all the time, I don't want to argue. I just have something that I want to talk about, and that's what it is. You know, let's have a peaceful conversation. So to me, it's really that. Like, I love catering to him. I grew up extremely traditional. My parents are from El Salvador. Okay, they're still together, 40 years. I grew up with 2 brothers. Okay, so that's like 3 dads. Okay, yeah. So you know, that's like 3 dads. So but I also saw a lot of it was pretty intense. Like my dad is super macho. That's how we say it, right? And my mom is extremely feminine.
Nice.
Never raised her voice, just catered to him. So for some reason in my teen years, I don't understand why, I just didn't want that. I was like, I don't want that. So I went and I was like the dominant, looking for the submissive.
What do you think pushed you that way? Sorry to interrupt you. Like, would you say social media? Like, would you say what?
Definitely. I mean, society, you know, for sure. And again, like I was extremely sheltered. So I feel like the moment I found a way out, it was like, whoo, you know, and it got pretty crazy. But as I got older, I realized like, wow, all this time looking for someone that was not like my father, when what I need is somebody exactly like my father. And I finally got him. And it's so scary because he'll do things, he'll say things, and I'm like,
So
it's
you
my
speak
dad.
Spanish, I'm guessing, right?
100%.
So you know the saying, "Calladita te miras te
Más bonita. Yeah.
Más bonita.
Oh, my man. And when you said Sheena, right? Sheena's your name. When you said him, he's like, oh, like go change. Like that's how my man is. And you know what? I appreciate it. Like cut the crap. Get to the fucking point. You know.
Yeah,
so
stop trying to be so nice.
That quote's in Spanish, ladies, and it means if you go across all cultures in the world, whether it's the Middle East, Africa, it's only the West. It means a woman is prettier when she's quiet, right?
Right.
Yeah. Which men don't like loud women. Like
they don't. And I was that at some point, you know, and I did the whole 50-50 thing, and I was miserable. I was cooking, cleaning, taking care of my man and his needs, and working, and still 50-50. I was fucking miserable. Excuse me. It was too much.
That's
so
how it makes women, man.
Yeah, and I remember like going to like to get like some like body work, like stretching or whatever, like a massage, and the lady's like, wow, you feel like you carry the world on your back. I'm like, damn, I really do. And it just like it hit, you know, and I started to do my homework. I started to work on myself, and I'm like,
I need some help.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? I was tripping this whole time.
Did you
like
start to resent that guy?
Who?
The guy who was going 50-50 with you.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought
Yes,
so.
it sucks. And you know what? And he's a good person. He's a great person. It just, that wasn't for me. Like I thought it was, but then once I'm with someone that's so similar to my dad, I'm like, wow, this is amazing. Like I'm fulfilled watching him eat my food. I'm just like, I love it, you know? So.
Well,
so
I'm happy
that's
for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Me too. Thank you.
I can tell you're a good girl. So yeah, big up to your boyfriend.
Thank you.
Okay, Tiffany, about yourself.
So for me, one of my biggest things is passion.
Passion.
Like, and I say passion because when you see someone be passionate about something or whatever it is, it's like you see this profound, undying love for whatever's important to them. And like to be one of those important things is like the coolest thing in the world. So like that's super big for me. Beyond that, it's just like humor and trust. And like for me, trust is an umbrella of just like loyalty, honesty, communication, like all of those things. Because I feel like when you have trust, all of that falls in line.
Yeah.
So it's like, those are my big 3.
Sheena, about yourself. 3 traits that you bring to your dream man.
That he'll bring to me?
No, you bring to him.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how to put it together. I don't know. I don't think I'm a perfect woman. Far from that. But
we just need 3.
But I think I'm nurturing. I'm really, really good cook, and I have a lot of patience. And I'm not giving drama when something happened. Like my grandmother used to tell me this sentence. I'll tell you that you laugh, but it's funny, but it's true. She's actually was Arab. She said, when your husband come from work, don't speak, fill his stomach and empty his balls.
Yes, that's right. Thank you,
Wow.
Sheena. I love that. That's right.
It's the truth.
It's the truth.
because
Absolutely.
I feel like where you guys have misconstrued is
Yeah.
because
I approve that
believe in
message.
that. I come from women who are
No,
like that.
I'm
Make
gonna-
them the food, do
Yeah.
the dinner, you know,
You
so, you
finish.
know, get it together, and that's not a problem. But it's just a fact of like we're in a different day and age, honey.
Yeah. Sheena, go ahead and then I'm
wanna
going to close
just
it up.
tell you something. Don't get offended because I see that you're like fire up towards what I'm saying. I'm not
I'm
against
not
you.
fired up, honey. It's just
but
that we're
That's good to
talking.
learn from each other and conversate
but
as
I want to
well.
tell you something. I'm a little bit older than you, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I just want to tell you something. And for you representing this like attitude, I get paid for this and I get paid for that. It's not a competition.
It's not.
You are who you are. I'm sure you have great traits, and I could see that you're a good person. It just this mentality of coming out in this way. It's like you needed to protect yourself from something and prove yourself.
Well, you too, honey.
It
You've
showed
been
me.
interjecting
Wait,
the
let me
whole time.
finish. What did you say?
I said you too as well. You have something
You're
to protect as
interrupting,
well.
she
You've
said.
interrupt as well, so you have something to
Wait,
protect as well.
but I'm not in a competition. Everything I
Uh-huh.
say, you tell me, you bring it back to me. I'm trying to tell you something.
As
I'm
you do
not,
to me.
I'm not against you. Just
Me
listen
neither.
to
In other words, let me
my
say
God.
it in womanese, because women can't speak in womanese. Men
Jeez.
have to only speak
Yeah.
womanese. So in other words, what she's saying is she's got experience in life, and she would like you maybe to learn from maybe even her
Exactly.
I
mistakes.
can learn, but there's a way to present experience to somebody without belittling
Well,
them.
should- should I-
Without talking
wait,
over
wait,
them.
look,
There's a way to say
Sheena,
it.
I'll give you an example,
One
yeah?
sentence.
I do agree that, look, Sheena might be a little bit blunt and a little bit, aggressive the way she says it. However, the problem is
my
women are never
mentality.
honest with each other.
But I can't do that as a black
Yeah,
woman.
let him finish what he has to say, please.
No, Nori, let me finish. Yeah, women rarely are ever honest with each other. So honestly, it takes a woman like Sheena to be able to actually tell you the truth. Like, for example, majority of women, even friends are never honest with each other. Like, how many girls I see look like shit, and the other girl's not going to tell her, like, oh, go change your
You
skirt.
go, girl. You look good.
I'm black, so
Yeah,
people
we ain't walking
categorize me
around like
as
that,
the
girl.
angry
Wait.
black woman. That's the one who has something to say all the time. That's the one who has an
something,
attitude. So therefore, I have to dull down my demeanor to make sure I don't come off as a threat. To make sure I don't come off as I'm talking over to you. To make sure that I don't seem ignorant. To make sure that I seem educated. It's different than how Sheena has to come off.
But
Because Sheena, let me finish, please. Sheena gets to walk in society as a beautiful woman. You're gorgeous. I think that
I'm
you're
not
very
gorgeous.
smart. I think that you are. And even
Thank
if you
you,
think
but
you
I don't think I'm gorgeous.
Well, there
I'm
goes,
short, I'm skinny.
I think that it's an insecurity that you feel. But I'm telling you, as
Not
another woman to
insecurity.
another woman, I think that you are beautiful. And I think you need to hold
Thank you, I
yourself at more
appreciate
worth
it.
and more standard than who you are. And I think that in the sense of who I am, because I am a black woman, people expect me to be loud. People expect me to have an
You are
attitude. People
shouting.
expect me, it's ill will. And I
just
feel
wanna
like
say one thing.
because I have to prove that I am the other side of it, people will not want to receive that unless I talk to you like this.
But-
Okay,
Unless
go
I
ahead and
say-
respond, and then we'll move on to the
Okay,
next
I'm gonna
question.
wrap
But please
up
don't
the-
interrupt me, please. I want to tell you something.
Quickly,
don't
quickly,
I grew
Sheena.
up. Please listen to me. It's important to me. You could be my daughter literally, and I really want to say it from the bottom of my heart. To mention all the time, I'm a black woman. I'm a black woman. You act from the side how I see it. It's like it's something bad. You should be proud to be a black woman because black people. Wait a second. Black people, in my culture. Okay, black people come from planet Moon, who are the strongest people on the planet. Africa is the richest country in the world that's been stolen from them, okay? To be a black person, it's a privilege. People don't understand it.
Not in America.
Okay, not in America. So don't mention it because when you mention it in that way, people are gonna look at you, another black woman who say, I'm this.
Well, I'm the same.
Let me finish. Let me
Yeah.
finish. Let me finish.
When I was speaking, you didn't do
should
this.
be no, but wait, please. It's important to me. I have HDD and I forget. You
Now
should not even mention that. Okay, I'm quarter black and I always say that.
I'm
Because,
whole black.
Okay, I'm not. I always said it and I'm proud of it.
You gotta let her respond.
I know.
You
She's
keep interrupting her. I know.
ladies,
You want her to do the
let-
same
let-
thing.
let-
At least give it. Let
I'm
her
not
say.
trying. I'm not coming against you. I'm not coming at you. It's not bad to be black. You should be proud because in this country, unfortunately, and I don't blame you. Okay, when I got to America after seeing all the movies like Color Purple and watching all the TV and Whitney Houston and this and that, and grew up on African American music and movies, I came to America and I got a punch in my face, realizing how people so racist here under the ground, underneath the surface. And the reason black women in particular, and black people, but black women in particular, always have to extremely prove themselves, it's not your fault and it's not their fault. It's because how you come about in this country. You started from slavery, you had to prove yourself for your education, you were not allowed to be educated. And I try to explain it to white people all the time. Oh, black people are angry, this and that. And I said, imagine if your grandfather was a slave, okay? And then you have a Barack Obama like becoming the president, right? finally, for the first time, you have someone to identify. By the way, I'm not pro Barack
Another
Obama.
Zionist.
I was gonna say, not Barack Obama. Bad example.
Wait, you don't get my point, please.
Yeah, no,
Example.
What I'm
Go
trying to
ahead.
say is when you had no ideal person that is controlling the country in your color to identify with, and finally it happens slowly, still it's like the Jews. You see me, it's like the Jews. They went to the Holocaust. Me as a Jewish person, I'm telling you, I always feel like people hate me. They're gonna judge me that I'm from Israel. They're always gonna think we are the pig, we are the bastards, we are controlling the world. The same thing what they said. I feel it everywhere. Okay?
No, I didn't say nothing negative towards Jewish people.
No. You said something.
Oh,
but
what
it's
did
okay.
I say?
It's okay. You
Tell
said
me, what did I say?
Well, who created that narrative?
I said who runs
is in the
America.
banking? Who is the one is
Yeah.
America? But it's not just that.
But I didn't say nothing negative about Jewish people.
Listen, it's a lot more
You
than
said a
what.
fact.
It's a lot. Wait, it's not true, but it's a lot more than what you think. America and Israel. I don't want to say I'm gonna get killed, but it's a lot more than what you think. I'll tell you backstage because I don't want to get
We'll
killed.
talk about it later, yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next question.
Let me just
Let her
finish with
finish.
that.
Quickly.
I think you're capable, you're beautiful. Don't use the word black all the time because it just I'm telling you, because I don't look black, so I'm telling you how people talk behind the back of a black person.
No, I hear
It's like,
you.
oh, another black girl that said da. Don't give them that opportunity
In
to say
America,
that.
sadly, we have had the stereotype put on us, especially
But-
for media too.
So don't mention it. Don't give them that
I'll give you an
fire.
example, yeah? Sellers is my little brother, yeah? Gonna be a
real
very
brother?
successful man.
No,
I think so.
not.
Sellers, you're good.
Damn near.
Nah, he's like 6'1".
He's gorgeous.
Yeah, he's a good looking guy. But Sellers is like my little brother, yeah? I call him my little brother. And he's gonna be incredibly successful in life. But I installed in him for the last how long we've been working together. And he was never a victim. He came, when we started talking, he was already kind of conservative, right? But I said to him, bro, like, as a black man, you should never use, like, victimize yourself. Like, oh, I'm a black man and this is why things are harder.
I'm not the victim. I'm never the victim.
No. You're not missing what I'm saying. Because if you think like that in your head, it's going to pull you back in ways that you don't even actually know.
Right.
But then I tell sellers, bro, there's no man like you at your age. Do you know what I'm saying? Forget black, white, Asian. It doesn't matter.
I think
if a man's competent and a man's got determination and he works hard, same as a woman. Even a woman, say for example, majority of black women, right? People see them as obnoxious, loud, etc. I know not tons. I know some black women that are very conservative, very good girls, and they're in relationships. So like, yeah,
A lot
it's
of
not.
British black women are very,
absolutely.
very just quiet.
Well,
calm.
I said that unless you're from
I love
Peckham or
British in
Brixton,
general.
like she will tell you, unless you're from Peckham or Brixton or like from the hood, like where I'm from,
There isn't really much
majority
difference.
of black girls in Europe are a lot more submissive.
Yes.
Even he asks me all the time. He's like, "How come you used to like black women in Europe more?" And I tell him, "Bro, they're a lot more
They're different.
submissive."
We also too just don't have, like I said, and this all delved off from the sense of what we started with Sean with this lovely lady here.
Yeah.
You're so, by the way, too. I have nothing against you. I want to let you
I
know
know
right
you
now.
don't.
You're
Don't
so
take it
sweet.
personal.
I appreciate the conversation
Listen,
that we
I'm
can
not the
have.
kind of person who get offended. You
I
can say
know.
whatever you
No.
want.
Me neither.
Can I
But
add
I'm
one
just saying
short
that
thing
came
on
from
this?
just
Yeah,
not, you
let
know.
Ruby done, and then I'm gonna wrap it up with all the traits that you guys named. Go
Just
ahead, Ruby.
just take race out of it. You said that you feel forced by your stereotype to be loud, to be fiery.
No.
to be...
That's I said I'm the complete opposite. Because what this started off with was a woman that can be honest and a woman that can speak up.
You did mention that you're like, people see me as loud, people see me as this because
No,
I'm a
I
black
didn't
woman.
say
Let her finish.
Even if she's wrong, you still have to let
Yeah,
her
let her
finish.
finish. Yeah.
But like, you are shouting and no one else is shouting, and you are kind of like like Sheena said, like you are getting really fired up. But if you say like people see you as those things, you don't want to be those things. Why don't you just like be the change that you want to be and just be like, I'm not going to conform to
I want
these.
to be, but I'm not going to let a person who doesn't look like me sit back and tell me what I go through as a woman who went through this life.
No,
And
so that's completely
and that's what I'm
separate. That's
saying.
completely
and I only
separate.
Said, and I wasn't saying that women are like this. I'm saying to her point, like what this all started from was the fact that she said she could be blunt and honest. And I feel like as American black women who can be blunt and honest, it's sometimes misconstrued as us being, like I said, loud. I haven't yelled at anybody at the table.
the way
I
you're
just talk
talking-
at a louder falsetto than you. And you don't like that. And that's fine, you know? And that's fine. You guys can laugh. You can do whatever you want to do. But, you know, it's
sorry, not against you. It's just you tell her I'm not yelling, and then you yell at her.
When I yell, but even then, you've been interjecting me the entire time. You know, that's the reason why I'm saying, like, it's not a problem until I do it. You know? And that's not fair.
Shush.
I'm not
All right,
against
cool.
you.
So yeah, with the traits that I saw, there was some good traits there. The ones I like the most are the words of affirmation from Lorena. I like that. The nurturing, the cooking, and the patience from Sheena. A lot of the other ones, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. A lot of them are useless. A woman, for example, being loyal, that's like saying me, I can't provide. It's exactly. I expect that. Like,
That's just automatic.
let me ask you guys a question.
equality.
And just a quick answer. I don't want to go too deep in, and we'll start with Sheena first. Who do you believe is the prize, a man or a woman in a relationship?
what?
Prize.
What is prize? Prize.
Who's the more valued in the
Prize.
relationship?
I think the woman should be the prize. Okay.
Okay. Next, Tiffany.
I don't think it's for me. It's like the relationship is the prize.
All right. Lorena.
The man.
Okay.
You
Nori?
can pass it along. Can I go to the bathroom, please?
No, answer. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Answer us and we'll go to the
I feel
bathroom.
like the man should be the prize if the man is worth being the prize.
Okay,
Absolutely.
the man's the prize.
Thank you.
Okay.
Women
man.
bringing children to the world.
The man.
The man.
I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to give a really long answer, but I feel like maybe the man, because it's such a good, amongst women to be like, I've got a man who provides, I've got a man who is loyal and doesn't cheat on me, and maybe that's
Now,
the
I'm going to
prize.
actually go against Sheena now because, I'm going to have to get one over because I know she ain't going to beat me in this debate. But, so for example, Sheena, would you say there's more beautiful young women or is there more attractive men who are very successful? What do you think's more?
I'll answer exactly.
Yeah.
It's more attractive men, yes.
What,
but
men?
No.
Men. It's more good.
Women.
It's more. Sorry, what did you
Women.
say? No. It's more attractive women, young women.
Yes.
But with that being said, it's not a lot of good women that are marriage material that could be good mother for your kids.
I disagree.
All right, cool. Look.
That is great,
Do you know
especially on
what?
the west
She brought
side.
up- She brought up a great point because this is what I say to the red pill space, yeah?
That's
So
actually
I
good.
believe the man's the prize, and I'll explain to you guys why I believe the man's the prize. However, I do say that a woman who's a good woman, because to find out a young woman
hard
who's
to find
attractive, who
good
don't do OnlyFans, who is traditional, is a prize within herself.
Right.
However, that man is still harder to find than she is. And I'll give you an example,
I guess
right?
you're right. Yeah.
To go out there, find a man who's funny, charismatic, assertive, in shape, financially free, all these traits that you guys look for.
It's hard. It's rare.
It takes
That's so
time.
hard.
That's why a man's prime is way later than a woman's prime.
Right.
You guys are born with your value.
Yes.
At 18, 19, 20, 21 years old,
Yeah,
if
man
you
needs to build
do the
himself.
right moves in your life, you will bag a man, if you're attractive, you will bag a man of higher value.
Yeah.
Now,
Right.
a man, he's got to go put 5 to 10, 15 years of blood, sweat, and tears into it, right?
Right.
'Cause
You
a
gotta
man-
put that work
Say, for
in.
example, you was 23-year-old as a man, and you
Right.
was like a stunning man, 6'4", but you had no game, no charisma, no money. You're still gonna end up an incel.
You're done.
Right.
Yeah, you're not gonna get no pussy. That's the truth. It don't matter how
Right.
good looking you are. A man is not judged by his looks. A woman is judged predominantly on her looks.
Yes,
do you get what I'm
it's
saying? So that's why I would say the man is the prize. However, I do agree with Sheena's point of like women who are good women in their prime are a prize within themselves.
They are.
But, however, I would say overall the man's the prize because there's a lot more beautiful women. There are exceptional men.
So look at the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
true.
think it's also diverse. Some areas you have more, some countries you have more men, some countries you have more women. But in general, I think good people, good quality people, and nowadays it's very hard to
Nowadays, you
It
can't be too
is.
fussy. You just
I
need to find
agree.
someone who's good.
Well, look,
the whole
going back to what
process.
you said, yeah, like I know a lot of men who are picky, right? But those men who are picky, they just happen to be multi-millionaires. They happen to have amazing bodies. They're charismatic. They're assertive. They have all the right traits. But I'm not being funny, but I meet average women on the podcast, off the podcast, every single day, and they have extremely high
Crazy.
standards.
Exactly.
And it's like,
And
what
they're
the
ugly
fuck?
usually.
Like, it's crazy.
And they're ugly usually is what you
Usually,
said.
usually the most ugly women, sorry to say that, but the most ugly women are women that are a little bit sexy, they think they're like that. And I know a lot of hot girls because, you know, I work as an injector. I see a lot of gorgeous women. They don't even know their worth. And then an ugly girl with big boobs and lips come and she thinks she's all that. And she wants to get paid for that. Like God gave them, a vagina and they turn it into a business. It's crazy.
Well, I think it's
You
an
know?
insecurity. A lot of women do it, and they know deep down it's
Sorry. But...
self-affirmation, isn't it? And I think the internet makes it a lot worse because the internet is really bad for people with mental health problems.
Yeah, I
so,
agree with her.
So I think when
What did you
women
say,
who are
Sam?
like, I'm a boss, I'm a 10,
Yeah,
we've-
yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
from
you're
And if
Yeah.
you're reading the comments as well,
Yeah.
there's people that are going to push your bad behavior. Like men, I'm not going to lie, which I wanted to ask this question. Who do you think's more honest, men with each other or women?
Men, definitely. Women have a problem, you know why? And let me
They can't be honest with each other.
Not just that.
It's
No.
annoying.
Look at how women be raised. We cheat with our nails, with our hair,
Makeup.
with our look, with
Yeah,
our
it's true
makeup,
what
with
she's
our
saying.
clothes, with everything. So they teach us. A lot of women don't even know that.
I feel like
Because
a lot of the
one
time we're
second.
pitted against each other, though.
Yeah, but wait,
That as well.
but a lot of women don't even know that. We don't even know that. We do it like subconsciously on the
Right.
automatic pilot because they teach us from early age. When women talk to each other, oh, I have to do my nails, I have to do my Botox, I have to do this. I watch people a lot. Like I talk on podcasts, but when I'm in my work, I don't even speak. I just watch people and absorb. And women don't understand that they grew up on an automatic pilot paradigm of cheating and lying with their looks. Because how many women you say, hey, let's do a FaceTime video when you meet each other. Say, no, I don't have my makeup, I don't have my hair.
Lots.
They're embarrassed. A lot of the time I say, you know what? If I meet a new guy, maybe I'll just go like that, how I look, no makeup, no hair. I'm like, listen, this is who I am. If you like me.
Guys actually respect that more.
Yeah, I'm like, look, this is what you're gonna wake up next to.
Surgery for me is clearly cheating as a woman. Like,
Yes.
I know BBLs are very popular. I think they're disgusting personally.
Exactly,
But,
that's disgusting.
Yeah, like
find out
surgery
most
is, but
high-value
even I
men
do
will
see
think
makeup
that.
also a little bit of a lie. But I do understand you guys see it as an enhancement. But it's
not.
more like inside souls or like you wouldn't be like, oh, that's enhancement, right? But how many ladies have you seen who without makeup they look nothing like when they do with
Exactly.
makeup?
Right, like it looks nice when you're out.
When you think about men being the prize, even from a young age, it's like, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to make ourselves perfect to win the prize.
Exactly.
It's a competition
true,
from
it's
such
Speak up
a
to
young age.
Tiffany.
You know what? That's true. I will say.
Big up to you. Do you know why? Because women lie so much. They say to me here on the podcast, I only go to clubs and I only dress up and I only put makeup
myself.
on for myself.
That's what makes me mad when I go to clubs and stuff, because I want to be glitz and glam, but it's for me. I'm dancing with the DJ. I'm married to the
Yeah,
DJ.
but really-
but you see so many girls.
But you
that
want the
are out
attention of men, right?
Of course.
No?
But women
I'm just
need
there to have
attention
fun,
from
but
men.
That's why
I disagree.
We need attention from
Yeah.
men. It's
They do
normal.
give
It's
you
natural.
attention.
But I want to say something about plastic surgery.
Ruby and then
Remind
you.
me.
Go ahead.
If a society of only women existed, obviously it can't exist, but it's hypothetical. If a society of only women existed, we'd never been exposed to men and we didn't
Be
mate.
finished.
Women would not. Well, we
wouldn't survive, yeah.
I mean, for the sake of the point I'm trying to make.
One in an island. It's
People
create a
would
village.
women. Sorry, women would not wear makeup. Women would not do their nails. Women would not shave. Women would. They would not do anything. And we would still listen. We'd still listen to music. We'd still paint. We'd still do those kind of things. We'd still talk and gossip. Makeup wouldn't exist.
She's got it right, and you know what? We're the same, but at least we admit it.
Yeah, men probably wouldn't go to the
I
gym.
drive a Range Rover and wear a watch and make sure I go to the gym every day for myself.
Exactly.
If I was just living with men, we'd be bums.
It's
They're like,
partly for yourself, but it's not entirely.
Boxers with
I'll turn
holes
up
in
in
them.
like tracksuits with holes in it. Like, I wouldn't give a fuck. Do you get what I'm saying? We do it for women, but women don't want to say they do it for men the other way around.
Can I say something about plastic surgery?
Lorena and then yourself. Sorry.
So growing up, I was a kid. I was like 8, 9 years old. And I remember my mom every time, my dad got home at 3 p.m., 2:30, my mom would run to the bathroom, touch up, make sure the food was ready. Like, so I saw that and I'm like, why is she touching up? But then she would also tell me like, hey, never wear too much makeup because you don't want him to freak out when he wakes up next to you. You know? So that's one thing she always, like balance. She's like, don't lose yourself. Because in Spanish, he's going to look at the vecina, like he's going to be looking at the neighbor. She's like, but also don't overdo it. Like, just have like a
Another thing
balance.
as well, which I go
Keep
into
it
a
light.
lot of health here on the podcast, not really in the dating, but in the one-on-ones I do. But wearing makeup is not really that healthy for your skin.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying? Especially to wear it constantly. Like, you need to give yourselves a break. Like,
Can I
You're
say
right.
something
Sheena.
regarding this? Okay, so I'm a facial injector, right? So when I did my training, a lot of the time you sit and let's practice. I inject on you, you inject on me. And I had a beautiful face before I injected, okay? I loved my face before. And then I had this doctor that studied with me and injected under my eyes. I looked like an elephant man. I swear to God, my cheek were like this, okay? Like horrible. For 3 years, I was crying. I didn't want to leave
what,
the
you
house.
feel like he pushed you to do it?
She injected something that when you inject it on certain people, that product, okay, Radius, it's like it's a lactic acid, so it helps the natural fat grow. And my cheek were literally like this, okay? Now, in the last 3 years, I was literally doing 2 surgeries to remove it. Still, my eyes look really bad. I'm gonna do my last one. And anyway, to begin with, always people thought I did plastic surgery because I always had small nose, like high cheekbones, like everything. When you do a little bit, it looks a lot. And I'm like trying to explain women when they come, I'm like, listen, I don't care about the money. If you do a little bit because you're gonna look horrible. And they say, oh my God, I love coming to you because you're the first person to tell me the truth and not sell me out for money. So my advice is always go natural, because look at her features. She have beautiful little nose, beautiful cheek. I look at
I feel like my nose is big.
You ain't had no work done?
No, she doesn't have.
Nothing
I
in
can
it.
see it. She had maybe a tiny bit here.
I've
can
had
see just a-
Botox.
Botox
so
and a little
no,
bit.
it's an overbite.
No, I see.
34
Ladies,
starting
I'll
to
tell you
an
something.
overbite.
If you eat the right foods, you do your deep breathing, you're fasting, you're not putting, because a lot of women use so many toxic products. It's fucking insane. You even put them up your pussies, which is insane to me. Like, what tampons?
No, listen.
Yeah, it's
Tampons are
dangerous.
bleached and women put them
Women
inside of them.
inject in their vagina. What are you talking about? You know how many women inject?
Like, if you looked after yourselves more, like, you know, you look good in the long run as well. And yeah, I would say I would go against
I love
surgery.
that you go with. I would love to do a podcast on health with you.
We try to keep it natural as possible.
Yeah, we speak about health a lot.
I love
All right,
it.
cool.
Natural
So,
effect.
You know, I teach meditation in Malibu. I
Nice.
was in India 3 times. Like, I'm really into this.
Nice, yeah. Meditation I do a lot as well. Like I did a ice bath today for like 4 minutes. Haven't eaten in 4 days.
You know, ever since I got into
People don't even fast. Like, do you think, like,
I eat only
naturally,
1 meal
do you
a
think
day.
humans used to eat every single day?
No, they don't.
3 times a
What do you
day.
think? What do you think animals do when they're sick?
Yeah.
Animals, when they are
now
sick
you
or
just
they
can't
eat
afford
poison,
it.
they don't
They
eat
fast,
for a long period.
right?
Of course.
No, ever since I dug into hormonal health. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Finish.
No, I was just saying, ever since I like really got into hormonal health, like I feel and look better than I did in my 20s.
Same hormones.
I'm 34.
Oh, I thought you were 24.
Natural.
Thank you.
Natural.
Yes.
Well, this is another
Nowadays,
thing
women
which I
just
think
drink
is
bubble
terrible.
tea.
What's
What
that?
do they do?
Women just drink like bubble tea and eat donuts.
Natural.
Like,
Horrible.
Right.
But, another thing I was gonna say is it come out of my mind. I was gonna say about the health. What was I gonna say?
Fasting.
Natural.
I'm like, sorry.
No, I was just gonna. I forgot. I'll remember in a bit. But
Let me ask a question.
yeah, go ahead.
All right,
Celeste.
so what are some occupational red flags? I need a green flag and a red flag.
If you
I'll
work,
start with you.
If
Go
you
ahead.
work in an abattoir or something.
In a
that's-
what?
An abattoir.
Abattoir.
It's where you kill a slaughterhouse. but they're
Slaughterhouse.
called
Okay,
that,
okay.
yeah.
I've never
If
heard that before.
Someone works in one of them. For me, I'm instant like you're going to be on case file in
Why,
a few
you
years.
vegan?
No,
okay,
but I just
okay.
think the job's really
All right, cool.
intense. So
I agree
think if
with
you're
that.
there doing the night shift, just
Okay.
like killing cows. all
There's
night.
something wrong with that person.
I feel
for
like
sure,
if you
yeah.
chose to do that, and that's
What
the
if
only
you kill
job.
for the government?
There's still something wrong with that
No, it's
person.
the
There's still
same
something
thing.
wrong
Men
there.
have need to ability
Shit,
to
I'll feel
kill.
safe.
So she says hitman with a calculator.
Yeah, I love meat. I'm not a vegan, and I was for 7 years actually, and I went
Okay.
from it. But no, that's a red flag. I
So-
think
I
just
love
someone
that.
who works.
Okay, what's a green
And a
flag?
green flag.
I
And
need
what does your
my
boyfriend do?
tomahawk.
He was a gas engineer,
that's a good job.
but now he manages social media influencers. There's more money
Okay.
in it and stuff. But yeah, he was a gas engineer, and he's a trained financial advisor.
Nice.
But green flag, I don't know anything really, but just if you
Anything,
work in
you
an
can just-
abattoir. I've just heard too many serial
Alright,
killer
she just gives a
stories.
red flag, no green flag.
Serial killer stories.
And Stephanie, about yourself.
Red flag would be a DJ.
Red flag. Wow.
You know what, niggas? We've had that before. We get promoters, DJs.
Oh yeah, none of that.
Podcasters.
No, I think that's all right. But a DJ
Oh, you
or
fuck with a
promoter,
podcaster?
I think you guys know how to handle yourself.
Podcasters
Any
are smart
podcasting,
usually.
yeah, you
Yeah.
guys are smart. You guys
Well, I don't know.
It's not
actually.
easy to run a podcast.
Courageous.
Yeah, I
What
got it.
about you?
But it's about it's about
I
being
don't
able
wanna
to
shit on it,
sustain
it's
yourself and not letting things get. You know when to stop. A man knows when to stop. I think it's mostly me. Let me just not even get
But-
there because I was about to blame us.
Okay, what's the green flag?
What's a green
A
flag?
green flag would be any lawyer, financial advisor.
Someone who has a job.
Nori, about yourself. Green flag profession, red flag
Red
profession.
flag profession is a lawyer.
Lawyer, yeah?
You gotta be a
Okay.
good ass lawyer to be a good ass
It's
lawyer.
true.
You know?
She doesn't want any cappers around her.
That is real to me.
At least you'll have that money. That's what you
the
care
good
about.
lawyers are the good liars, and that's not a bad thing, but I don't want it. And greenness
Bad
to
money,
me
huh?
is
Green
any
flag?
blue collar job. I
Fair enough.
appreciate a man that works for the city and doing anything for
Yeah.
the
I think blue collar men
steel
are
workers,
underrated.
steel workers.
Yeah.
Plumbers.
You want a man You get a steel worker.
And this is another thing that women get confused. Like they see like a man wearing like overalls and being dirty, and they're like, yeah, he probably don't make much
I don't care
money.
if you're the trash man.
I know plumbers,
They make good
electricians, builders,
And they get a lot of pussy.
who make a lot of money.
I
I'm
don't
talking
care.
6-7 figures.
Especially now.
We don't have a lot of men that want to work in trades anymore, or women. You know, we're in traditional trades. You know, which is good. High five to that
Well,
one.
everyone nowadays
But
wants to be a YouTuber.
YouTuber, makeup
Just like-
artist, you know, this and that. And I did go to
I don't
school
sound
for
like
a
a
trade.
hypocrite.
Right.
I never made it from YouTube, so it's different.
But
We're
yeah,
putting in the work though.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
it's
that's
different.
what I appreciate is the physical task that's being put into
Yeah.
that. You know, you can have white collar job. I don't mind white collar job men at all, but
Yeah.
I could appreciate a man that works a blue collar.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so Nori said your lawyer was your red flag, and then green flag was the blue collar. How about yourself?
Red flag,
Lorena?
probably music industry,
Oh.
celebrity, like you know,
Anybody in that lifestyle?
yeah, like deep into it. Just cause I don't want to get into it, but yeah. And then-
Experience?
yeah,
I got you.
you know, it's
Yeah.
really dark. It's
Whoa.
a very dark industry, so I want nothing to do with
Like
it.
Diddy.
Man, what?
Sorry, I had to
No, seriously though, seriously. And then
Don't tell me you guys weren't thinking that as well. Come on.
No, that's exactly what I was thinking about.
baby oil.
City underground LA.
Nah, but I heard shit, man.
I've been a few months ago when it was the race in with what's his name with the big chin, Jay Leno. Every year they do the
Big chin, huh?
Yeah, so all right, cool. So you,
Green flag, really just man. I mean, I don't know. My man is a jack of all trades. I just. Yeah, like I love it because he does everything. He does
Everything.
Give us
plumbing,
the highlights,
air
the
conditioning.
highlights.
Like he could fix anything in the house.
so like more of a
He's
blue
gonna
collar.
build me a home gym so I don't have to go to the all the way to the gym.
So
But see,
that's
you
smart.
need the house.
That's
You
smart.
need the table.
Hands on. I love that.
Cool.
So you ain't-
Tiffany, how about yourself? Sorry.
I've never really put much thought into it till this moment, so I might be able to come up with something a little bit. But I'm liking all these answers.
All right, yeah, we'll get back to.
I will say.
I think-
Oh, go ahead.
Go
No, I
ahead,
was
go
just
ahead,
gonna
no,
say,
go ahead.
like, you know, I do appreciate, like, although he's like super introverted and anti-social media, like now he's kind of like helping me out, like, hey, babe, you know, your content, get on top of your content. So I do appreciate that as well.
He supports you.
Trying to lead
Yeah.
you to greatness. That's what
Yeah,
you should
like
be
I love
doing,
that. Yeah.
Tiffany, how about yourself then?
I
Now you
don't
thought
know.
about
I mean,
it.
honestly, like growing up, because I grew up in the Midwest and stuff, and so mostly out there it is a lot
Missouri,
of trades.
right?
So it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, so like blue collar is pretty typical. So it's
yeah.
like, that's kind of like what you would expect from a man usually if he was going to go into the workforce and whatnot. So it's like, to me, yeah, that's always going to be a green flag. Red flag, I don't know. I mean, if it's not sustainable, if it's not consistent, like anything that falls in that
I know
category
a
is
red
gonna.
flag for you.
What?
About a strip club manager.
Oh my god.
I mean, I
She's
wouldn't
a
date my
stripper.
coworkers, but
You know what I'm laughing
I've been down there,
Because
but
all the
not
stripper
everyone.
friends I've ever had, they always say to me, yeah, like the strip club manager, like, is always happens to be a very pervy guy. Majority of the time.
it can.
That makes
be.
sense.
It
Yeah.
depends.
Depends on the club.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
you're always.
I'm
Gonna have
generalizing,
That.
I'm
Yeah,
generalizing,
No, you're always
yeah.
gonna have that, but yeah, no, it's definitely like
Lorena,
It's a
about
stereotype.
yourself. I mean, sorry, Sheena, about yourself.
What is the
red
question?
flag, occupation.
Yeah, occupational
and
red
green
flags.
flag
What's a green one
occupation.
and what's a red?
You go on a date with a man, he tells you his job. What's the worst job he can tell you, and what's the best job he can tell you?
Okay, you're gonna think I'm crazy when I say that, but right now I have a thing for Israeli IDF guys. I see them with uniform, and I'm like, oh my god.
Soldiers, Israeli soldiers,
yeah.
huh?
Like for me, guy, even a Marine, like when I see a soldier, oh my god, I'm like, marry me, you know, like this. But I like also Secret Service. I love Secret Service, man. Like any Secret Service, you know, that speaks
fire.
languages, smart guys that can go undercover and stuff like this is my passion. And
love
guys
it.
that know how to kill, because I think a guy need to have.
You
the
need a
ability.
James
That's
Bond.
right. Yes, girl.
Just not kill cowards.
I'm with you on that.
Well, let me finish. A guy need to have the ability. I'm not saying he needs to be a serial killer and go and threat people, right? He needs
But
to.
he has to be capable of
She's
it.
gonna-
That's
I know
right.
what she's gonna say.
And he needs
she's
to
gonna
be-
say the Andrew Tate quote. That's what she's about to say. He needs to be able to kill a man and hold a baby in the same day.
I don't know
Right?
if I didn't
I
even
love
see if
it.
Andrew Tate
Yeah.
said, but this is something very Israeli. I don't
I
know.
agree with that as well. I
In
agree with
Israel,
that as
like
well.
all the, even the women, by the way, all the women. You see me how small I am, right? I have abilities. Trust me. I'm not afraid of anything.
I don't doubt you.
And the thing that I don't like men that look at a woman as an opportunity to take her money, to date her so that she can buy them and be.
That's a bum.
A taker.
She doesn't like bums.
I'm not attracted. Honestly, I'm not attracted to like.
I talked to you about occupational.
I don't like.
job. What job, though?
Yeah, I don't like. Sorry, guys, please don't hate me. Please don't write bad comments about it. But I don't like photographers. I don't like chef. I don't like.
A chef? You don't want to get fed?
We've had photographers though. A lot of girls have said that, innit?
Yeah, photographers.
Yeah, no, like.
But you don't like chefs?
You feel like you take pictures
I
of
love
cars.
cooking. I love to be the
Why?
cook.
Okay, that's what I said.
I'm intrigued. Why though? Why wouldn't you date a chef?
Because
Long hours?
if he knows how to cook, I cannot seduce him. And how?
You can't. So that's how you seduce him?
Yes, that's
You know
he
what?
knows.
That's I like that.
problem. I swear. I've never met a chick who cook better than me.
No.
Oh no, that's game
That's a
over.
tough one.
Ever since you got Andy, it's been game over.
So for me, when I meet a man that I love, okay, and it happened every many years. I wish I meet somebody I like, but I don't like this and this. For me, I like you if you have a big hands.
Yes.
Big hands. If he's tall, if he's super smart, not too white,
Rough hands.
not too black. Sorry.
It's okay. It's
And
preference.
he's
Is preference.
super intelligent. For me, he can be a little ugly, but super intelligent and know about computers. Because I'm literate. I'm half literate like that.
Ugly.
If he needs to be smarter than me,
all right.
Yeah.
to teach me. Because if I feel dumb next to him, that's when I'm in love with
Yeah,
him. Because I can learn.
women always like a competent man is like.
So the moment you feel incapable, you're.
Every day, but he doesn't let me know
If
it.
you want me to
and
be
I
honest
think
with you
that's
guys, and I know you guys ain't gonna like that, it's because. Look, don't take this in the wrong way, but you guys are inferior to men in literally every single way.
I'm not inferior to man.
Come on, Sheena.
I mean, why are you intimidated by cooks?
The man you want to date, you want to be inferior to him, yes or no?
What do you mean inferior? Like scare him?
No.
You
You want him to be superior to you.
about
Yeah. So
cares
look,
about you.
men are stronger, we're more competent, we
Cook better.
90% of the inventions
No,
are made
I
by
cook
men.
better.
Just like Ruby said, if men did tomorrow, if we took all the men off the world, 3 days I'll give you guys.
yeah, y'all
3
finished.
days and the whole
over.
world collapses.
But said they were like,
regarding this,
Yeah.
if you put a man,
No.
if you put one man with 10 women in an island, they're gonna create a village. But
Yeah.
if you put the opposite, it's not gonna happen.
Well, we're gonna go into that because I actually don't believe in monogamy. I'm not like because I know like I'm traditional, but
See,
you know
that's what I said,
I'm
me
not
neither.
Brian.
But that's okay. I'm not.
I'm kind of there. I'm kind
I'll
of
explain
there.
to you why, yeah.
Yeah, I really want to hear why, because I'm very, very
And I
pro
want to-
monogamy.
I'm in a stage right now in my life where I said like if I meet the perfect woman, I'll try to be monogamous for a year or two, you know, because there's so many little amount of girls
It's
who
not
actually
about being
qualify, right?
monogamous, it's about to play the game
But a
right.
man, long term, especially a man who's successful, because you know he wants to enjoy the fruits of his labor, right? He didn't put 5, 10, 15 years of work to go fuck one girl for the rest of his life. However, for you guys and us, cheating is completely different. I'll give you an example. A man, he could have the best woman at home, virgin, cooks for him amazing, the best woman, but he's gonna go occasionally, especially if he's out there with tons of options. Not every man, but most men. I'm talking 90% of successful
Yes.
men.
The
They go
percentile.
out there, they don't get caught on
The
it.
cattle, you mean?
but-
The cattle, man.
Huh?
The cattle. The majority.
Yeah, the majority of men, they'll go out there and they'll sleep with a woman they don't really care about, right?
But you don't have
Like,
feelings
no
when
emotions
you have
attached.
sex. It's
Correct,
different.
she's right.
It's a
because
handshake, yeah.
Women and men are different. For you guys, correct me if I'm wrong, for you guys to have sex with a man, you need to be emotionally invested, right? No?
No.
All right, cool. For you not to be, and I'm gonna
Who's
say
saying
this-
that?
No,
Who's saying
Sheena, please let me finish and then you can go along. In all respect, majority of the women that don't need to feel emotions to have sex, they're already damaged and they're sluts. Yeah, they're whores. They're done.
Emotional
And I'm sorry to say
damage.
that, but it's just the truth. A woman
When I'm
who,
damaged, I feel like I'm able to separate when I want just pleasure
but
from
only
just
sluts
yeah.
can separate.
Yeah, exactly. Like what?
Yeah, well,
First
How do you
of all,
justify
I'm
that?
young, so let's start there. I'm
Age
still
is not-
learning my footing and my stepping and what I want to do. So that's the reason, I'm
Chelsea
still,
Rouse.
separating what I want. I don't want to get too
in all
intertwined
respect,
with
Nori,
somebody.
in all respect,
have
yeah,
to feel
one,
that.
you're not that young. Like, if you're trying to get your dream man, you're 23. You like, a man's prime. Let me ask you right now. What do you think a woman's prime is?
What do I think a woman's prime is?
What age is a woman's prime?
40.
30.
I know
You said 40.
18
Go ahead.
to 21.
I feel like once she like
Prime, you mean
enters
like
into
when-
her.
The best.
Sorry, that's not what I meant.
At what age is
I thought it was that snoring.
At what age is a woman the most valuable? At what age?
I feel like
20 to 25.
Wait.
I thought it was
Let her
straight.
finish. Let her finish, please.
Well, once again, I only can say so much, but I feel like you reach your prime once you're kind of in your mid-20s. You know, 25 to kind of getting into that 25 to 21 to 25 maybe is when you're kind of hitting that pivotal point. But I feel like truly from hearing other people who are older than me, they say their 30s. You know, I feel like my 30s is when I really start to bloom into myself.
That's such a
learn what I
political
like,
answer,
you know,
to be honest.
what I want. And
right.
so that's why I'm like, I understand you. Primes happen at different points for different people.
Okay, let me ask you, in your 30s, what traits will you gain in your 30s that will be better for a man rather than you being in your 20s, for example?
Like I said, just the whole simply like not having emotion tied to being able to fuck, because I feel like just to singling out just being a slut because like you're able to separate it. No, I live in LA and people, even though I have sex with you, I've had multiple times where I have been emotionally invested because I am a woman and naturally we do get emotionally invested, and then I end up, oh, he didn't call me back, or oh, he didn't text back, or whatever the case may be, and so I kind of drove myself out. So I feel like as a protection thing for most women, we learn to separate,
but
you know?
what traits in your 30s are you going to bring to your dream man that are better than you being in your 20s? Because you said the prime for a woman is in her 30s. So by 30, what, you're going to have
Being
more...
docile, being patient. I feel like anybody's angsty and rambunctious and wanting to do the most in their 20s, you know? By the time you hit 30, it's like, what are we doing, you know?
I'd actually disagree with you. I think women become like that because as they get into their 30s, they're like, fuck, I'm not getting the attention I got when I was in my early 20s.
Well, I was engaged at 20 years old.
Okay.
And I broke off my engagement after a year.
And this is all right, cool. So you said that age in your 30s. Stephanie, how about yourself?
I said 30 because
30.
I feel like women in their 30s, they're
They know what
taking
they
care of
want.
themselves more. And even though that people say that, oh, in their 20s, everybody's a slut in their 20s. And
But that's
don't
the
do
issue.
that.
That's the issue.
Yeah,
Right?
that is the
There's
issue.
so many women
Correct, Ruby,
who
go
are
ahead.
finding themselves single in their 30s because a lot of you don't realize there are thousands of women who sort themselves out by the time they're 18. So they're acting like children when they're 14, 15 and they're immature and their dad tells them off. They might be a bit of a, you know, I don't mean sleeping with people, but they might be going to parties, kissing boys, acting retarded and all that kind of stuff. By the time they're 21, they're really well behaved, so the men will just pick them instead.
Okay.
They don't have
I
a
was-
30 body count by the time they're...
Stephanie, go ahead.
I was a housewife basically at 18. That's why I had my kids at a early age. At 25, when I moved to Miami, that's when I started seeing how the world really was. Because I didn't know what was going on. My eyes were shut. And girls were wild. And I was like, wow, like I never seen that. I come from the East Coast where everybody's like in their house. So I'm like, all right, I was really blind. Like people really be hiding this. Like women hide who they are. Usually all of them, well, where I was living, was sleeping with different men, and men didn't know that.
You know what? You know, men who have been through a lot of women. This is one thing why I disagree with people like Andrew Wilson, like Brian, because they believe like men should be virgins as soon as possible and marry a virgin girl. I disagree with that.
agree with them either.
Now, I think a man has to gain experience, because without a man's experience, he's not going to know who's a slut and who's a good girl. That's why a lot of Christian boys, they go out there, they get with sluts, and they're like, you know what? She repented, she's a good girl now. No, I understand as a man, you don't wifey sluts because it comes with bad traits, and in the long run, it's going to bite your ass. For example, she's more likely to be to cheat. Her pair bonding goes down after 6 men that a woman sleeps with. Her pair bonding goes down.
What?
Her pair
I wanna
bonding,
say
able
something.
to pair bond. Yeah.
But I tried before also.
You're going to go next. I was going to say. So, what do you think a woman's prime is?
Well, I think a woman's prime as a sort of a single woman and as a wife are two different things, because I think
As a wife, I'd say.
Yeah, I think if you get married, say before you're 30, I think a woman, I'm like excited to be older and have children and be like a really good wife, and I think I could really be in the prime of my personal life then. But in terms of just like basic value to a man, I think it's your mid-20s probably.
Okay, fair enough. Sheena, what would you say?
I want to say something regarding what you said earlier.
Yeah.
Between the different when a man cheat and a woman cheat. What a lot of women don't understand, that the woman, the body build completely different. I'll explain why.
You guys get penetrated.
When a woman, or not just that, when a man have sex, he literally take it out of him, and as soon as he comes, that's it. He's finished. He forgot about that if he doesn't have feelings at all, especially, right? And a woman, it stays inside her. She receives it, and if it's without condom, that DNA stays inside her forever. A lot of women become mutated.
Same with abortions as well.
Yes, 1 second. A lot of women got mutated emotionally, mentally, psychologically because they had a lot of sperm of other men, and they take all the problem and all the defects from that man. Now, with that being said, if he will get married with a woman that he love her and give her kids and you respect her and this is his woman, the trick is not to stop cheating. If you a guy that cannot stop cheating, the trick is, okay, if you have other women, not to make them your lover, not to make your wife know about it.
Well, I speak about these things a lot. You can't take her to the same restaurant that she goes to.
You don't even take it to a restaurant. You don't even take her out.
Fucking go.
You can pay her money and everything, but if you
not
have a
pay
woman,
money. Mine never pays money.
No, wait.
What about just bringing her home?
Let me get to my point. What I'm trying to say is, if a man is smart, the woman don't even know about it, and it's a big difference because sometimes when a man have a good woman at home and he go and cheat with some slut, right? Sometimes it give him a wake up call because he'd feel guilty, and if a woman is smart, she will never even tell her man. She would make him feel guilty, and then he would become better. Sometimes
she'd be nicer to him.
Sometimes men, when they cheat, right?
Yeah, she's right.
They become better
That's
men
happened to
after
me
they
many
cheated.
times.
They would become better men
Like,
after
I'll
they
go
cheat.
fuck a girl who's not my girl, and then I'll fuck her, and I'll be like, shit, this bitch is annoying. Like, I need to get out.
You appreciate your girl more
as soon as possible.
Can I ask you a question about?
I'm glad I'm not out here in these streets. Fuck this.
Wait, Ruby, and then you go next.
I think to sort of state that you are like very, very non-monogamous, it's quite an extreme view. Like a lot of people don't state that.
Yeah.
Are you open to the idea of, because a lot of men, I agree that a man should have slept with a lot of people. My boyfriend slept with a lot of women. And I think it does make men better to have had a lot of experience from the get-go. So I don't think there's anything wrong with men having high body counts and women having low body counts. I agree with that.
It's not the same.
Yes.
It's not the same, and I do agree with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
But for me, what I wanted to ask you is, would you consider, if you met, say the perfect girl or whatever, and she said, look, I will do everything for you, but I really want you to only sleep with me, would you consider it?
It's mad because I have these conversations with my cousin all the time, but
and I don't mean just.
Look,
I mean, like
I'm in a case right now where honestly, I haven't met a girl who qualifies in like in general for a very long time. So the quality of a women in LA is very low. So I said to my cousin, I would have to like gas her up at this point. Maybe like, but I can't lie. I can't lie. So
let him explain.
So
Let him explain.
I can't lie. So what I would do is I have to be honest with her because I would never want to be in a relationship that's going to be based on lies and stuff. Because even when I see men cheat, I'm like, that's lame. Like, just tell her. If you're in a position, but what I would explain to my girl is, look, we vibe, right? You like me, right? I like you. I'm just letting you know I will die for you, provide for you, kill for you if it has to be. Yeah. However, in the long run, maybe not the first year, maybe not the first 2 years, within time, I'm going to end up fucking a girl who looks different to you. She don't mean nothing to me.
Or your young version.
Look, and then also what I'll say to her is, look, you've got two decisions now. You can go date an average man who might also cheat on you, because we know average guys, and let me tell you, men who have less options are more likely to cheat. Yeah? Men who have more options, they're more likely like to look at a beautiful girl who is annoying and just be like, nah, I can't even be bothered to fuck her. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, like, my boyfriend is like that. So
we'll go to you next.
He's and I'm not just saying that, but I'd say an exceptionally attractive man. He's tall, really nice hair, Italian, and I think that is true. He's very charismatic. Women are always, whenever I take him to parties, and I'm not jealous, I like watching
you like it, right?
It's nice. Like, women are always like, especially when we go to parties, a lot of OnlyFans girls, they're always fixing their tops. Suddenly they don't want to look like sluts. Suddenly they're thinking, shit, I want this man to like me. So I do agree with that, but I think
it's because you don't like it.
There are I think there are men out there who, I don't know much about you, but I think there are men out there who could be equally as successful as you that would offer monogamy as well.
Yeah.
There's
I don't think there's many. And,
but there would be some. In the same way,
there's not many. You're lying to them, Sheena, because there's not many. Because look, most men who are successful,
they want to step out.
Listen, men who are successful, who happen to be monogamous, not always, but a lot of the time, they pay for OF, they watch porn, and they're addicted to it.
I've been through this sort of whole.
Let's go. Nori and then you. I promise. Nori and then you. All right. She will forget.
Okay.
All right, and then we'll go to Nori. Nori, remember your thought. Go ahead,
I
quickly.
tell you why you're wrong, because you're looking at it from a perspective of like America, England, right? But if you go to places like Monaco and where the real wealth is, where is the real wealth, family who grew up with real wealth, the men don't want a younger woman next to them, especially the men over 40. The men doesn't want to go and hook up with a hoe. They want one woman that they can have a conversation, eat, have sex. only in America and England, like a little bit in Europe, the majority of the style of the people, it's to have this girl and this girl. Your mentality is specifically to one place. Trust me, because I travel a lot.
I don't think you know me well. Like, I'm not into like degeneracy. I don't go to clubs. I don't have dating apps.
No, it doesn't matter
but
if you
what
go
I'm
to
trying to
clubs
say,
or not. A lot of men don't want that
it's
shit.
universal.
It's not universal.
Yes, it is
not
universal.
No.
Majority of men
not
in their 40s who are attractive, yeah, you might go to Monaco and find a few guys who are with older women, but men who are attractive
younger women by
and
their
in their
side.
prime,
A
they
lot of
tend to go
men-
for younger women. Now, I want to go back to what you said,
Not a
social
lot of
proof
men.
as well. Women, you guys, if you guys see another woman like your man, it turns you guys on.
Of course.
Which is the opposite to a man.
Yeah.
So like, I'll give you an example. If I
turned on.
invited you guys to a yacht party this weekend, right, and you guys were single, and I said, look, come over to the yacht party, bring your girls over, it's gonna be lit. You come to the front of the yacht, and you see the yacht's full of 100 men, yeah? But there's hardly any girls on there. It's just 100 men. Are you going on that yacht?
I'm walking on that yacht.
I'm not going.
All right, cool. Majority of women are not going on that yacht, yeah? Now, if I flipped it round and I said, you got to the yacht,
Doesn't mean I'm fucking
and there's
nobody.
maybe like 5, 10 good-looking guys, but there's like 100 good-looking girls. Are you going on the yacht?
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Because social
I'm in here. I'm in there.
Women don't like to admit it, but when women, when their man is liked by other women, it turns them on. And it's actually the opposite for men. Like, men don't really give a fuck even what their friends
like
think
over
about
100
their women.
dudes gassing
Unless like it's their personality traits. Looks-wise, we don't care. What was you going to say as well, Nori? I didn't want to forget.
So just because, like I said at the beginning, when we were kind of touching in on like how I said, like I would be okay with my man saying, hey, like I'm gonna go do what he's doing, and like I'm fine with it because personally I like women. I think that if that's what you want to do, sexual expression is whatever it is. I get it. Everybody has to get something off, and sometimes it's not within the means of me, and I'm okay with that personally.
What I'll tell you to that, yeah, is one, it's not a traditional woman thing to actually offer another girl with your man. But let me go into it more. I tell men who are even not monogamous, never have a threesome with your woman.
Yeah.
Why?
Bad idea.
No, I'm not saying
I need to hear about this.
Bad
I'm saying
idea.
that I want to be involved, and that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, you ever heard them saying, would you rather cry in a Maybach or cry on the bus?
Okay, so
You know?
so you say you let your man not be monogamous.
I'm okay with that.
But you have to be.
I know because I've dealt with men of that stature,
All right, cool.
so I
All right,
understand
cool.
what the
All right, cool.
circumstances.
Going back to you as well, Ruby.
why
What I'm
not a
saying is,
threesome?
like, you sound like you really like your guy, and he's a nice guy.
We'll get back to
now,
it.
You know, he sounds like a Chad. So I'm saying in the future, say for example, in like 2, 3, 4 years, he started making more money than you. He become a multi-millionaire, right? You'll be happy from that. Like the chances of him going to fuck another girl in the future are going to be very high. But as long as he comes back to you, you've got the title, and you don't know about it, like Sheena said. Because a lot of men, if they do care about that woman, they're going to make sure you don't know.
Well,
No, because like you said, you don't go to that barrier.
That's, I think a lot of men would avoid that. I think any just average men are capable of avoiding that. It's more of a woman thing to be like, all that. But I think, due to my partner's upbringing, he feels very strongly against cheating. But there are other values that maybe, I think, I think it would be... It's hard. I think no one has everything, and if a man's got yes, I'll be very monogamous, he may be lacking in something else. I'm not going to come on and go, I think my man's lacking in that.
At least he's honest about it, because I say that
that's
all the
obviously
time.
like a very, very...
general thing to think.
Yeah,
but it's true though, right?
rude as well,
It's true though, as
to
well,
say
right?
disrespectful about someone. But
I'm not saying about your boyfriend, but in general it's
but
true.
in general, you might have
Yeah.
someone who is like, I'm willing to offer you monogamy and I don't watch porn and, all these things. I'm not doing all this kind of weird stuff, but... I don't ever want to get married. You might have something like that, or you might have, I'm willing to give you this, no porn, no other women, but I can't provide for you financially.
Well, Ruby, let me ask you as well, how exceptional do you think a man has to be for on the first date to turn around to the woman and tell her, I see you as a future candidate, like I like you, I like your vibe, but just so you know, if I was ever to get in a serious relationship, like, I would not just be fucking you in the long term. Like, majority of men are going to get turned down from that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Only a man who's going to be able to get away with this, you're going to have all the traits. All the traits, literally.
And I guess there will be a lot of women who... I think it's... If you go into a relationship knowing that's what's on the table, it's different than if it catches you by surprise. So I'm not completely closed-minded to it, but I don't think I'd ever go for it. But
Well, that's why I tell men they should be honest from the beginning.
Yeah, 'cause
don't lie to a woman, tell her you're going to be monogamous, and then you go
But
around
women
and
will say
fucking
they're
loads of
okay with
girls.
it, and then they won't be.
So that's
And it's the other way round as well. But also, I think that comes with communication. Come on, he's having a dream.
Oh, my God, I love it.
So yeah, I also think that comes with communication, and I think if you're a real leader as a man, you'll make sure your woman knows that she's your woman, and these
I
are the
love
women
that.
that
So, let me know you're coming home to me.
Wait,
Nice.
so how come we can't have threesomes? Why is it a bad idea to have threesomes?
I'll go into that quickly, Tiffany. Ask your question, and I'll go into the threesomes.
What you said about cheating, how it's different for men and
Yeah.
women. Being a man, like asking a man being a woman, is it because there's something you're dissatisfied with that like
No.
you want to branch out, or like what is that?
I'll explain
like,
to you.
Yeah.
So remember the
What is that
threesome,
part
because
of
I want to
it?
go
That's
back
what
to
I'm
that.
interested
I'll explain
in.
to you. So
Great
biologically,
question.
we are hardwired to spread our seeds.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes,
So
they are.
no matter how much we love a girl, like I could meet my perfect girl tomorrow. Eventually,
It's your primal
I'm
instinct.
gonna want to fuck a woman who's different to her. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now look,
Just the
I'll be
difference
honest with
between
you, and
them.
that's why I think men should have incredibly high body counts. Yeah, because I've got a crazy body count, but now I've got to the stage now where I can't even be bothered to fuck. I don't like. To me, even if I meet a 9 out of 10, like if she don't have the traits, I can't be bothered. I've done it too many times.
Right. Yeah.
I'm sick of pussy. Yeah. I want to have a family.
Shit, me too, man.
But I know that even if I met that right girl, you know, 3-4 years might pass by.
Yeah.
And, you know, I might go fuck another girl once in Vegas and she'll never know about it. But like Sheena said, I'm going to make sure she don't find out because she's my woman, right? And I'm not going to take her to places that...
Which is not okay. Which is not okay. But you hold her to a certain stature that you know you want to protect her. And I'm not saying any of it is okay. What I'm saying is in the sense of, I agree with you. In the sense of like, I have dealt with men of caliber, and I will just say that in the sense of like, I've had ones who are monogamous, like you said, and he should, you know, if he knows you're at home and this and that. I've had men who literally said, hey, I do what I do. I will take care of you. I really do like you. I feel like you have a good head on your shoulders. You take care of yourself. I'm not going to treat you like the women that I'm going and smashing at these parties one time and now I'm disgusted by or whatever. And it's not saying that that's what I want, but I'm just saying that I have encountered people being like, you are home base. And I will always
my
come
problem
home to
with
you.
that is why you're not in a relationship.
Well, I left it willingly. I'm always the leaver. I'll walk away.
So look. When girls flex about having men that don't qualify, it's like me turning around to you guys and saying, I fuck bare bitches. You know, every night I'll go on OF.
Wow.
Yeah. And every night on OF I have a different chick. Yeah. I'm the fucking man. It sounds exactly the same. No. Let me finish. It sounds exactly the same when a girl flexes about men talking. One, men will say any shit to fucking
Get
into your
pussy,
pants.
yeah?
Yeah.
Right.
Two, I don't judge, but when women turn around and said, I've got high value men all after me, look, honestly,
not a flex.
For me, it's bullshit because it's like if you really had that many high value men after you that were real value, then you would be with them.
Well, I just knew that I didn't
Yeah.
want to sit through the, you know, like you said, I am going to step out on you. I might go out and have a night on that. And I did sit for that for a minute. I did partake in that for a minute, but that doesn't mean I wanted to partake in it forever, you know?
No, but my point is that man lacked in so many things. That's why you didn't put up with it, because if he made you happy in every way, then you would have just kept it quiet. But
No, I wasn't going to let a man like that.
tell you
I mean, in the
something
sense
personal?
of it being like that, I was dealing with somebody who was outside of who I am. And like, you know, it just wasn't the setup for what I would see. Like, if we want to have kids, I don't think I want him to be the dad, you know? And it wasn't like
that's
you
my
said,
point, though.
Yeah, you
So
know,
it's
and
not
that
your
was me
dream
walking
man.
away. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I just recognize the things, and I wouldn't mind it from somebody, like you said, who has everything to offer. You have the whole setup. I don't give a damn if you have a body every 1 or 2 weeks. It's whatever, because you have the setup to where, like I said, I'll cry in the Maybach other than the bus.
All right,
But
fair enough.
For context, can you tell us what you bring to the table?
Yeah,
Just
I can tell you.
yeah.
Before I tell you, I'm just going to finish a threesome thing, just so I don't forget.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Yes.
Sheena.
I want to know.
Very important
Go ahead,
question.
Sheena, and I'll tell you guys a threesome thing, and then I'll tell you.
You said a few minutes ago, if a woman said she had a high value man, I had high value men who want me. I have one issue. Because I'm Jewish,
Yeah.
I'm trying to date only Jewish guys. I had a boyfriend.
That's like my friend Sam. He will never date.
I don't
Jews
date,
don't step out.
I see hundreds
date
of
majority
guys.
Jewish men.
One
That's
second.
crazy.
I see guys who are extremely attractive. I spoke in this place. I met a guy. He's extremely attractive, rich, everything. Check every point. But he's not Jewish, and and I need the language. I need to have sex in my language, like I like it. You understand?
You have to have sex in your language.
I don't have one night stand. One second, I don't have one night stand. I don't sleep around. I wish I could. Like sometimes I really want to do it.
I have a lot of Jewish business partners, and so when we do a networking event, come along. So yeah, you
I
can
have
mingle.
a
Nice.
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
They're not
Jewish sex, huh?
They're
That
not
shit-
attractive, by
shit's
the way.
different,
Jews are more
apparently.
attractive.
No, the non-Jews sometimes are more attractive.
What can we say?
What is
Wanting
Jewish
to
sex
branch
look
out and be
like?
with someone else, what drives the choice
Is that a
to
category
not
on porn?
tell whoever you're with that you have been with that person, or not wanting them
I'll
to
tell you.
find
Yeah, I'll
out?
tell you the reason. Majority of men lie to women because they know that women will leave them. He'll leave them. You think if majority of men said what I said to you guys today, women will be like, okay, see ya, I'm out. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's like, and honestly, it's only when they get an exceptional man who can actually explain to them biology, explain to them that they're not going to be on the same level.
True.
And honestly, if a man doesn't have good communication, he's fucked. You're better off just lying.
So then why do you have, sometimes you don't even control it because it's in your DNA. You can love your woman so much, but you separate it.
I'll give you guys an example. Have you guys been in love?
Yes.
Yeah? When you're in love, tell me, is every other man invisible?
No.
No?
Invisible.
Yeah, invisible. Yeah.
Okay, so yes. That's a yes.
I'm not gonna lie, Nori. That's like you need to walk through trauma.
No, I'm just saying I have not, like I said, and that's why I say I have not been truly in love, because somebody that you're really in love with, everything is obsolete. Everything should be obsolete to you.
It should be.
So that's the reason why I say I was engaged at 20 years old. I didn't
you
have
got engaged to a man you didn't really like that?
Well, he was well off, and he lived in Canada. And like I said, the caliber of men that live in America, we talked about American men. American men are not set up for a lot of the standards, and I feel like
but you keep talking about American men, but you don't talk about American women.
Well, no, American women.
Because American women suck.
No, and I'm not just getting on the men. That's what I'm saying.
In general, they do.
It goes both ways.
I'm just kidding, I don't care.
Let me stress that now. It goes both ways. I don't want to have to continue to specify. I do have autism, so I'm just going to put that over right now. If I'm not specific, that's why. It goes both ways. And so that's what I'm saying. When it comes towards, though, when you want the setup, yes, I have autism. When it comes towards men, and when it comes towards the standards for marriage, I feel like different countries hold their men to different statutes than America does. So when it comes towards like what provides for a man, what you should do for your family, what should you do as a father or husband or whatever, men here don't have that structural setup all the time. Not saying all of them. Same way I'm not saying all women don't have all of them. I'm just saying outside in different countries, they do kind of have that, set.
But how you're saying that is also women in the West also don't know how to cook, don't know how to be submissive,
Absolutely.
don't know when to shut up.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it works both ways. But all right, cool. Back to the threesome, and then I want to answer Ruby's question. So the threesome. Do you know what? Should we wait for the threesome because it was actually?
We should not wait for the threesome. Let's just finish. Let's do the threesome right now. Let's do it right now.
Because I think it was Tiffany who asked.
Okay, so go ahead and
So I'll wait for Tiffany to come back. But you asked me what I bring to the table.
Yeah.
What do you bring to the table now?
So maybe we could do like a scenario. So say you're on a date with all of us.
He's a partial black. You should.
I think I bring everything apart from height.
But what would you?
Why'd you say partial black like that meant anything?
Because he said you didn't understand.
That's what he brings to the table.
He said no, because you understand.
No, she asked me if I had black in me before.
So my question would be: so say you're on a date and you're at the point where you're like, haha, laugh, drink. Okay, now I'm about to explain to this woman why I'm allowed to cheat on her and justify it. What do you say?
Well, I'm not going to tell her why I bring something to the table, and I'll tell you why. Women will never like a man that they need to qualify for. You need to qualify for me. I don't have to qualify for you. Yeah?
Didn't men used to fight for a maiden back in the day?
Furthermore,
they're not worth fighting for nowadays.
Sorry.
I'm going to show you what I bring, right? I'm going to be assertive. I've got tons of knowledge, intelligent, have great conversation, good, be good in the bedroom, be funny.
But so these high-value women are sleeping with you on the first date?
No. I actually spoke about that on the last podcast we had.
Okay.
No, I think that if a woman sleeps on you on the first date, not always, but it's a red flag. It's a red flag. Do you get what I'm saying? So I tell women, even on the podcast, vet men for longer. The problem with modern day women is you guys don't vet men. You guys go with emotions, chemistry. Fuck chemistry. Do you think I go with chemistry? Do you know how many hoes I have chemistry with?
Relationship is a business.
Nah.
He has a good vibe.
But
Yeah.
Good vibe. I could vibe with this girl and fuck her for a little bit, but she's gonna go back to the streets where she belongs.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now you guys,
she belongs.
But you guys date guys that you guys know are red flags. You guys know that they've got toxic traits. You don't vet them for long enough. You fuck them early enough, and then you turn around and you say, oh. You put all the blame on the man. And it's like, nah, bro, you got to take accountability as well. Like, you pick the men. We don't pick the women. You guys pick the men that you date.
So what do you bring to the table? What do you say? Okay, I understand if you're on a date, you're not going to go, well, by the way, here are all the things I have.
Yeah.
But we're not on a date, so can you give us like a bit of context of like sort of why you're more valuable than the average man?
Because
I don't know anything about you.
I'm more valuable than the average man.
I'm financially free. So the podcast to me is just a side gig. Like we
don't make any money from
this. We don't make any money from this. And I tell people I don't give a fuck. I could get this going for the rest of my life, and I don't need to make any money from it. Right? First of all, I'll say I'm in decent physical shape. I go to the gym every single day. I can run long distance. Charismatic. passionate. I eat very well. I have tons of knowledge, which I think women need leadership. Women without leadership is, you know, they're lost. They're gonna doom. They're gonna be fucked. If you don't have a good father, brother in your life, and you don't meet a good boyfriend, you're fucked for life.
Yeah.
That's the truth. And a lot of times I say it should be the brother and the father to install these. Like it was,
That's what
right?
I said on whatever. If
Yeah,
you don't
me
have
too.
behind you a good father, a good brother that
it's
protect
hard.
you.
It's gonna be hard.
I'll be honest with you, and I wanted to rebuttal that, but I'm
Even
like,
Sheena, who's meant to be, you know, the base conservative, asked me about my horoscope sign. Women never change.
Right.
Why I'm asking that? Because every person, every business, I do everything with the numbers. I put it in the Kabbalah chart.
Oh, you believe in numerology?
I
Me
do.
too.
With
I
the
agree.
Kabbalah
I love
chart, and I know
numerology.
who you are. What's your
I'm Pisces.
What?
Pisces.
Pisces, and what's your number that you born?
26.
2?
Yeah, 2. Which eternity.
Three?
Make lots of money.
Two?
I'm joking, I
2
play.
or 3?
2.
Oh.
Sheena, what are you?
I'm a Scorpio.
Ooh, birthday season. I love
That's
that.
what a woman would say. It makes sense.
I love it.
I'm a Scorpio.
Hey.
I had a feeling.
So what would you
Earth
say?
signs.
I had a
A
feeling.
woman can guess. What would you say Ruby
I
is?
don't know.
Capricorn.
Ruby.
It's actually funny
I
because
get
every
all
girl
the-
I've dated long term has always been a Capricorn.
We're the best. We're the best.
women, they have their agenda.
No.
Not all of them are.
No.
Ruby.
That's the opposite.
Capricorn.
My ex was not driven. That's
You
why I
say you're
liked her.
Pisces?
Smart
Yeah.
and crazy.
Ruby.
Smart and crazy.
Ruby.
She was not a
Ruby. When's your birthday?
That's a mistake. We should not talk about horoscopes right now.
What are you selling?
Ladies, we're gonna get off the horoscope. So yeah,
I just want to know if we have the same birthday.
Like, what-
Yeah, I'm satisfied with the answer.
Yeah, like, I don't know what else more to say. Like,
Back to the threesomes, though. Back to the threesomes question.
And honestly, I think like being able to lead a woman, because
What date you born?
women don't hear what you say, we hear women how you
96.
say it,
Yeah.
right? So a lot of
28.
times you got to communicate with a woman differently to how you communicate with a man.
why you not acting like
Exactly. For example, if I'm with Sellers working out and he don't like push, like he don't do his reps properly, I'm gonna be like, bro, you're a bitch, bro. Go back and do your reps. Or if I've got a fat friend, I'll be like, bro, you're a fat fuck. You
I
gotta
say
get
it
in
all
the
the
gym.
time.
But with a woman, I can't turn around. Even my sister, for example, she was like very big girl. I made her lose weight. I kind of like. Don't know how I'm gonna
true.
say this.
That's how we
I
should
bullied her
inspire each
in a
other.
great way, yeah,
Exactly.
and she loves me for it. And now she's slim. She's got a boyfriend. She's like about to have a family. So you know, like
It's awesome.
That's how it should be.
like, I had to communicate differently to her.
Yeah.
I couldn't say, Marie, you're a fat fuck.
Well,
You need to lose weight.
men and
'Cause she
women's
would have looked at me
brains
and be like, what?
are
Right.
different.
How dare you?
Women's brains
She doesn't
are
have the emotional
and men's
capacity to
brains
deal with
are
that.
problem solvers.
Problem
So
solvers.
that's
Don't
why a
have
lot of men and women
They
argue
don't.
in relationships as well, because a woman will come from
Emotional.
emotion. The man will be like, right, well, what's the fucking problem?
Yeah.
And then
I'm a
it's
problem
just
solver.
That's why, as well, a lot of times.
Men are problem solvers.
Women say like, oh,
Women too,
I'll
in
be at home
different
to
ways.
speak to my man. But the truth is, like Ruby
anyway,
says, men are
Scorpios.
problem solvers, right? So like a man should never go to a woman for his problems. Never. Yeah, and I'll tell you why. One, you want to look like Superman to your woman. You don't ever want to make her feel like, you know.
Do you feel like every day you could be Superman even with the
Yes.
shit that you go
Yeah.
through?
Can I
You
say-
feel like
Hell
you're
yeah.
a-
Man's
You know what
right,
turn
bro,
on-
yeah.
what is a turn
Even
on
if
to
I
the
don't
man?
feel like it, Nori, even if I don't feel like it, I have to turn up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
You know what?
it's
Let me-
turn up on a
Good for you.
man. A man that here in America, it's turned me off the most. A man that, if, for example, if I have a flu and he said, "Oh, I'll see you in a week when you don't have a flu," I'm like,
That's
fuck
don't
you.
take care of me. Take care of me.
No.
Help me through my
But-
sickness.
Don't take care of me, but don't be afraid to be next to me. Be
Yeah.
a fucking man.
Do you need any help?
But yeah, going back, what was I just talking about?
No, you were saying
Threesomes?
about like men
Threesomes.
being problem solvers, and I agree.
So yeah, so we're not gonna forget the threesome because
We cannot forget about
No,
that.
we
She's
gotta
asking
back
this
to
question. We're gonna remember that. But
Yes, I just
going
wanted to
back
say
to
something.
what Lorena said. Yeah, that's why I say men should never go to women for their problems.
But
One, if I come to my woman for my problems, yeah, look, I might turn around to her and say, babe, I'm just going through a little stress at work today. I might seem a little edgy, but don't worry about it. Everything's going to be cool. Different to going and saying to my woman, oh, I'm stressed right now. Like that should never be done by a man to a woman. If I want to solve my problem, I go to another man.
Okay.
Yeah, even if I have to cry, I don't cry in front of my woman. Yeah.
Right,
Even if I'm really upset, like obviously someone dies, that's different.
Right, of course.
You got to kind of show emotion. But if you are in a really bad place, you go to your male friends.
Okay.
If I go to Sellers and I cry, if I cry to him for a small reason, he's going to turn around and say, bro, you're a bitch. But if I cry to him for something valid, he's going to sit there with me and say, bro, how can we
Figure it out.
You guys, you're not problem
I agree, but
solvers. So what I would do is like for a woman, when you guys are in bad situations, let's be honest, you guys just want to be heard. You guys want a man to sit there and say, babe, what's your problem? What's happened today?
Yes.
You vent to him. He says, don't worry, babe, everything's going to be all right. He gives you some words of encouragement and it's done. Men, we're not like that. We don't want encouragement. I want, like, how am I going to solve this problem?
So you wouldn't want a
now?
woman telling you I'm not saying you have to go and vet every single issue to your woman, because I get it as a man. You know, I grew up a man. My dad said a man should never cry. A man should never show weakness or some type of, because you have to be the strong one for your family unit. Which I like I said, I do come from that. So I have seen it, but I also have seen like the other side of it where it's kind of like, you look like you're going through it. I can physically see you're going through it. And as much as I want to console you, you're so guarded that I feel like I can't really say very much or get through to you, and it's causing problems with us because there's something wrong.
Men don't want to see you as that problem solver though, because I mean some men want women like that, but those men typically go to prostitutes outside of their marriage, cry to them, fuck them, and then don't see them again, and they don't tell. And that's men with mummy issues and stuff. So but I had a similar thing in my relationship. I would be like, why don't you tell me when there's something wrong with it? And I realised, like, as I got on a bit older, I was like, actually, no, men don't want to see you as, like, their mum. Or as, they don't want to see themselves as little boys, and they don't want to be weak in front of their partners. And you don't want that either. There's a difference between knowing and kind of like feeling secure and knowing you know what's going on. He's not like running a drug empire without you knowing about it kind of thing, and you're like, fuck.
So if your partner came home like on his wits damn end, like, hey, like, like you can physically tell this man's on his last straw.
But he needs like you to hug him and
absolutely. I feel like I'm more than receptive enough to be like, tell me about
massage,
it.
cook him a nice meal, and just tell him, babe, I believe in you.
That's what I was gonna say right now.
That's why I'm genuinely asking.
Honestly, I'm giving you great advice. That's enough.
Fill up his stomach.
Honestly, for you to sit there and try and get in his problems and all that. One, if he's allowing you to do that, that's a weak man. Like, why are you bringing your girls into your problems? Two, like, he ain't gonna like it.
I realise whenever I do it as well, the advice is usually like really bad.
Women give the worst advice, man.
Have you thought about this? And that's
even my mom gives terrible advice. I love my mom.
We think so differently.
And she loves you.
Our emotions are so different. I can never tell a man how to feel. I can never tell a man what to think or how to act because we're so different.
So different.
We're so different.
We're the opposite.
The complete opposite. And like I say, even with my brothers, we're the same scenario. I'm the only girl. I'm the oldest. I have two brothers. So it's like, I was raised in that, and it was like our mindsets are so different. I might be so emotionally tied to something where I give a damn, and he's like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about anything. I don't want to hear anything.
Because you're more logical.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, my partner doesn't come to me like, oh my God, I have these problems, but he'll mention them. And I'll just do that, like, well, just uplift him, like, because I know I don't got no solution. Like, I also appreciate him telling me because I know he's gonna figure it out, and he always does, and it's such a turn on.
But he wants you to know the transparency, like, this is going on with me.
Yeah.
I love what Lorena said, and I'll give you guys an example, right? What would be more attractive to you guys, yeah? You guys are walking down Beverly Hills with your man, and some guy comes up, punches you, grabs your bag, and runs away, right?
He better run.
Man.
Now, what's more attractive? If you turn around and tell that man, babe, he's took my bag, go. And he goes back, gets your bag back, and comes around, or if he just does it by himself and comes back. You don't want to have to really tell a man to be masculine.
You should be
in
honest.
himself.
Exactly.
And it's the same with a woman. A man with real value, he's not going to really like sit there and have to tell you how to be traditional.
And that's a good point, because a lot of men, I think the issue that we have today is you get very, very, very headstrong men who will they will be masculine no matter what. But there's an awful lot of men who, and I don't think they're pussies or submissive or anything, but if a woman is really masculine, it's easy for them to kind of take a step back because they respect women. They don't want to be a bad guy, you know. You won't be able to be that masculine man that you want if you can't act like a feminine woman, but they can't tell you to act like a feminine woman. And they're the issues I've had growing up, where I've been a bit like loud or, crass, making jokes and like swearing, and I'll realise, well, actually, no, that's not.
True masculine men as well respect women. Wait to what I'm going to say. Respect women, but to a level. Like, for example, we don't respect you on the same level as us. Like, I put women on the same... I'm not being funny, but I put you guys on the same level as children. Yeah?
Well, that's why women and children are grouped together.
Yeah. For example, if you guys are like on the Titanic, who went off first?
Yeah, women and children,
right?
Yeah,
and this is another thing. What's that?
Don't forget that a lot of women today, I'm not talking about the women in this panel, but it's a lot of women who are like into science, into important
No, I agree.
stuff.
There are exceptional women out there who have done great things.
Sure.
Very few, but yeah. But what I would say is like a man who's like a masculine man. Either they say there's a saying, you can either understand women or you can respect women. You can't do both. Not on the same level. That means I respect you guys, but I don't respect you guys on the same level as a man. Like, if I'm dating a woman, I'm not going to put her on the same level as me. And that doesn't mean in a disrespectful way. That means in a way where I have to take care of her. But at the same time, if I tell her, babe, get in the car right now. I don't want a chick who's like, oh, but why? But there could be someone who I don't like coming over like
Just
with a gun,
listen.
and I don't want to get her in the situation. I'm telling her to get in the car, but a majority of women, especially here in LA, they're going to sit there and say, well, why? Were you telling me something to do?
I shouldn't have to explain. I shouldn't have to do that.
That's
valid. That's very
Follow my
valid.
directions.
Just trust that man.
The sad thing is, a lot of
Get in the
women
car.
haven't had good upbringings from, you know, trustful men, and it's sad, you know, and especially, you know, in the black community, there's a huge problem with absent fathers as well, you know, and so many women get to adulthood and they have no idea how to be with a man.
Exactly,
Because
they
they've
didn't
never
have a
been.
dad, exactly.
That was
Thank
an
God
issue
that was
I
our
had. I
problem.
had to learn pretty fucking quickly.
That's why
how
I'm
to act,
grateful.
and I have to
Yeah,
figure
you
it
got
out.
my dad in my life, and I catch myself telling me a lot. Like, my dad was in my life, and so I'm not going to take this.
And
you know,
it's
I know how a
to
man
your
should
personal-
lead, and
it's-
thank God I have. You know, my grandparents been married for 40 years, so it's like my parents have been married for over 30 years.
Really
so.
sets you back in life when you have to, as an adult, teach yourself things that, you know, basic things
should have
that
learned.
you should
Yeah.
have 13-year-old girl which should be able to grasp. So I feel like there is empathy for women, and I think society needs a big change, and I think woke feminism needs to stop, and men need more
It's the worst.
influences. They don't need to be extreme, but they just need. It's sad that, you know, now like old, you know,
I disagree with you. Men, we're different to women. We like extreme. Yeah, we like another man on the other side of the video telling you you're a fat fuck, you need to get in the gym, you're a loser, etc. That is what motivates men. Don't forget, we're the opposite, guys.
But women also need somebody to tell them.
The truth.
Not all women. Not all women.
By the way, you
You
speak.
changed my life. You changed my
By the
life.
way, you speak to women, like it's a good way, but like it will work. But if I spoke to women how I speak to men,
know,
it wouldn't
it's
work.
different. Yeah, I
it wouldn't
know.
work. But going back to the threesome, because I do want to get Tiffany's question done.
And she's not here.
No, she said it.
Oh, she did? Okay.
Tiffany's here.
Yes,
Yeah.
Tiffany's here.
So the reason I say that men shouldn't have threesomes with their main girl is because would you guys agree that you're emotional?
Yeah,
Yeah?
definitely.
Do you know what the best pussy is to man?
What?
New pussy.
New pussy.
Yeah, because we're physical creatures. We want to see something we've never seen before, right? That's why if you turn off the lights with a man, he's probably going to go soft. You guys are emotional. You guys are more mental. So you guys want to be, you know, choked, told certain things during sex, etc. Now, if new pussy is the best pussy, yeah, and I go and have a threesome with you, like, you know, say you're my girl and I have a threesome with you, you're going to more likely get emotional because I'm a little bit more excited about her than yourself, right?
Yeah.
That is going to damage the relationship. So that's why I say that women should never have, even if they're bisexual, they
And you
should
don't
never
want
have
to see him
threesomes.
with that.
I
You
missed
don't want to
it.
see your man
You did
with
miss
that.
it.
I missed it. I was asking earlier.
He answered it just now.
He was just saying.
So basically what I was saying
Okay, I wanted to
is new
know.
pussy is the best to a man, yeah? Like we're physical creatures, so we want to see something new, right?
Okay.
So if a man goes and has a threesome with his main chick and a woman's emotional, right? And you're sitting there looking at your man and he looks a little bit more excited about her than he does with you.
Which will happen.
Let's be honest, it's just gonna affect the
Yeah, a lot
relationship,
of them
right?
break up like that.
I mean,
She's gonna feel some type of way about it.
I've heard
she
so many
might, but
stories.
also I think if she understands, like, well, he has me all the time. Like, this is just once
But
in a
there's
blue
some
moon.
people who like feel like you do around here all the time, and then you think that's the setup for when you get into a threesome, and then your man is like zoned in on, like he said, the new pussy. Like
He used to look at me like that.
I've never smelled this bitch. I've never touched
I'll be honest
this
with you,
bitch.
good
You know?
men, like I know a lot of girls turn around and say they're bisexual here in LA, but let me tell you women something. I know a lot of you guys say it because you think like it's more attractive to a man, but
Men is the best.
honestly,
Yes.
it's not attractive to men when we hear like you fuck bitches as well. It's
Yeah.
actually like just you look
More
like a whore.
problems.
That's how you look, more
I've
like a whore.
noticed a lot of
Yeah.
alpha men don't watch lesbian porn as well. Like they're not as
Yeah,
interested in just like
nah.
girls
It's
and
not.
girls.
Yeah.
Well, alpha men don't watch porn in
Yeah,
general.
nah,
Okay,
exactly,
yeah.
exactly. We make porn. We don't watch porn.
I actually started out.
That was great.
quote, unquote, lesbian. And when I was like much younger in high school to get into like, you know, middle school. And then I got older and I was like, I want a man, you know? And I feel like it's because when I was younger, I didn't really see, I guess, how I wanted a man to lead me or how I wanted a man to tell me, like, you know, the things I want to hear or whatever like that. So I was just so zoned in on women. Like, I'm like, I like how soft they are, how emotional they are.
Honestly.
And then I found myself overcompensating.
Well, let me ask you a question. Was it easier dating men or women?
Oh, absolutely men. They're super simple.
And I'll tell you, and I'll explain to you why. Because
Women gross me out.
what it is because when a woman dates a woman, she understands like it's a 50-50 sort of situation. You know, there's no expectations really. Like, let's be honest.
There's way more effort
But
with
when
a
you date a
woman than a
man,
man.
you know, there's expectations.
Well, a lot of lesbians will put their own gender roles on each other, which is it would be interesting if we do go into gender identity later.
Let Ruby finish quickly.
God, I can't stand. Transgender, I can't stand. I have phobia.
Well, it would be interesting if we did talk about gender identity later
Yeah,
on.
yeah, we can, we
but
can.
you know, you see it, as, you know, typical in lesbian relationships. Someone takes the masculine role, someone takes the feminine role because they have to exist.
Correct. I agree.
So if we go on to the topic later, we can get.
It's actually the same with gays as well.
Yeah.
The only difference is, ladies, which I'm not for gays, but I'm just saying this. So the highest domestic abuse is between lesbians.
Absolutely, because you have a mindset. Well, this is a girl, so I can fuck her up.
Too emotional.
They be throwing hands.
Right, that's not right. It shouldn't be like that.
And the lowest domestic abuse is gays.
Well, like I said, I definitely do agree with you, Ruby, though, on the sense of you saying that somebody feels like they have to wear the pants, because there's been a lot of times that's what drove me away from kind of having girl-on-girl relationships, was because I don't want to wear the pants. We're both wearing panties. So it's like, you know, I don't, you know.
In that situation, before we go to Sheena quickly, in that situation, was you more the woman or the man, would you say?
The woman.
I feel like more so, no. I feel
The
like
man?
because I took charge in a sense of like, this isn't how it should be. You know, you should carry yourself this way. I should carry myself this way.
She was slacking.
Yeah, and I didn't want to be the one to be the
All
masculine
right, cool.
one. You know.
Sheena, what was you gonna say?
First of all, the thing that grossed me out, I mean, it's also happened in Israel. Don't think it's, I mean, Israel copying
I completely
America.
take what you say. I get
Copying
culture.
America in the bad things, especially the
LGBT stuff.
Especially
We'll
the
go into that a little
Democrats.
bit later.
The Democrats in Israel copying America one-on-one,
Gotta go
like the
rumble
most
for that one.
disgusting. But I tell you what freaks me out. How society today indoctrinated us for the last 20, 30 years, because in my time, when I was a teenager, it was transgender. They were cool. Nobody disturbed anybody. Nobody tried to solicit everybody to be transgender.
Push it, right?
Yeah, to push it. And today, every person who is a little bit off and crazy, all of a sudden, she, he, them. And for me, I'm not going to cooperate with that lie.
Yeah.
You understand? If somebody come
I
to me
agree.
with this bullshit, I would say, you are a man, you have a penis, and please don't talk to me. I ignore it completely. It's like me. It's
People
no,
know
it's
how
not
off-
respectful. They're not respecting me. They disrespect
Well,
my
I mean, as
intelligence.
long as they aren't pushing themselves onto you in a
But
manner
they
where
do,
you're
that's the problem, they do.
That is the problem.
The ones who don't.
Accept the reality. How about that? Accept the reality.
Exactly.
And then when you have kids, it's scarier.
Let me finish
Yeah,
my
I agree.
sentence.
But
It's
we'll go into
important.
that. Go on,
You'll
Sheena.
take
Let
your
Sheena finish.
kids away.
When I go to a
That's
bathroom,
right.
when I go to a bathroom, okay, I don't want to see a man scaring me that looks huge, and I know he have penis, and I'm a little woman. I'm scared from this.
No,
For
I
me-
do agree
for
with
me,
that.
It's a phobia,
Yeah.
and I tell you what happened. My son went to
You're in the
to
bathroom. Use
school.
the bathroom.
No, listen, my son went to school, and it was a father pretending to be a mother, and they almost kicked me out of the school because I said I don't want this freak to be next to my son. Okay, I'm not cooperating with lies. Period. I don't care what they say. They can call me whatever.
Yeah, don't teach that shit to my kids.
People
That's all I'm
who
saying.
watch this podcast, especially like the one-on-ones do. I'm as far right as it can go.
Me
like,
too.
You know, like for me,
And I'm a
like,
Zionist.
I come from a very far left center.
my best friend's
Are
a
you Arab?
Zionist.
You Arab?
No, I'm not Arab
Where are
either.
you?
I'm from Cyprus. So I'm actually one of the closest countries to you
I've
guys.
been to Cyprus a lot.
It's actually, it happens to be Jews and Israelis love Cypriot and Greek people.
Everybody, we go there every
My
year.
parents are Republicans. I come from a very conservative
Yeah.
family.
For vacation,
I
huh?
see both sides, and that's why I'm saying, Sheena, I can appreciate your transparency. I really do. I appreciate you being super honest in how you feel about these
It's like
situations.
you told me, you're beautiful, this and that. I look at when I meet a man, and I'll tell you this, sometimes I meet men because I look very young to my age, right? So I meet a man and they're like, because they like my appearance, they think I'm young and I'm gonna do instant gratification. And I'm like, I look at myself, I look at the reality, I look at my age, I look at my height, I look at my, I'm skinny, I have one son, he's 21.
Girl,
I look
you
at
the
all
shit.
this, I look at the but I look at the parameters. How do you say? Like I look what I am. I'm not gonna come and pretend that I'm not. I don't like to talk about my age because it just hurts me. Not
Why?
because it hurt me. It hurt me because
Why?
Embrace
your age.
I tell you why. No, I tell you why. Because people in society judge people by the age. I'm no different when I was 25 and 26. I was intelligent. I was a badass.
So do you feel like?
Do you think that we get judged by our age?
But wait, 1 minute, Chino,
men?
you
Everybody.
you date, like, for example, would you date a 35-year-old man?
No, I wish I could. No,
Okay, so
So
my point.
you're judging.
So no,
I'm not judging. I tell you what's the reason.
What I was gonna say is because.
Okay.
Like dating at your age and dating, like, for example, you say you're the same at 25, right? But a lot
my
of the
head.
traits in your head, but a lot of the traits that men are looking for, that the reason they go for girls in their early 20s have nothing really to do with mental. Some of it's to do with mental, because I do think after 25, if a woman doesn't have a good man in her life, she's pretty doomed. Like, she's not a good wife.
I was married
yeah?
for 11 years, by the way, almost 11 years.
Do you feel like people go or men go after women who might be a little bit younger because of the fact that they haven't really had the setup to kind of know how it should go yet? Do you feel like a man wants to get somebody younger?
can
to
manipulate
to-
them more.
Great
They
answer.
can
And you know what?
manipulate
I'm
them
going to
more.
answer you this greatly
For
because
sure.
I like this question.
genuine question.
Me, I'm 34, right? I would never date a girl who's over 24.
You look great.
Yeah, I would never date a girl who's over 24. And I'll give you great reasons to why, right? And one of the reasons is what you said. A woman is either programmed by her father, her brother, or society, right? So I need to go get my girl as early as possible, especially in the Western civilization we live in. I meet girls who are 21 and they've already slept with 10, 15 guys. They're like, yeah, only 10, 15 guys. I'm like, only? That's fucking insane.
They
yeah?
tell you that?
Yeah, we've had girls on the podcast even say it, right?
It's not,
And that's not the real number.
There's a lot of people here.
So yes, you're right. I'm trying to go find a girl. Look, I'm not really attracted to girls from 18 to 21. For me, it's just too young, right? So I've got a really small gap period from 21 to 23. For me, after 23, a woman, if she's not setting her way, like she's setting her way in a bad way. If she's not setting her way in a good way, you're pretty much
Let
fucked.
me ask
yeah?
you this. I know. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll add to that. I will also say if you lie to us, we'll also know.
Yeah.
We just know if you have a
But
high
yeah,
body
I
count or
want
not.
to program my
course, you
girlfriend.
could feel it when
For
you
example,
penetrate a girl.
I want my girlfriend when I meet her to have her own hobbies, to have her own interests. If she wants to go theatre with her girls in museum, great. If she wants to do certain things with her girls, as long as it's not clubs, bars, or trips away with the girls, she can do anything she wants. I want her to have her own personality. However, I want to be able to program her in the way I want, not another man, not her dad who was a degenerate, me. I want her to eat good food. I want her to meditate. I want her to do a deep breathing. I want her not to wear a lot of makeup so she looks after her skin. I want at 40, 50 years old for her to look exceptional, right? So I need to find a woman young enough for me to be able to program her. One. And I've dated loads of girls who are 30 for recreational use, yeah, and they're already gone. They're finished. There's nothing that you can do.
So what is your response to people in the mass, like this kind of living here, who have the input? Because I'm like I said, I'm so open-minded. It's like I'm not completely astray from what you're saying. I hear you for real. But when you have people who say like, oh, this man is only going after this girl who's so young because he's so old and he knows that women his age won't take what he wants to dish out, or he doesn't want to do. So what's your response to that?
I'll tell you, every single woman that I've ever dated who was 30 plus is infatuated with me till this day. I don't want none of them, yeah? And I can be with any of them, yeah? Like, women who are older are easier to please, let me tell you.
You think so?
Yes, I know. I know.
Yes.
Because a 21-year-old beautiful girl, she can get fucking anybody. That 30-year-old can't get shit. She can just about get dick from a high-value man.
old.
Yeah? For me, I'm 34.
You feel like somebody hitting 30? What? I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What do you feel like? You two, Marcellus.
I want children, yeah?
Yes.
If I date a 30-year-old now,
Yeah.
how many children can she give me?
She can crank them out. Auntie had her first baby at 41.
A couple at least.
She can
give you like 3 or 4.
Max 2 or 3. What
crank
do
them out
you need?
for
How much
society.
do you need?
You
I
think
want
so?
5, 6 kids.
But I feel like,
And this is another thing. Not only do I want many children, not do I only want many children, but as a woman gets older, the more complications within birth become more, right?
I heard that's not true, that was based like that. Somebody put that out there for population control. I don't know how true that is. Somebody told me that.
And I will say,
I don't know.
Actually, women are most fertile like from 18, 19, 20. That's the most fertile age.
However, you must know,
No,
obviously,
someone
that
will probably
people's,
yeah,
especially
someone
women's
will.
frontal lobe isn't fully developed, usually, until
All right,
they're around
cool. Great
24.
point. So should you
if
guys
they're-
not vote?
Well, I would.
Wow,
I would
see,
agree
you
one
got her,
vote
you
per
got her.
household, but
Because you guys use this frontal lobe.
No, I can back it up. I'll back it up all the way. So what are your thoughts on the fact that if a girl's not fully developed, and I don't mean this like, why are you doing that, but would you not have any concern that maybe if you met her when she was 22, by the time she was 26, you'd been
not all
together
the
for a
way
while,
there.
she might turn into
Change her
quite a
mind.
different woman, even if you had a lot of influence on her, especially if she'd been raised properly, she'd been raised right, and she was intelligent.
Do you mean a better woman or a worse woman?
Well, she might just not. She might change and think, do you know what? I'm not happy with you, or I want to go and move to Africa and volunteer.
If that's the case, so be it. But all I can do as a man is make her as happy as I can, right? So if I'm doing all the right things as a man, she ain't gonna want to like women. When women are with a guy that they really like, they know like if they step out. Like it's gonna be hard to find that same thing. Like for you, for example, right? You're with your boyfriend and you're very happy. For you to go find another guy right now in the same situation as your boyfriend who's gonna also accept OF, how hard would it be? Very hard, right?
Yeah, it would be difficult I would find it extremely difficult, I think, to find someone who I deem as valuable as my boyfriend. Yeah, so I wouldn't even consider stepping out.
So what about?
But on the vote thing, that I would definitely be interested to hear what everyone's thoughts are on. Sorry, I don't want to take over, but I do think it should be one vote per household. And a lot of women go, oh my God, we fought for the right to vote. But like most women don't even like know anything about politics.
I think you guys shouldn't vote. And I'll tell you why I think you guys shouldn't vote, yeah? There's many reasons why. But before we do that, I'm interested to know what everyone is going to vote, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
So, all right, cool. We'll start with Sheena first. I think we know what she's going to vote.
What
So
you gonna
Trump.
Trump.
I'm undecided at this
That means Kamala.
Trump.
Trump.
I'm not a registered voter.
That means Kamala.
I'm not registered to vote. I don't want any say in anything.
You're not registered?
No,
Why?
I'm not, because I don't even want to do jury duty.
Okay.
Trump.
I would vote Trump. I'm an advocate,
cool.
yeah.
All right, cool, yeah. Yeah, the reason I think women shouldn't vote is because I think it should work the way Ruby said. I think each household should have a vote. So
I don't even want that responsibility.
The woman and the man can sit down as a couple, come to like, an agreement.
But he has the
you guys go
final
with
say.
a lot of emotions, and the Democrats play with your emotions regularly.
You know why I like Trump? Because Melania. No, I'm joking. People tell me I look like Melania.
Girl, you look better than Melania. Don't sit down like that. Don't do yourself down like that.
Actually.
Well, look, I believe politicians. I believe politicians work for both sides, but I do think that Trump is a way better candidate. He's more logical. He's a businessman.
I don't like to talk politics, but I just think personally, because I'm literally not registered to vote. I just don't have that. I don't care enough to like. I literally when I go to the grocery store and the men in the store say, who you want to sign for Wi-Fi? I said, I don't even take care of the Wi-Fi bill. That's not even my problem.
But don't you look at the prices of even food items or gas, for example?
Extortionately expensive out here in California.
The men in my house
Crazy, right?
All right, cool.
The prices
Did you hear
of
what she said, ladies? Did you hear what she said? The
groceries.
men in my family take care of it. That's why women shouldn't vote. Because in all respect, you lot don't. Majority of you guys don't know shit.
I know.
Like, let me just say how it is. You lot don't know shit about
I know a lot
politics.
about politics.
That's why. All right, cool you. But would you say majority of women don't, right?
No, they don't.
Exactly. So my point is, that's why majority of women, like when I even ask women, why would you even vote for Kamala? All I hear is crickets.
But it's not just women. Men can't answer that one either, because there are no reasons. They'll say, "Oh, because Trump cheats on his wife." Ridiculous things. I've never heard anyone give a reason.
So
Or
what do you
they'll
feel
say
about
that
him being a
Kamala
felon, though?
will
Do you
not
feel like
tax
that's not a
tips.
problem? as
Yo,
a
why are we
felon?
talking about politics right now?
And honestly, women shouldn't lead anything. That's the bottom line.
So?
Yeah, men should lead. You guys are not born leaders. You're born
What
leaders.
about if it's like lunch
Trump is
or
not a
something?
felon.
You think men should do it?
Nori, even if you go back to
I hate this. I hate this subject.
we're from England, me and Ruby, right?
Ruby,
Even
you're
if
from England?
yeah, she's from England. Yeah.
I'm not from England. I'm definitely not from England.
If you go back to all the queens, like all the queens across not just England but all different countries, they started wars more than the kings, Why? Because you guys are emotional. You're not gonna sit there and try and talk it out and be logical with the other man. How Trump would with Putin, for example.
Trump scared him. Well, there was that thing where he shook his hand and he was like, I can't remember what he said, but he was like, "I will fucking destroy you," like in his ear, and then like smiled for a picture with him or something. Like, I'll burn this palace down. Is what he said.
Putin and Trump respect each other. That's the truth. But anyway, we're gonna get off politics because don't want to get.
No one's gonna watch a podcast if it's a load of girls going.
I love politics. If I could sit here and talk about politics for 5 hours, believe me, talk about dating. But it's,
Can I tell you something? One of my best friends in Israel, he's black and he's Bibi Netanyahu's advisor. He writes
No
on
way.
his book. So I can bring him to the podcast. He
that'd
would
be
love to
good.
do it in English.
Let's do it. All right, cool. So age gap relationships, ladies. We'll start with Sheena first. Do you feel anything bad about age gap relationships?
No, because I think men always want a younger woman. I look young, thank God.
So I think men that are older than me would like me.
Okay. Tiffany, about yourself?
I don't mind an age gap.
Rena, no? Stephanie, no? And Ruby.
No, I think as long as the girl is, I would say, you know, over the age of like finished school and stuff. So I think that girls when they're like 18, 16, you know, that kind of thing, I think are too young for serious relationships
she
with
went
men.
up because in England where we're from, 16 is actually the...
Oh yeah, no, 16's illegal.
I was gonna say like.
Yeah, but
16's legal in the UK.
put girls out here.
Like, come on.
Well, I think a lot of people think, oh, well, if as long as you're 18, but I'm like, a lot of people don't actually know an 18-year-old girl. Like, they look like children. Like, I was in
Some
a
of them
town,
do.
like, with lots of students the other day.
There's some 18-year-olds
and I
that be
felt so
looking.
bloody old.
Majority of them do. I'm not gonna lie.
They
she's
look
right,
like
yeah.
little kids, and they've
They
got all
do.
slapped with all this makeup on. They look stupid, you know.
But
You
I
think,
do think England should change the age of consent. I think the reason they have that is because they feel like people who are 16 should be able to have sex with like people at 16 as well, right? Do you know what I'm saying?
But what happens is like 40-year-olds are picking up 16-year-olds from school in their courses.
You heard what happened with young Philly?
No, I don't know.
Oh, you don't know who that is? He's like a British YouTuber, but he got caught in Australia, like with underage women or some mad shit like that. So yeah. Anyway, so no woman here disagrees with age gap relationships. We'll ask Nori when she comes back.
What questions do you have, darling?
Plenty.
That sounds more like Ruby's accent. Where I'm from, we don't sound like
I
that.
don't know.
He talks like big man. Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it.
It's too proper.
When I
Too
was
proper.
living
The thing is,
England, that's
if you
what
go
I
to hoods in
learned.
England, they have a lot of patois spoken in the English, so that we say wagwan. It's a lot of, there's a lot of Caribbean influence.
Here's the kind of, if he spoke to me in England, I'd be like, oh, I wouldn't know how to like speak back. Really? The accent.
Speak to me in English. That's
I would
crazy.
be like,
She would assume I'm a drug dealer.
I would be like, no, sorry, I'm not interested.
Would you assume I'm a drug dealer? Yes or no?
If you said hello to me in the street,
Honestly,
I would
you
be
look like
scared.
a-
Wow. What are you doing over here?
No, but it's not. I don't think it's terrible. People are always, oh my god, you can't say stuff, and I'm like, well, no, like because if you've lived in London and a guy comes up to you,
You assume the worst.
yeah, and it's like, hey, you will like that. Instantly, they're either trying to sell you drugs or they're just going to harass you. It's
So you know not to even approach a London woman that way.
Well,
huh?
look, the thing is in London, which I'm trying to teach my British guys, you know, there's not many opportunities like America. You come to America, it's a whole different ball game.
Exactly.
In London, people think like London.
It's easier
big
out here in
city.
America.
London is a big city, but the opportunities out there, like, unless you're from the centre and you have rich family, you already know there's not many opportunities. But this is the next question I wanted to ask, and we'll start with Ruby first this time. Who needs to like who more in relationships? Does the man need to like the woman more, or the woman like the man more?
Like or like?
Like.
Oh, I think if it's a let's assume we have a good man and a good woman, then I think the woman needs to like the man more. But it's hard because there aren't many good men and women. But I think if the relationship was, you know, perfect in that sense, then it should be the woman.
How about you,
I
Stephanie?
think that the man needs to like the woman more. I feel like a woman can grow to like a man or love him. And yeah, that's how I
All
feel.
right, cool.
Yeah, I'm with
Marina?
that too. I think the man has to like the woman more.
Tiffany?
I've been in both situations, and I really wasn't fond of either. So I don't know.
It can't be equal though. There has to be an A side and a B side.
No, I get that. I think it's more appealing for the man to like the woman more. Because I feel like it's more of an emotional thing. So when you know that the man does like you truly, honestly, it feels more satisfying. And it's like, okay, then we're there. And so it's like there is like that level met, even if he does like you more.
Okay. She know about yourself.
I think, okay, I have two answers. First, of course, personally, I want my man to like me more. But with that being said, if he like me more than I like him, I have nothing to claim and to... It's not gonna... Okay, that's the truth. And I like a man that he respects me. I know that I'm number one for him, but he's not all day, I'm like all over you.
No, because you don't want it. I often feel like I like my man more.
And also, I think sexually, it's very, very appealing if your man is a little reserved, but he's the one that come on to you. I don't want to be in a position when I always, you know, like want him and sexual. I want him to approach me. Like him always to come
Take
to
the
me.
lead.
Even he doesn't show me that he really loves me, but then that's how he's going to show me.
Okay. So, I got an answer for you guys. I know that women have to like the man more, and I'll explain to you guys why. We'll ask you guys. Have you guys ever had the man end a relationship on you?
No.
No. One? Well, how many times? Few. But how many times have you ended the relationship?
A good handful.
Much more than you've been ended it with?
Yeah, but
Yeah?
I don't get into it if I know they're gonna end it.
All right, cool. But you've ended relationships
Can
more
normally
than they've been ended with
foresee-
you, though.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Sheena, about yourself?
I had, I mean, I didn't have that many guys, but in my marriage, my ex-husband cheated on me with my client. I mean, if he was cheating on me with someone else,
Yeah.
I wouldn't divorce him. But because he embarrassed
It's
me in the
embarrassing,
city,
yeah.
I
Right,
left him. But I didn't want to
exactly.
leave him after we got
And I
divorced.
agree
We
with her.
still met
Yeah.
each other and
Yeah.
wanted to go back, but the embarrassment was too much for me. So that's why.
It's the same as fucking a girl's friends. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah, go somewhere else. Like,
you
go
can't be like
far.
some guy who's gonna be like a great man who's like gonna be honest with his girl, but then go and fuck her friends and that. Like,
Listen, I told them,
Exactly.
do whatever you want. I'm never
Yeah.
gonna ask questions.
So-
Wear a condom and
So,
don't tell
ladies,
me.
we know here that women end relationships more than men end relationships, right? There's a reason
Yes.
for that, because a man will only end a relationship with his woman if he thinks you're useless, annoying, you're a slut whore, he thinks you might be promiscuous, etc. If you are a good girl to a man, he's never gonna ever leave you.
Right.
But you guys leave men lots of times for being bored, right? If things become, you know, the same shit, too consistent, boring, like someone needs charisma, he's not the same man you met at the beginning, you guys leave relationships, right?
Yeah.
Now let me ask you guys another thing. Who has higher standards?
Us.
You guys, right?
Yeah.
So if you guys have higher standards and you guys are more likely to leave the relationship, wouldn't it make sense that you guys have to like the man more than he likes you?
No, because I feel like that's where what she said earlier. That's where you build the man.
Yeah.
No,
Now-
women do not build men.
Yeah,
I don't know what.
don't try to build men.
Like, bro,
Not
bro,
like
you guys
that,
move
but
in.
like,
You guys-
not like that, like
women.
sexually. Like you could teach him what you like
It's not
sexually.
just
A
sexual.
woman who's
I
going
don't
to teach a
wanna
man
teach my
sexually
man,
is
no,
going to
no.
be as dry as toast.
You think
I'm going to
so?
say
I
this
don't wanna
right
teach my
now.
man sexually.
I'm not lying to you guys. I'm not lying right now on the
Right,
podcast.
right.
If you get into a bedroom with a man
And he
you
don't know
have
what
to
he's doing.
teach him how to fuck,
Exactly.
you're going to be dry. Yes or no?
Yes, of course.
It's not gonna last. It's not gonna work.
Yes,
It
yes.
was-
It's just not gonna
Still,
work.
like there's things that you
It's
can
such a
probably
turn-off,
like
right?
use to build him up,
Right.
make a
Where's the
bisexual,
butter?
whatever it is that he's lacking that you don't like, you can fix that.
My
the
point
reason-
is-
And that's
a
where what
woman-
she said. That I would agree in some
Can I
point.
tell you a secret?
Oh, but
Okay, I'm older than
Let me
everybody.
go
first
first.
before I go
secret?
quickly.
No, it's a secret. I don't want to.
The reason women should like men more is because men are way more stable. So even like you were saying, if a man isn't like, oh my gosh, when he wakes up, I love you, I'm gonna make you a coffee, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, he will look after you and he will be really stable and he'll say, he'll say good morning, he'll come home, he'll do all those things, and because you like him more, that will be enough for you. Whereas if he likes you more, no matter what he does, it won't be enough for you. And then you can't have a family like that because you'll leave. Whereas families and traditional Christian relationships work when a man is just more stable. And it doesn't mean he doesn't love you, but, whether you agree with sleeping with other people or not, it's again, it's a similar kind of path. It's different to when a woman sleeps with someone else or when a woman is very passionate. Because, I feel like that's what I am like with my partner. He's very stable and I trust him with my life, but I'm definitely the one that's like, do you like me?
Oh my
gosh, that's me.
A lot of times I ask girls, what do you want in a man? What you guys say you're attracted to and what you're actually aroused by, two different things, yeah? Like you might turn
You're
around and
more
say
attracted physically. We're attracted to more
mentally,
mentally.
but for you, for example, you can sit there and say, yeah, I'll build the man and all of that, but I'm telling you, building that man, you're gonna resent that man. He ain't gonna make you. You're not gonna be excited over that man. And it's like what Ruby said. If a man, for example, gets up every day and he has his good woman there, he ain't never gonna think to leave, right?
Yeah.
But you guys need different emotions. You guys need, you guys need like to play around with you guys, to like have banter with you guys, take you guys to exciting trips, surprise you guys. You guys need
I
a
don't
lot
care
to
about
keep
that.
to keep a woman stimulated in a relationship. She has to like the man more than he likes the woman. And I'll tell you something, when you guys have to qualify for us, you guys are the best version of yourselves.
Qualify for what?
Like when you guys have to qualify for the man, that you feel like you're with an exceptional man and you want to be your best version of him, that's when you guys are your best version.
You're on your toes.
But when you guys are dating a guy who's like, you feel like, he's the same kind of level to you or maybe beneath you, you start to resent and you're like, this man don't even really deserve what I'm about to give out. So
true.
So I think women need to like men more than men like women.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because like I said, you guys are pickier. You guys are more likely to leave the relationship. 80% of breakups are initiated by women. So like I said, a man's never going to leave you unless you're a slut. That's the truth. Unless you do something fucked up, he ain't gonna
But what
leave
do you
you.
think? Because a lot of women said that they need to be a slut for a man in bed.
I actually disagree with that. So
I also
I actually had a conversation with my friend yesterday, right? It's actually one of my cousin Andy's friends, and we were on the phone talking. He's in England. And I said to him, he was like joking around with me, and he was like, oh, like something about a girlfriend. I was like, yeah, I need a virgin, yeah? I don't expect a virgin. I live in reality, right? If I got a virgin, that would be great, right? I would be over the moon. Every man would wish their girlfriend was a virgin. Trust me.
Not
yeah?
every man, I know.
Most men, apart from cucks, yeah? Well, that's the truth, yeah? If you ask every good man, if you could make your girl a virgin again, would you? Now, he turned around to me and said, nah, man, you don't want a virgin.
Yeah.
You want her to have a little bit of experience, a bit nasty in the bedroom. And I said, bro, this is why majority of men are not finding good women, because that's not true.
They want to feel superior. All men want to do is sort of please their woman in that way and feel like they're the god to that woman and they're impressing her and stuff like that. And I never realised that when I was
And
younger.
I can teach a woman, right?
They don't want to be impressed
For
by a
example,
woman.
I can tell you.
I've had recreational like encounters, right? And I get with a girl, like, you know, I'll go back to mine with a girl, and you know, she's going down on me, and I'm like, rah, like, there's no way you could have learnt this by sleeping with a couple men. It's actually the opposite. A better a woman is in the bedroom, the more it is for a turn off for a man long term. So if I get in the bedroom with a girl and she don't know what she's doing, and I have to like control everything, I know it's less likely she was a slut, right? If she's in there and she's giving you, you know, that deep throat, crazy, fucking, you're like, bro, this girl's been round the block. That's the truth, man. That's the truth.
Like, it might be nice, it might feel nice, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, you learned this from someone. Somebody told you this.
I want to tell you something.
Not me, I don't know.
You know, American culture, you guys grew up in like porn and stuff like that.
And in England.
Now, yeah, and in Israel, just now in the last 10 years started all this, that girls do only like, you know, sexual stuff.
And they making that bread now.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
Yeah, I know.
Even porn.
So
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
So even me in my age, when I went on dates and like talked to guys and they say, are you they asked me, first I didn't realize, like, are you for real? Like they asked me a question like, I thought you bluffing me, like they were, when I'm having a conversation. My last boyfriend, he's Israeli. We've been together almost 4 years. And he said to me, I can't believe it. Like, in your age, I would expect you to do this and that. But I can tell you, I swear to God, some stuff I didn't even do sexually. Not because I'm trying to, like, be better. Just some stuff I don't want to cross that boundary that I know I tried everything. I don't want to fulfill all my fantasies. And especially, I don't want to fulfill fantasy for somebody else.
Yeah.
That is, after you fulfill the fantasy, what am I?
Well,
Nothing.
that's why porn is so detrimental, right? And look, I'm going to be honest. I was addicted to porn big time. Like, I haven't watched it in like 5 years, 6 years, but all men, majority of men are addicted to
You
porn,
look like
yeah?
a porn star.
So, yeah, majority of men are addicted to porn.
That's
and
a
what
clip.
it does as well, watching porn, it makes you realize the worser versions of women and actually the worser version of yourself. Like, you're sitting there. I think all men who watch porn are cucks. And I can explain it simply. If you're sitting there watching another man fuck a woman that you're not gonna ever fuck, my G, you are a cuck by definition. If you watch porn, you're a cuck. So I tell men, like, you know, porn is detrimental. Look, to women it's detrimental to you guys as well, but to men
not
it's
the
way
same.
worse. It's not. And let me tell you, 80% of women don't even watch porn. It's only 20% of you guys who watch porn. If you flipped it around, I think it's like 90% of men watch porn. They get addicted to it. They become cucks.
Women?
No, I said only 20% of women watch porn.
Now that would be a big, if I wouldn't even date a guy that watched
when
porn
I
now.
watch porn, only when I work with a woman, like I did, I don't want to say her name, she's going to kill me, but Jana Jameson.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Jana Jameson is a good client of mine, but it's also another client that, I'm not going to say her husband name, but if you're in LA, you probably know that couple. He's an amazing guy. He does all the big parties in LA, and his wife was a huge porn star, like up until 15 years ago, but she did some nasty things, and she's gorgeous. And I couldn't believe it, and I wanted to watch it. I was so embarrassed.
You was intrigued by her.
No, and I'm like, it's impossible. She's doing this. I couldn't believe it. Like, I met at least 5 in LA, right?
Well, men feel the
then
same,
you watch
you know,
it, you're like, what the fuck?
Like, if a man, like, imagine a man dating you, right? And then he finds out you're an OF girl, and then he goes back, like, you know, some guy, his mate, for example, comes and shows him a picture of you naked. Like, imagine how embarrassing that must be. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
But some guys, believe it or not, wait, in LA, I know guys, because I know some porn stars and strippers, because they're my clients, you know.
But they date each other, though.
No, not just that way. Let me tell you, because I have clients I don't want to say places, but I have some specific clients that I do like vagina injections, and
what?
I swear to God,
I've seen
I'm not
that.
joking.
People get
yeah, you know
What
how
is
they
that?
So you're making it bigger or what?
What is
What's
that
going on here?
for?
Wait, you know how now they style how they do it when they do the doggy? They like the specific. They look specifically like a bun. That specific
What?
style. Yes, I'm
Well,
not
fat
joking.
pussy.
Fat, yeah,
Now
with the
it's-
pH. With the
Now
pH.
it's really, really fashionable. I stopped doing it because I'm disgusted. You know, like I can't do it anymore.
That's
But
How many pussy injections have you done?
I'm not gonna talk about it. But listen, no, but it's medical.
You brought it up.
No, but I don't want to say this specific. But listen, and I'm telling you, okay, that literally women do it, and they spend a lot. It's a lot of money. It's like 7,000, 5,000 for one. Okay.
For one pussy injection?
Don't say the word like that.
One lip? Is that just one lip? You got to do the other lip, right?
Both lips, yeah.
Both lips.
But what I'm trying to
Oh.
tell you, listen to me. But what I'm trying to tell you, that seriously, a lot of men. It's a majority, not majority. It's a group of people that I met in America, that they come with them, and you see the man proud that he's dating like a porn star and that she's doing that, and I swear to God, they paying for them and they dating them and they even take them to Rodeo Drive for shopping. And I'm like, in my country, the girls that you said from the OnlyFans, nobody look at them. Nobody look at them, right? Here, I've seen a lot of women that they get sponsored by men that have money, like intelligent men.
They're not glorified the way that...
They love it. A lot of men, they just love porn stars, believe it or not.
Look, LA is kind of the culture as well. Like, you know, doing porn is okay. And, you know, we've got like one of the biggest podcasts is run by a porn star, right? Adam and his missus, right?
22.
So,
Is that Pillow Talk?
Sorry.
I think he does
The
like
guy that brought the
plug
black guy
talk, the
to
plug
sleep.
talk, yeah.
He's brought the black guy to sleep with his wife.
Fuck his wife.
He has his wife.
To give the extra
He's
inches
an
that he
idiot.
never had.
I don't know how he's successful. I don't know how he's successful.
He has a
He's
TV
pimp.
show now.
So yeah, like I was saying,
He's a
yeah,
pimp.
it's a lot of the LA culture, but in general, even if
Disgusting.
you meet like, look, are there successful men who would go out and date porn stars? Sure, but are they good men or are they just successful men?
Right.
I think a good man who has traditional values, like, look, you could meet an OnlyFans girl and choose to, you know, that was her mistake she made. You know, like
Yeah,
Ruby,
like
he
Ruby.
accepted her mistake and he's like, look, she's a good girl. Like, it is what it is. She stopped doing it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But a lot of men, like 90% of men who have a lot of value are going to
Your
There's also
generation,
levels
your
to the
generation.
OnlyFans. There's a lot of people, you know, we tend to see is the people doing the hardcore porn are not making that much money, and the people who reserve a
Yes,
lot of it
yeah.
are making the
I know,
300
You know
grand
why,
a
right?
month.
Because
I
it
know.
comes with money with being mysterious.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So the people who are selling, you know, oh, here's a photo set of me dressed up as Pikachu,
Yeah.
and they're getting like 250, 300 grand a month, whereas, you know, there's girls going out to sleep with loads of different men,
Yeah.
and they're not making a lot of money at all. They're lucky if they're breaking 10 grand a month, you know, and that's why I would advise girls, I'm like, be very careful if you want to go into OnlyFans. I'm not going to be a massive hypocrite and say, oh my God, you can't do that. I'm never going to hate women that do it. But
Yeah.
it was also why I said to, you know, you said, you know, if you're not making bank on there and you're not willing to become the next,
Yeah,
you
you're
know,
gonna
Belle
destroy your
Delphine,
kids' future.
don't bother
Right,
because
yeah.
unless
But-
you might as well just go and shoot mainstream
But
porn.
I want to say their generation, your generation, okay, the younger people, like less than 40, it's a new type of porn. In the 90s and the 2000s, it was like, for example, when Janet
Big
Jameson was in
boobs,
her peak.
blonde.
It's more
No, I'm
traditional.
not talking about that. When Janet Jameson was the porn star in her peak, she got interviewed in Oprah Winfrey, The View. She made so many endorsements, reality shows, like it was a big,
So,
big
Marilyn
thing.
so what you're saying, from
it's not
womanese
porn.
to normal is porn's become very
And now
extreme.
No,
right?
but now your generation, what I like it in a way, your generation switching and becoming more conservative versus people my age that would date women. They don't care how many body
Yeah, yeah.
counts, nothing. Men in your generation more.
I do find a lot of men my age group are very conservative.
More
Even
than the
even the
older-
guys who have other podcasts who are red
Yes.
pill guys, they all happen to be my age, all of
Yes,
them. It's
yes.
weird. But yeah, I agree with you. Hearing
And what's his name? The guy that you mentioned before that you have his wife as the porn star.
Ryan.
I just want to say something.
Adam 22?
Oh,
Is
yeah,
it
Adam,
Adam 22?
Oh,
No, no.
think
So
about Ryan
Adam,
Howell.
listen.
no, Adam 22.
Want to say?
I thought you said Brian. I was gonna say
No,
Brian.
Adam 22. That's it. Adam for me is an abuser. Is a sick person.
Adam, you mean?
I want Adam.
Yeah,
I
he's
want him to
gross.
see what I'm saying. He's a sick person. He's an abuser. If you see the whole, I don't know if you saw the whole video, how he brought his wife and then the guy waiting there.
He's
and how he did
prostituting
a
his
little,
wife, yeah.
Is a person like he's contaminated by the devil. You could see
100%.
him. He's 100% dead inside. It's like no soul inside
And they have
of
a
this man.
child. That's so sad.
Disgusting,
It's-
isn't it?
And they bring their child in for their
Bro,
own
it's crazy.
benefit.
It's crazy.
Their own content.
Disgusting. I
But
feel
it's like Sheena said, look, some people, they'll sell their soul to the devil just for like materials or whatever
Yeah.
they have to
Coins.
gain.
For a Lambo
Clout.
out here.
And I want to mention this. See, when I'm speaking with people, and I don't want to sound pretentious, but I swear to God, when I'm speaking with Arab people, because I have a lot of Arab and relative who are Muslims and Jewish, both of them are the same mentality in these things. When I'm speaking with people either Palestine, Israel, Lebanon, whatever, right? We all have the same mentality. We don't cross certain boundaries, and the people that do cross the boundaries within the society literally pushed them out. Here, they literally gave up everything for money. Like they literally place values for money.
Well, here they promote it.
And they promote it. Not just that. We remember the girl that was with us last time. I think you were with me. That her family sent her. I don't know if you were in this episode. Actually, I think it was before you. It's a woman said that her family sent her to do the OnlyFans because they don't have money. Her father know that they help her. Like what the hell? If I do something like that, my father will literally kill me.
Yeah.
Kill me.
And I agree with her as in like bringing shame back. We don't have shame no more.
Exactly, yes.
A man will go be a bum, live in his mum's basement, eating Cheetos, because no man's really going to tell him, like, he ain't gonna, the only time he's going to face the realities is when he wants a date, right? Because no girls were going to want to date him, but...
Well, the OnlyFans girls will, or the girls that want to build men up. Now there's so many girls that are like, if you're broke, as long as you're nice to me, I'll pay for everything.
Exactly.
There's so many, even, you know, people at the table, you know, no disrespect, but have expressed, I don't care if a man's broke, I'll build him up. So there's that as well. Women don't shame men anymore either.
No, but it's specific situation.
And women are not shamed enough as well, because if you go back to a village, like I'm from Cyprus, right? So in villages, like, you know, if you was a promiscuous girl in a village, you'd be labelled a slut, and then no one would
Also
buy
in
for
my
you,
country,
and that's it. You'd be probably single by 30, 35.
You're fucked.
These days, we're like, oh no, you're a slut, you go girl, like, yeah, it's great. Like, look. This is another one I hear. Like, find yourself, learn yourself. This is what a lot of women say.
Explore yourself.
In your early 20s, you should be exploring and finding yourself. And you know, to a man, that just sounds like getting fucked, basically.
Yes.
In other words, so.
No, but I want to answer what she just said.
Quickly, she
when
knows. So
I
I want to move on.
said, I like taking over conversation.
I know.
Sorry.
I know you do.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
That's why I
quickly.
need my own podcast ASAP. But
yes, I'm coming on.
and I want to tell you this. When I said build a man up, right now, since October 7, I've speaking with hundreds of people from my country. And you see gorgeous men that die in their 20s, in their 30s, in their 40s. And you see gorgeous men who lost everything literally to go fight, right? And I'm like, my God, I need a man like that. I don't care if he doesn't have money, but he's a fighter. He's smart.
Or he's different to a basement dweller living with his mom. It's a very different
Because a lot of
scenario.
Jewish men, you know, our first holiday in Israel, it's called Rosh Hashanah. It's the head of the... And you know what they teach us in this holiday? They teach us how to be the leader, how to control the money without having the money in your pocket or in your bank. You can go anywhere broke. I came here with nothing, and I had millions there. I gave up everything, and I made money here and bought a property and everything. Because the money is here. It's not in your pocket. It's not in your bank. And this is the type of man I want.
It's good. She said it right. It's true. I think a man, if a man has got real competence, he goes broke, he can make it all back again.
Exactly.
All right, cool. So, should girls who are in relationships go to clubs, bars, and girls' trips? We'll start with Ruby first.
No, not unless it's a very specific circumstance. So say girls are all going to like a spa and golf weekend or something. It's a bit different, isn't it? But Ibiza, no.
Okay, cool.
No.
No? What about yourself, Nori? Do you think women in relationships should go to clubs, bars, or girls' trips away?
It depends on the relationship.
Closer to the mic, sorry.
Oh, it depends on the relationship. I don't know.
No? You don't have an answer for it?
No, not really.
All right.
No.
No? They shouldn't?
No.
Hell yeah.
They should?
I'm going out and having fun regardless. If you can't trust me to go out and do my thing, we shouldn't be together.
Interesting. Would you say it's insecure for a man to not let his woman go out to these places?
I mean, yeah, maybe on some level.
All right,
I
cool.
don't think it's an overall insecurity, though.
Let me ask you a question. Who's more secure? The man that allows you to do what you want, but he doesn't really like what you're doing, but he allows you to do it, right? So you don't get upset or you don't combat.
See,
or the man who tells you, look, you go out right now, you're single. You come back, pack up
Well,
your
that's him
suitcases.
setting a boundary.
All right,
and
cool.
if I'm gonna cross that boundary, you know what I mean? If it's
Yeah.
him, if it's really an issue and we can't talk about it, and
Yeah.
it's still a thing of like, I still feel like I should be able to go out and do this thing, and you can't respect my boundary, and I can't respect yours, then we're gonna have to do
All right,
something
let me.
about
How
that.
about if he turns around to you and says, "Well, Tiffany, I don't see no reason for you to go to a club. Clubs are majority of people go to clubs are single. They want to find someone there. You can turn around and say you want to just go out and dance with your girls, but you can do
Come
that in
with
your
me.
you can do that in your living room.
Exactly.
But I don't want to come with you. I don't want to be in a room full of degenerates drinking alcohol, people stepping on my shoes, doing some bullshit. I don't want you to go out, but if you do want to go out, you're single. However, this is another reason I don't want you to go out. If you do go out without me to these places, would you agree that there's toxic men in these places?
Oh, absolutely.
Cool. Now, if a toxic man comes up to you and slaps your ass, what do?
I'm clocking him in the jaw.
Cool. Now, that toxic man, because he's drunk right now and you just clocked him in the jaw, he's going to clock you back in the jaw. The only difference is you're a woman and he's a man and he's knocked you out.
Right.
Yeah? So I'm getting a call right now from home, from you or either the club owner or the manager, and they're like, bro, you know, your girl's been knocked out. Some guy slapped her ass. She hit him back and she got knocked out. Now, wouldn't I put a little bit of accountability on you? You're in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like,
I don't
not
think
even just at the wrong
that's
time,
the-
you're in the wrong place. Why would you be in a place where there's toxic men who are single, who you know what toxic men are like? When they drink a little bit, they'll go up to you, they'll slap your ass, they'll fill you up. So I'm not there to protect you, right? So now I've got to go out, commit a murder, because I've got to go find that man, right, who knocked you out. Your ass got slapped. And yeah, it's basically an L after an L after an L.
Why is it on the woman though? Why can't men act decent?
Because you can't control what other people do, right? All that I can control is the environment you're in. And I'll tell you another thing. If a woman wants to go to a club and she's with a guy, she don't respect that guy, yeah? No woman I've ever been with or even dated recreationally wants to go to a club instead of chilling with me at home. Why? For what?
Oh, instead of.
It's weird.
Then let's find something we can do together.
What is the difference? Because I know they do them in lots and lots of places. What's the difference between going to a normal club for you and a club that's women only?
I've never been to a women-only club.
Women-only club.
Because I think there may be some room in that to be like, okay, I want to go to a room that's full of really loud music and lots of other people that really like the music. But the issue is there being lots of other men there, single men. So not a lesbians' night, but like a women's night
The
kind of
issue is
thing.
never the men for me. I just want to go dance.
I'll tell you what happens is because men
go in dressed as women.
don't want to go out to have just fun with their girls. They say that bullshit, but the truth is,
They wanna
just
be
like,
seen.
just like we love sex, men love sex, you guys love attention. Yeah? Your value is attention. How much attention can you... Yeah, you love sex with the right man, but you guys like attention even from the wrong men. If you guys go into a club and you see men checking you guys out and trying to talk to you guys feel like the shit. Yeah? Even if you're not interested in that guy, you might even turf him and tell him, oh, you're ugly. But you guys like attention. Men, we don't really even give a fuck about attention. It's like pussy. It's either you're gonna fuck me or not. We don't really give a fuck about attention. So that's why I say like clubs are just a no-go for a woman in a relationship. Bars, clubs, girls' nights away, and all the girls that go to weekend trips with their girls, they all don't respect their men. I see it all the time. I see a group of girls all the time. They go away with their girls, and then I look at their boyfriends, and I'm like, yeah, you're lacking in that. Yeah, you're lacking in that. Oh yeah, you're overweight. Oh yeah, you don't even make more than 40K a year. Cool. If you're in that position as a man, you can't really dictate to your woman what she can and cannot do, right?
But does that make you an insecure man? Like,
Well, I just asked you, what's more secure? A man who doesn't want to put up with your bullshit and tells you, fuck you, I'll replace you with a better woman. Get your suitcase and go. Yeah? Or a man who doesn't really like you going to clubs, right? But he's going to allow you to
tell you
do
what you
what
wanna
you
hear.
want to do.
But how about
more
if
secure?
he tells you go out because you never go out. Like for instance, I don't like going out. I'm a homebody.
Yeah.
I like being at home. So if my man is like, you need to go out, go call your friends, go out. Does that mean I'm gonna do something wrong?
That means he's probably trying to fuck a girl while you're out or something, because it's
He's doing something
It's an
different.
incredibly strange thing for a man to turn around to a woman and say, babe, I think you should go clubbing with your girls.
Yeah, that's different.
I'll turn around to my girl and be like, babe, like, why don't you go theatre? Why don't you go to a museum? Why don't you go to a park? Why don't you go on a hike?
why
Why don't you go to the
clubs?
gym? Why a club?
Yeah.
Why a
club?
bar?
Yeah.
Why to? If you have a boyfriend, why to even go to a club by yourself?
I agree.
It's a single environment.
I'm not.
For me,
I wouldn't go by
now
myself.
I'm going only to Rasputin sometimes Saturdays because my friends go, so I'm with them. But I always go for an hour and then I leave. I'm like, what am I? I'm
you're
not
single.
drinking. I'm not smoking.
But you're single.
I'm not
It's
doing
also
drugs.
different.
Yeah.
I think there are environments, you know, with my friends, we'll go out to sort of like a somewhat bougie place that's like a music environment, but you're sat at a private
Yes.
table drinking
Yeah,
cocktails
yeah.
and you're like a nice view of London, but it's not like people can't come and talk to you. You're at your own table with your friends, but you've still got that. We've gone out, you know, we've got nice hair
Look,
vibes.
a lot of times, if women turn around and say, I'm going out with my sister or my cousin, like somewhere, like she said, men are
different.
not really gonna have a problem with it. Even if he knows your girls are actually good girls.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? But a lot of times,
He doesn't trust you.
women actually like push each other to do degenerate shit a lot of
Oh my
times.
god, yeah. I've met so
Women
many more
destroy women more than
who
anybody.
cheat than men, and so many more women who, as soon as their boyfriends aren't there, they're like, he's hot, he's hot. It's
Yeah, see?
proper.
Yes.
The men I know in my friend group don't do that. Not at all, and they don't.
Yes.
They don't do it. Not. I've never seen them, and
I had a
it's never been
client-
reported. But women are like
Listen.
feral.
So
Listen, I had a client where
land it quick.
I had a client, okay? She offered me money, okay, in her daughter's wedding, if I can come and pretend that I'm a girlfriend of a guy that she's fucking with in the wedding. I said, I'm not gonna do it.
That's strange.
Fuck, I'm not gonna do it. And she's like older. I'm like, I'm not. She please pretend like he's your boyfriend. He's enjoy. He arrived.
How
That's
much
what
did she
said.
offer you?
She said she offered me like $1,000. She said it turns him on to see her dance in front of her husband. Like it turns him on that they both know that they fuck each other, and the husband there and everybody there, but they don't know that he's the lover.
Strange people.
Disgusting. Yeah.
So ladies, who do you think has more empathy, men or women? And we'll start with Sheena first.
Women, of course.
Women have more empathy, Tiffany?
Probably women.
Yeah?
Damn, I didn't even get a second to think about it. I mean, women, I guess.
Women?
Of course. Women.
Nori?
Women.
From my personal experience, I don't know if I've got an exceptional relationship that's not quite normal, but I'd say my man probably has more empathy for me. He thinks ahead more for me. He thinks about what he says more. He will prioritize how a conversation makes me feel rather than what he gets out of it. He'll
Depends
think
on the situation, but
manipulative.
if the men had
No,
more
no, it's
empathy,
not.
they
Very
wouldn't
simple
let you
question.
point.
Very
It's-
simple question.
it's not no, not manipulative. Say if he's thinking, right, okay, some things upset me a bit that she's done. It's not a massive deal, but I do want to talk to her a bit about it. He'll like take time to think about it and take time to word it carefully so that I don't get offended and really upset, so that we can solve it, you know, as a problem solver, and then still be like, okay, that's great, I love you, and like just get on with the rest of the day. Whereas I don't have that ability as much. I tend to get upset, and then all I think about is how upset and hurt I am, and I really struggle to. Well, no, obviously if he's upset, I have empathy for him, but I don't know.
You don't communicate as well as he does.
My experience would be that my boyfriend is better in most circumstances with empathy. Obviously, if I see a homeless person, I feel bad, but I don't think that's really what the question means.
Now, ladies, empathy, sympathy, two different things, right? I agree women have more sympathy, but empathy is crazy to say women have more empathy.
Yeah, so it's sympathy that I have.
You
like,
have
for-
sympathy,
yeah.
not empathy. Now, empathy is the ability to put yourself in someone else's shoes, right? Now, I'd say women have no empathy for men, and men have to have empathy for women. And let me
Not
explain.
true.
And let me explain that, right?
Not true.
Now, if I didn't understand female nature, how to communicate well, what to say at the right time, when not to say it, right? I would struggle in the dating market, right? If I didn't have empathy for women. You guys don't know shit about how men think. Like, I asked you guys here on the podcast, majority of you guys don't even know how men think. A lot of times, you guys heard about how men think, and you guys are like, really? Really? Men think like that? Because men need to understand women in order to be on the dating market. If you don't understand women, you're fucked. But women don't really need to understand men to attract men. To retain men, yes. To retain a good man, you need to understand a man. But to attract a man, shit, you could be the most annoying bimbo who's hot and still be able to attract a man. And like with you guys, when you guys walk on the street, when you guys are on dating apps, guys message you guys. Guys come up to you guys. You guys never go up to guys. You don't know what to say. You don't need charisma to go up to a man. So that's why I say men have more empathy for women. You guys you didn't have to have empathy for a man. You know, you guys are the one that we go to you guys.
Yeah.
You guys pick
you know
us.
what I don't like? What you said, and I'll say, every podcast I've been with people around your age, it's all the same agenda. Men are always the better and women are less. It's not true. Some things, okay, are not like that. women have empathy with a lot of things. Some men don't have
That's
empathy.
not what we were saying, though.
Wait a second. A lot of men, if men had more empathy, and I'll prove it to you, men wouldn't date all these young girls and take them from OnlyFans. If they have empathy, they would think about their sister, about their mother, and won't pay money for them to prostitute themselves. So it's not
that
true.
would
I
be
think
sympathy.
it's very.
Yeah, that'd be sympathy.
I think it's very. No, I think it's
That's why
very.
that's why women get it confused all the time.
Empathy
Sympathy
and
and empathy.
empathy are very
confused.
different.
No, I'm
You
not
are,
confused at
you
all.
are.
If you have an empathy for a woman, you would think about her like your
But
sister.
I'm telling you, women have no empathy for men.
That's not true.
It is.
Not all women.
It is. I've interviewed more
Women
than 400-500 girls.
This isn't our first rodeo.
Maybe you do. Maybe you
in
do.
America. Wait, you're right. In America, it's
Our
true.
experience, yeah.
Well, any Western country.
No, I'm telling
America,
you. In Israel,
England,
listen,
Australia.
In Israel, I know
But
women.
Israel's not really Western, would you say,
It's
right?
not Western.
No,
yes.
it's not Western. That's
But
what I'm
it isn't.
saying.
It's not.
But
You're right.
it's not
But in my
feminine to
country,
have
women
empathy
more
for a man
empathy for
either,
sure.
because it's not feminine. It's
I
not
agree.
attractive
I
for a
agree.
woman to be like, oh, what is my man like really stressed about this business? It's not like feminine for a woman to put herself in a man's shoes, but a man has
not
to
about
have
putting on his shoes.
some level of ability to put himself in his woman's shoes.
Shoes,
Otherwise, she
correct.
would be so upset that she would leave him.
Correct.
But women have sympathy for the men. Like, kind, or very submissive women will be like, he's stressed, he fucked another woman, it's not my fault. That's sympathy,
I'm not
but
talking
it's
about
not
that.
empathy. It's really different. Like, I think I'm a very, very
I'm not-
sympathetic person,
I'm not
but I
talking
really...
about that. I
Yeah,
think men and women in general, both genders, okay, don't have or do have empathy. It really depends on the situation, because when it comes down to relationship,
But we're talking about
if you-
general.
if
We're
you have-
talking in general
No,
here.
if you have interest in this relationship, either you want to fuck her, you want a relationship, you want to have a child with her, or she likes him because you have money or don't have, whatever the reason is, it's really individual. You cannot divide these two. It's really, really individual. I think in America in general and the Western world, I think people don't have empathy at all. Not men and not women.
Well, men
People who
have to
just
have
don't-
empathy, because if men didn't have no empathy, Sheena, they would be virgins. They're like literally. If I couldn't put myself in a woman's shoes and then didn't understand how a woman thinks, her behaviors, etc., then I physically wouldn't be able to sleep with a girl. I have to understand women to
Women
be able
are emotional.
to even have casual sex. I have to understand women. You guys don't need to understand men at
So
all.
it's not empathy, it's manipulative thinking.
No,
it's empathy.
No, don't say it's manipulative.
Anyway, we'll move away from that. So yeah, that's why I think men have more empathy. Majority of you guys said women. Ruby said men. All right, cool. Celis, have you got another question before I move on? Or
No,
you
no,
good?
go ahead, man.
Okay, cool. So, will you guys, as you guys get older, like I know you guys, some of you are in relationships, will you guys lower your standards? I know you're in a relationship, but
Yeah, I think you would have to.
you'd have to. Or about yourself, would you
could
lower
try.
your standards? Or about yourself, Nori, would you lower your standards?
I don't have very much comment to that.
Do you not want to partake in the podcast?
No, I don't actually. I don't like the.
You don't have to be here if you don't want to be here.
Yeah.
Can somebody
Yeah.
order me over home?
Yeah, why is that though? Cutting in closer to the mic as well, so people
no
can hear.
problem. I have people watching this podcast right now, and I have an account manager, and they just don't like the way that have been kind of being treated throughout the podcast.
By who?
What?
These two ladies in particular right here, not to be like rude to you or anything in
To me?
particular. Well, with the both of you, I've kind of had messages like my phone has been buzzing out of my pocket. Just in the sense of I haven't been really loud to anybody or really interjecting, and the quarter black thing and like the whole I just don't like the energy here, and I feel like I was kind of set up just being the only black woman on the panel speaking about a lot of things, so I'm not comfortable right
All
now.
right, cool. This is where I'm gonna cook you.
Yeah, for
I'm
real.
gonna cook you right now. No. Shut the fuck up, because you're like 300 pounds.
All right.
Yeah, you
You're
think you
not
deserve a big
boy.
man. Look at you. Yeah, you're a fucking humongous hippo. And you have the cheek to tell me that we set you up because you're a black woman.
That's
My
crazy.
fucking security is a black woman. Yeah? My fucking producer is a black man. Bro, shut the fuck up. Get your fat ass out of here. Yeah. We don't care.
I didn't say you in particular either. So I
Bro,
just
you're
wanted to let
rude.
know-
You're rude.
No, I wasn't
You're
being
rude.
I
Yeah,
wasn't
you
being
was rude. You was rude. You was rude.
No, I didn't say you at all. And I thank you for having me here. And I didn't say you in particular.
You said that we set up. You said.
I didn't say that.
You're talking about
I
a
did
zero,
not say
me
that.
and Sellers. You're basically saying that
I
we.
did not do that.
Bro, you just said you got.
You can go. You can leave. Bye.
And
Good
go
night.
lose some weight.
I appreciate that.
Go lose some weight as well, man.
I think she's
Don't
a
know how you're
hypocrite.
modeling, seriously.
So I think it's
You're
ridiculous.
fucking humongous. You're like 400 pounds. I'm 5'9" and I'm 155 pounds. You're double my weight. Yeah. Get out of here, man.
Can I say for the people? Is it? This
You
is
can
live,
you can
right?
put your shoes outside, man. You can put on your shoes outside.
I
Get out of
actually
it.
reached out to her before the podcast. I did to everyone to say that
And
it's
I love you for
nothing.
that.
Thank you.
No, she really did. She asked me for all
Bro,
their
she spoke
Instagram
very
names.
well.
Yeah,
Look,
she's very respectful.
Sheena could be a little bit blunt, and you know she does a little sad comments. But bro, as a woman, just ignore it, get on with it. Yeah.
Right.
But I didn't say nothing. But the moment she tries to say that we tried to set her up because she's a black woman, like fuck.
That's an
that shit, bro.
excuse.
Fuck that shit.
How many black women have we had on this panel?
Is a lot of black people's mentality. Fucking victim. Fucking mindset.
That's annoying.
Victim. From the moment she come in here, everything was
really
about her
annoying.
being a black woman.
Right.
Fuck
Yeah,
that
like,
shit,
who cares?
bro.
I don't care about the color. Like, honestly, I swear to God.
Bro, no one wants to hear your shit. Shut the fuck up and get out. Ugly. Oh, bro, bring him. Bring him.
It's all right. It's okay.
I'm going to.
Tell Aisha to fucking beat the shit out of her. Fat shit.
So I actually reached out to her before the podcast. I sent the same message to everyone,
Crazy.
just saying that, hey, I do these
Where's
things
the
to
King
enhance
Henry
my public
shit at?
profile, so I am going to debate you if I
You can't
disagree with
even use a
something, but I
sound.
will never be mean, I won't be rude, and it's, I respect you, and afterwards we can talk about it if I've upset you, but I won't be nasty and everything. So I did actually reach out to her and warn her that
I feel like we've been more than
Problem is-
respectful.
The problem is with these liberals, yeah, because she's clearly liberal, is you can't sit there and have a conversation back and forth and not get emotional. Yeah? Cool. Was Sheena maybe annoying to her? Maybe. Just leave it, man. Leave it. Answer back the podcast. We're asking you questions. I was incredibly nice to her the whole way
We all
through. Yeah?
we all were.
Like, bro, I never said nothing to her. Which honestly, I could have gotten her weight earlier. Yeah.
I'm surprised that you
the
didn't.
The way she was talking about her high standards, like she was like some top model. It's like, bruv, what
I'm
the
traditional.
Fuck are you, what the fuck are you talking about?
In terms of how we've been treated as well on a podcast, I actually...
Austin, make sure go check my cars outside, bro. Because I'm going to have to fucking...
Yeah, in terms of how
She's
we've been
out there with
treated as
her,
guests
right?
on a podcast as well, this is much better than other experiences I've had with large podcasts. Like, we were greeted nicely, we've been treated respectfully, despite, there being sex workers, strippers, liberals, conservatives, everyone's been treated the same. Food, everything's just like, it's been quite a pleasant experience. Travel provided as well, so.
Honestly, we matched the energy. You guys have been great here. And look, did we all agree? Me and you went back and forth. Me and you went back and forth. We can agree to disagree and, have conversations. The problem is with these liberals, they don't want to have the conversations.
Exactly.
Even at the beginning, she wanted to leave the table, right? She's gone. She went and spent
mentioned
20
10
minutes in the
times.
toilet. She come back. I said, look, give her time.
10
Maybe
times
she's
she mentioned
emotional.
her.
Sheena's a little bit blunt. How it is. Give her time. Let her come back. She come back. I asked her 3-4 questions. She didn't want to answer them. So obviously, I'm gonna say to her, bro, like, do you want to even be here? And then she gave me attitude. Still never said nothing. But the moment you try and fucking say like, she was purposely
She's making
put
herself
here
out to be the victim.
by black
all
people,
the
because
time, black, who
so
cares?
people know that I don't know who the fuck any girl's gonna be on the podcast. I knew
Only-
Sheena was
only
gonna
me,
be here
yeah, pretty much.
because you told me,
Yeah.
but I don't know who's gonna be on the lineup. I come here fresh. Yeah,
offended that you don't know who I am.
My team, who are both black man and black woman, put together the panel. So she's saying that a black man and a black woman set her up. That's what she's saying. It's insane, bruv. It's insane.
Just victim. It's just a victim mindset. It's not what
She
we want.
also, that's the only reason I challenged her. Is she was saying people always expect me to shout, and she was shouting
Yeah,
at
she
everyone
was
so loud.
yelling.
So I was like, well, why don't?
remember?
Yeah, so I said,
screaming.
well, why don't you just be the change you want to be, and try
Bro,
not?
imagine being in a relationship with that girl.
Yeah.
Imagine we sat here for a podcast and she was insufferable. Imagine in a relationship.
But she
It's
was
insane,
raised in
bro.
a traditional household,
Bringing
right?
a woman. That's what she was compromising on, bringing a
Anyway,
woman.
let's move away from her.
Because he couldn't tolerate her. She brought him along.
I'm gonna have to let him have the threesomes.
Exactly.
But yeah, like I don't mean to. I'm gonna say one more thing about her before I end, and then I don't want to mention her again. But you see how look, it was obvious to us she's way overweight, right? She's out of shape completely, and I guarantee you, if I brought up her weight, she would have got really sensitive, right? But she turns around and she says that she expects a sole provider who's a leadership man, yeah, and all these things. Bruh, what kind of fucking delusional life are you living in? Is this fucking fairy tale?
But they're all
You are
delusional.
fucking like 400 pounds, 300 pounds, and you think you deserve a man who's a great man and exceptional who's gonna provide for you. Bruv, you're living in La La Land. La La Land is fucking insane. Anyway, I'm moving on from her.
All of them are like that.
Most of them.
This is crazy.
What do they rate?
Welcome to America.
Okay, I actually had this question for her. Like, it would have been good for her. But what do you guys rate yourselves? But I don't even want to do that question right now. Let's just move on.
That would have been bad if you would have asked her that, you know.
Like, Brian. He's
You
driving
want to do
us
it? All right,
crazy.
let's do it, ladies. So, what would you say? What would you rate yourself objectively to men?
11.
No.
Out of 10.
To men, maybe because of my job, a 6. Maybe if they didn't know about my job.
Say not job, physically.
Okay.
Physically, okay.
I'm like looking in the monitor, like just
You
make
look
sure I
gorgeous.
don't embarrass myself. I'm gonna say 7 or a 7.5.
I say a 5.
I'll say a 7 because it's my life path.
Say 6, 7.
I say like 5.
Pretty base, man. I can't really say much, can I? Like, I don't think they're that bad. Like, you know, like, would I go maybe a point or 2 on some of them? But, like, I don't think they're that bad. I don't think it's nothing to go into. But, yeah, you know, we have a lot of girls here on the panel, which you guys have seen in other podcasts, you know.
I think she
Now,
would
if
have
we would have asked her that, though.
She would have said a 10. She would have said a 10.
That would have been different.
No one was brave enough to do that though after that.
You say I'm 10.
That's fucked up. But yeah, she probably would have said some shit like that.
What would you rate yourself? And you can't.
Look, men, we can rate ourselves as a man or physically. If you're gonna say to me straight physically,
Yeah.
I'd say I'm a 6.
Physically, I think you're 8. I think you're 8 too.
I'm 5'9". I can't.
No,
be an
just
8.
physically.
He stays sat down in the back before we come on.
I'm not that short.
See, you
Why not?
downplay
I'm
your shit.
5'9".
You're not
But yeah.
short. You're not short.
But yeah, like I would say
He's
I'm a 6.
very tall. You're
I would say
not
I'm a
short.
6 objectively.
Okay.
Yeah, like as a man, different though. But yeah,
Like physically?
physically, like pretend like there's
Oh
nothing.
man,
like,
nah.
You're
I should
so
not answer
cute.
this shit. Yeah, I shouldn't answer this.
No,
This
you
is
Answer it,
bad.
answer it. Go on.
Definitely an 8.
Physically?
Yeah.
I'm not coming on to you. I just think you're
Yeah,
cute.
I think I'm above average, so I would say like an 8.
Yeah. I think Silas is a good-looking guy. He can vote himself.
But as a man, I'm not an 8.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
See, how
As a
honest
man,
that was,
I'm
though.
like 6.
I do agree. It's a harder question to ask men
Like
because
you
it doesn't
for
really.
So I would flip it. I would flip it around with you then. I wouldn't say
You
I'm
think
an
I'm like
8
a-
as a man, but I would say I'm a 7.5
For
as a man.
American
and then
women,
as
you are
looks
like
wise, a 6.
a really high number.
I think you're about
Because
an
you
8 and
look
a half.
Mediterranean, your personality, you look
Come on,
like you could
cuz.
be an asshole, and girls love that.
Girls do like arseholes, but yeah.
Of course, for women, you are.
I don't think they like
Funny
arseholes.
assholes win.
They don't like arseholes. I think the
Yes.
women like a man who's
Yeah, that's true,
assertive
exactly,
and not going to put up with
that's what I
shit.
meant.
Yeah.
They like a man. They don't want a man who's actively getting in fights, but they want a man who would get in a fight if he had to.
If he had to.
Yeah.
Well, I will
want
defend
someone who comes
myself,
home with a black
absolutely.
eye.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Go home
another
to
thing.
my
I say
man.
that every man should learn one form of martial arts, whether it's going to be boxing, jiu-jitsu,
Krav Maga.
karate, like anything. Like you got to learn some form of
Jiu-jitsu.
martial art. Yeah. Silas, do you have any other questions for them?
Great.
If not, Sheena, I was going to ask you. Do you have?
I feel like they got way more questions
Yes, go
than I
ahead.
do.
So,
Go ahead.
Can I run the
Go ahead.
podcast for 5 minutes?
You can. No, but I want you to do it as a host, though.
As a host.
As a host. So you ask the ladies questions.
Of course.
Go
So,
ahead.
yeah, I'm looking at all of you. It's very, very diverse. So I have a question. You are a mother and you're doing OnlyFans. You're thinking about the future when your kids grow up, how they're gonna look at you when they know that you're highly qualified, intelligent, have a great profession. Actually, I'm jealous. I don't think I could do it because of my HDAD. I tried. You think about the future like that because I see. Don't get offended for me. I like to dress a little bit sexy, but I have boundaries. Okay, a little bit. But your boobs are really big and natural, and you sit like that. You think about your kids, how they gonna perceive you.
I think I'm not a liberal. I can't say that because I don't like the way that generation has made things recently.
Right.
But I try to get comfortable, and that comes with my insecurities, you know, like that I show a little bit, probably to make myself feel good. But I do. That's embarrassing. Like I don't like telling.
So you have thought about it.
Yeah.
So you have thought.
I think about it. I think about it all the time. Like that's not something that I want to do. It's something I have to do because I'm in survival mode. My femininity.
Can I teach you something
Yeah, go
about survival
ahead.
mode? When you're in a survival mode, you cannot create. Okay?
Yeah.
It's really impossible to create when you're in a survival mode. But if you stop for a minute in your worst time when you don't have money and you don't have any ideas how to create, if you sit down with yourself and you peel the layers and ask a question by question why it leads you to that point, I promise you're gonna find the answer.
Who's that?
And when you stop thinking that you're in a survival mode,
Bish.
this is where all of it's gonna change.
Yeah.
Because you have to remember, you it's not your hard disk of what you are now. Sometimes the worst women that do, like, not worst, but women that do porn, OnlyFans, women that consider slut and sleep around, 99% of these women, it's not because they are slut and they want to sleep around. It's because they're shy, and because they're shy, that the shyness bring them to that position because they don't know how to say no. They don't know how to resist.
And financial gain as well, obviously.
Yeah, of course, and I'll explain. If you had a father who was an absent in your home, right, and your father was not there to give you support and to give you guidance and be protective and behind you, and a strong man come, that was assertive and have a kind of more stronger demeanor than you, and he tell you, take off your clothes, I want to fuck you, or whatever, something like that. Just because his demeanor, you would not say no. Yeah. It would be a mental rape. So you have to understand that in this world, you have nobody. You have only yourself. Use that word.
Try not use that word.
Grape. Sorry. In this world, all of us women, we only have ourselves to protect ourselves. And when we know how and learn how to protect ourselves, and I'm telling you, because I come from the Middle East, it's so dangerous. It's, you know, when Trump said, I want to grab a woman's pussy. In the Middle East, they don't say that. Sometimes they can just grab it.
They just do it.
Yeah. You understand?
Like Nike.
Yes, and I'm telling you, you are very, very capable. And that's what I told her too. She's gorgeous, she's beautiful. Sorry, what did I say funny?
Well, look, you should keep watching Sheena's content. And what I did like about what she said as well is, I do agree, when you're in survival mode, it's incredibly hard to create. It's like, you know, like Boys from the Hood. What do? They're in survival mode. They sell drugs, right?
Yes.
Because they do the most quickest thing they can do, the same way what you're kind of doing. I get it. It will come with like pain. It might take a little bit of time, but
it's not only that. Like we go back to health. Like that affected my health. I went from being a stick to getting a little overweight because the stress.
And I want to say also in this country, specifically to the African American community, because I work with all type of women, right? A lot of African American women not being protected, and even men by parents, right? You see a lot of men who don't have guidance, who don't have a father to look up to. Because you learn what you see. We're like a sponge, right?
Do you know what? Before I would say was the African American community, but right now I'd say it's majority of people. Majority of people. It's not even just the African community. It's worse, but
but I tell you why. Because in the African American community, they carry stuff that other communities that you don't get judged by their color carry more. I can hide the fact that I'm Jewish. She can hide the fact whatever. But when a black woman go out to the street and she doesn't look a millionaire with a Chanel bag and all the bullshit of society today, people immediately would think she's ghetto, she's this, she's that. And they have to, when they go out from their house, they would have to work 100 times harder. So I think us as a society also need to understand that, because I had a lot of women coming to me in this aggressive white privilege. And then when I talked to them, like neighbors, when I had no money, because I had no money, I put my son in a really bad zip code, and I was only with black people. Me and my son, the only white, like not 100% white, but looking white, right? And when I open my heart and I speak with them normally, invite them to my house, we're eating, we're hanging out, all of a sudden I validate them. And I gain friends. I'm telling you, I have friends in South LA, West LA, sorry.
You mean South Central, like where the hood is?
Like all the hood is, sorry. That other people say, how do you know these people? They're gangsters, they're dangerous. But these people have my back whenever I need them, because I was sitting, I was eating with them and doing things. And I'm telling you, when you peel the layers from every person, right? Every person can turn to a good person. You understand? We just need someone to look and see with our eyes and see them. You know, if we see them the good, that's what's going to turn them into a good person, because every person needs validation.
Another thing from going from that as well, that's why I think women need to like especially like even if you're a father, brother, you need to minimize the amount of trauma that your sister or your daughter goes through.
Exactly.
Because you guys, when you guys go through trauma, it kind of like holds on to you guys. A man, if he goes through trauma, it's either one way. It's either going to break him or he's going to make him.
Exactly.
That's why a lot of guys you see who are successful, they come from nothing, right?
It's so true, because a lot of women, you see how they say, so true. I got raped when I was 12.
Grape. How many times?
Sorry, grape. And they carry this grape thing, they carry in their body, and every time they had, that's why a lot of women, that's why I'm telling you, a lot of women that sexually doing this sexual stuff, when they learn about love, what is love? The first love could be grape. The first love could be sexual abuse. And in their mind, they keep graping themselves in their subconscious without even understanding that. That's why as humanity in general, not just men and women, we need to open our eyes and understand each other.
Well, without getting too deep on the topic of that, because I don't want it to be too graphic to talk about, but it's interesting you say that, because I do agree that if a woman is SA'd, it has a really, really, really bad effect on her, and puts her more likely to be put into sex work as you see a parallel in men. A lot of men who are SA'd grow up to do gay stuff, even if they're not gay. Or they become
porn stars and
or worse, they'll kill
22s.
people and they will SA people as well.
Yes.
So it's the act of
when
someone is young and assaulted in that way, what it does to your genetic makeup and your brain is really profound.
That's why I said in the last podcast I said, all these people that you see, my dad sit in jail for murder. That's how I grew up, like in a crime family. Okay, this is also in my book. That
was it valid at least?
What?
The murder.
Yes, was valid.
Okay, cool.
I grew up among the most dangerous criminals back at the time. The most famous names you would see on TV and people being afraid of them, and that made me exactly the opposite. I didn't want to just have sex with random men like I see a lot of the women there. I didn't want to do drugs. I didn't want to do alcohol. My dad used to write me letters because it's not like today that you have, like a SMS and everything. My dad used to tell me, be with 10 men in the room, but remember what you have. You need to protect that. Always think with your mind. Never lie. Keep your word. Like he always kind of guided me to be the person I become. And I realized even though my dad was not at home, I always felt like I have. That's what they say. It doesn't matter who is in front of you. It's important who is behind you. Because if you have someone behind you, you will always calculate your move in the right way. That's why I'm going back to you. When you have kids, your kids have nobody behind them. Mm-hmm. And when they have a mother who is weak and doing only whatever, right? They're not going to have someone behind them, because every man that would come to your daughter and know what you did, she's not going to have that strong, grounded mother behind her. So, her mom is just a hoe. You can do whatever you want. You can abuse the daughter too. Mm-hmm. You understand? And even if it's too late for you, but you'll take it. It's not.
She's a month in. You got to convince her to get out.
No, but you already have footage out there. Even that you have footage out there, you can take it, talk about it, advocate other women like she does, and you can literally change your life upside down. This is going to be a blessing, I'm telling you.
This is another thing I don't understand. Like, isn't there a way? No, you can't delete that shit. It's the internet, innit? Yeah, someone's going to
delete what?
I'm saying I know there's people out there, like I have heard of like OnlyFans girls who spend thousands to go and
to get it scrubbed off the internet.
You can.
It's hard though, isn't it?
It's hard, but a lot of I think girls who do that as well are girls that end up, incredibly successful and do have the means to be able to do that.
It costs a lot of money.
But just for perspective, it costs me, 10 grand just to have my Instagram account reinstalled. So it's you have to spend a lot when you do this.
Those guys. So let me tell you guys, because I've been through the block, I know how it goes. The two biggest scammers in life: crypto guys, scammers,
Instagram guys,
and Instagram recovery guys.
Yeah. Exactly.
You guys are the biggest scammers, yeah? I know. You guys take down my page so I can pay you thousands to get it back.
Mm-hmm. Now they took down my page, 70,000 followers almost. Like last month. I could not, bring, so I had a backup account.
They messaged you straight
20 guys, 20 guys, like, come, I want to fix your account, 10,000, 1,000. Sorry, fuck it, but I don't want to.
And the best thing to do is, if you look at their accounts, they say they're recovery guys, right?
Whatever.
So the main key is to do is never to respond to them, because a lot of times they'll send you a message like, bro, I can really help you out. You just act like they don't exist, because the moment you act like they exist, they're going to delete your account. Exactly. And then they're going to be like, oh yeah, I can get it back for you, bro. Bro, I asked my team.
I spent haven't seen the message.
Well, I was thinking, I spent maybe $15,000, $20,000 on getting my accounts back. Fucking insane. And they're still shadow banned.
I want to say something regarding porn star. You remember I told you about Jana Jameson, right? Yeah. So we had a conversation. She stopped doing it 20 years ago, right? Mm-hmm. She stopped doing it, and there's no porn star that was huge and big as her.
Yeah, she was massive.
She was even now she's massive. She's still making money out of endorsements and everything. And she's the sweetest person you can meet. She keep her word. She have respect. If she promised you something, she's the first one to keep her word. I can tell you, she's standing on her word. She's amazing. And she said to me, it doesn't matter what I will do in my life. I will study. I will have kids. I would have a new career, whatever. People always
never get rid of it.
Will remember me this. So that's why I'm insisting in you the whole evening. I don't want you to think I'm a pain in the butt, that I'm pushing you.
No, and I don't think you're wrong. Like I tell people all the time, my thing right now, I'm learning something new. I had my real estate license for 4 years.
I'll get you good clients, I promise.
And I want to get out of that, and I want to start doing the mortgage thing. That's why I was like, you know what? I'm going to take opportunities and do something new. Go ahead.
Nice.
All right. So who would you vote the best wife in this panel so far?
Who, me?
Yeah. Best wife.
Don't look at the age.
Oh no.
What, like physically or just like personality? Or as a whole?
As a whole. If you had to make a decision tonight.
Probably Lorena.
Wow.
Like, I'd say because, like, she's never done OF.
I never done OF.
You know, she's in a relationship, so I'd be single. If you were single, I probably wouldn't say you. Because 34, like, you know, we're the same age and shit. But, I would say, like, she seems like she's very submissive, traditional. She comes from a good family, had brother, her father. She's in a good relationship now. So, yeah, I'll say her. But I do think there are women, I think all the women are good women. I don't think, they might not be like, you know, some of them do sex work, but none of them are annoying. None of them are obnoxious. The one that was is not on here no more. But
I thought you think I'm the most annoying.
Well, you talk a lot. But if I was in a relationship with you, I'd be like, shut the fuck up, man.
I'm not talking like
Shut
that.
up. Shut up.
You have things to say.
I'll do this. I'll just do this to you.
But wait, let me finish. Let me say that. You know, I'm talking a lot in every podcast I am because then they cut it to clips. And my clip just got 5 million views, and that's what I want.
Nice.
Because then I get
Sheena.
endorsements in Israel.
No, let me make you aware.
She got a mouthpiece.
You
Yeah,
and
for
Ruby
sure.
both have great points, and I wouldn't let you guys take the show like that if I didn't think it. Like, you guys did very well tonight.
We knew this
You both
before.
have good points,
I knew this.
I think all the women
booking
have
you.
good points.
So I expected
I
this.
respect that you do that because I have to like push myself to try and talk more because naturally I would just be like, I would just be like quiet and then afterwards like go, yeah, that wasn't it? But like I'm like, oh no, I need to like interrupt people, and I feel bad because I really upset that girl, but I was like, I need to say something.
No, but you were great, Ruby, because you're like so just like
you know, I think we both agree on the same girl.
Okay, you went with Lorena as well then.
Not to like discount any of the girls that we had on the panel. I think all y'all are nice, but if I just had to be strategic with my decision, and me and you tend to make good decisions, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like it would be a good decision.
For the next episode, you should have a little trophy that's like the wifey award. And you give
We
it
should
to-
have a little wifey trophy, a TNE wifey trophy, best wife on the
But you know
panel.
what? There's been a couple girls that I would have stole it back from them because like, remember that black chick that sat next to me? She was like really attractive. And I was kind of like half into her, yeah.
But she's a capper.
She gassed it up. She was traditional, conservative. I went outside. She's telling me, she's in a long distance kind of thing, but she was like, I'm down to get to know you. I'm like, all right, cool. I checked her out when she got home, just to say, this fucking bitch had OnlyFans, bro. She fucking and she didn't say it on the panel. We purposely asked, do any other girls do sex work? She avoided it, and I found out. I can't remember your name, but you was pretty girl. But
Well, you're not a good wife. We'll tuck your trophy back if we would have given it to you, just so you know.
Yeah, I would have took that trophy back off you though, man.
However, I tried to say this on the last podcast I was on. I will say I have an element of respect, not for the behaviour of lying, but I think it's good that girls sometimes try and hide it because it's a good thing that they're embarrassed and they don't want don't want to look you in the eye and go, I do OnlyFans. They don't want to do that.
Because they know it's bad within themselves.
And I think that's a good thing. You know, you say we should bring back shame, and I am not shaming people that do OnlyFans, and I'm not saying that I don't do it. So I'm not trying to be like, I know everyone in the comments can be massive hypocrite,
I totally
like
understand
it's if you look beyond that, and the point I'm making is like society is
judgmental.
Yeah, and we do need a bit of shame. So I think
agree.
when girls do try and hide it, I see past the, oh my God, you lied about it, and be like, I get it. Like, why? I don't want to say. So I'm like, I'm going to have to say it. Like, Brian grilled me.
Well,
even,
women are actually strategic as well. This is what they'll do,
Exactly.
Women will not tell you they do sex work because they want to get you in. And once you're in, they're like, it's going to be harder for him to... That's the truth, do you know what I'm saying? So, look, either way, I always go with the truth. I do agree with her. Like, a lot of times it's best for you guys not even to mention it. Like... But the truth is the truth.
Yeah, we rather know the truth instead,
but it's
to be
not just
honest.
that.
Though.
Imagine like now, another girl that do OnlyFans, and she felt she didn't have that mindset like I have, for example, right? She didn't grow up like that. She didn't have guidance, and all of a sudden, like her, she wake up. Think about it. Like I feel bad for her because all of a sudden,
of course, she hasn't had
I saw the
guidance.
world upside down. Now I see reality how it is. What the hell am I going to do right now?
Imagine, and I'm trying to manifest it for you guys. What about if you leave the podcast now, within a month or two, you quit your OnlyFans license, you go make shitloads of money from real estate, and you turn around and say, shit, Sheena, maybe not just Sheena alone, but, the shame that she brought on me might have sounded bad, but it made me respond, well, look, shame is great. I've had girls here on the podcast who say they're 8s and 9s, and I'm like, bruv, like, you're not, you're fat, you're overweight, you need to get in the gym.
Like, what's his name? The guy from Fresh and Fit. I don't like when you curse like
Well,
that.
yeah, me and Myron have very much the same beliefs. The only things I think we disagree with is I'm pro-life. He's I'm pro-choice. No, I'm pro-life. He's pro-choice. So
That's a good question for the panel.
All right, yeah, let's do that one.
What's the difference?
I'm pro-life.
What does that mean?
So
are you pro-abortion or anti-abortion?
I'm anti-abortion.
I've had to.
But are you pro-life or pro?
Only if she got raped, I'm
pro-choice.
You know what? I used to be like, oh, like if you know, whatever people want, like you never know. What if they were raped? But as I've dug into like my spirituality, I've just learned so much, and I'm like, oh my God, I feel guilty for even thinking like that in the past.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
Sorry. I think that people should make their own decisions, and it goes based on their religion. So pro-choice.
I'm pro-life now, but I had one in the past and I was ill-informed and I was lied to, and I feel like really upset that I had it, like really, really deeply affected. It makes me, you know, emotional to like speak about it. So I often find that people, you know, I've not heard many people talk about it that have had one and say that they are pro-life. A lot of people go either, oh my God, it's terrible, or oh my God, it's fine. You can just get cummed in as much as you want and use it as birth control.
Well, I actually am very pro-life, but when I was 16 years old, I was with a girl in the area, and you know, she happened to get pregnant and she had an abortion. So I can't sit here and say like I'm innocent. I'm not innocent now. And I never pushed her into it. We both knew we were way too young for it to happen. But the truth is, I think as youngsters, we're not taught enough in real sex education.
Exactly.
Like bro, like you got to take accountability. You can't just go out and have sex without condoms.
If it were illegal, and people say, oh my God, well, what about all these people who were raped and that? I think that's a different story. But also,
exactly.
That's 1%. I mean, I don't, but I can go on that later. But the thing is, I really, really strongly believe that if it wasn't available, people would just use condoms.
Yeah.
Men would. You wouldn't have done it if you knew. There was if you get this girl pregnant, you are a father. You would wouldn't do it.
100%.
And I think, you know, maybe if you knew you couldn't get an abortion, you would probably stop letting men come in you.
Exactly.
You probably, or if you didn't want to have a baby, or you would have the baby. Obviously, there's that option too. But if it were illegal, you would just either go, right, I have to have a baby, or you have to wear a condom.
Yeah, and I agree with her. Look, when it comes to rape and complications within the birth, of course, there should be an abortion. Come on, let's be realistic right now. You're not going to let the woman die, and you know if it's a grape or incest sort of thing, it's like it's just horrible to let a woman go through that. But you know that's not what majority of things are. 99% of them are humans being irresponsible. They go out there, they're having sex without condoms, filling up the girl and her letting it, and then after they're like, oh, we've got a child. Well, duh. What do you think was going to happen? Do you get what I'm saying?
I believe in special circumstances. Like, you know, you got to do what you got to do. But I definitely am pro-life. My mom had me when she was 16 years old, so I could have easily been somebody.
There should be more legislation on it at the bare minimum, because in the UK, I think it's similar in America. You just mail it. You don't even say anything. You just go, hi, I want an abortion pill. Okay, are you fit and healthy? Do you smoke? All right, it's in the post.
Yeah, so easy.
So easy, yeah. And then, or you go to a clinic and, you know, they're just like, right, okay, you know, like that. They don't show you the screen. They scan it, check it, cool, pill, done.
That's crazy.
They don't even say to you, are you being forced to have this? Do you understand what you're doing? Do you know that you're gonna?
Because they're making money.
You're gonna exactly, and something. I'm not gonna talk about things that I'm not really qualified to talk about, but it mostly in America negatively affects the black community. It's a shame we don't have that girl here to talk about that. Yeah. I'm sure she'd have something to say, but it's mainly, you know, it's more Black Americans getting.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm from the Black community. I can say that.
He's right.
They want to get rid of as many black as it's true.
So
it's an agenda for sure.
If you want me to be honest, I do think like, and I don't want to come off in a bad way, but I do think going back to what Sheena said, like, look, all people have got value, but I do think that Africans have got something special about them. And you know, when I say African, I mean black, right? All blacks come from Africa. I know these fucking stupid American blacks say like, "Oh, we're not Africa." Well, they're from Africa, yeah.
Even if
I
it's
think
Egypt, you have
I think
Nubi.
black people are the most powerful people.
Yeah.
in the
And
world.
even in American blacks,
great
right? In
genetics.
history, there was a point in time in
I'll give you an
America.
example,
They
right?
was
Do you
blacks.
know that Nigeria
Yes.
has one of the highest IQs in the world?
Of course.
Nigeria, yeah.
They're
All
super
my
smart.
Nigerian friends in London,
They're
they
all
make shit tons of work.
billionaires, yes.
Okay, some of them are like fraud guys, yeah, but a lot of them are not,
Yeah.
right?
Okay. I mean, that's out of the States. I'm talking about Black
I
Wall
know
Street.
that, yeah.
There is a history of
I know that.
black
It's
society that has been thriving once upon a time.
True.
It's just they don't want us to know about that
Right.
because they don't want us to know that we're
Yes,
capable
yes,
of that.
of course.
So a lot of
And
people
don't forget
develop
a lot
that.
of black people, they didn't let them read and write in slavery.
And they were royalty
couldn't
as
read
well.
and
Right.
write.
So black people, they literally built America. That's really what
Yes,
it
of
is.
course.
And so we're trying to get away from that history. That's why they're taking control. They don't want us to know that.
Yeah.
Well,
They
if
don't want us to have that
if I am
Right.
right in this information, so again, I'm not super qualified, but I think the statistics show that Black Americans were better off in the 50s than they are now.
Absolutely.
100%, yeah.
Of course.
Sabotage.
And that was
There's a guy-
when
a lot of
Black
There's a guy
Americans.
Thomas Sowell.
Thomas
Sowell?
Sowell, yeah.
Thomas Sowell, yeah. Go read his fucking shit that he.
No, he talks
about,
all about that,
This
yeah.
guy's a genius. Go research Thomas Sowell. He's been speaking about this shit for years. The black community was fucking thriving. In fact, in the 1950s, they done like a graph, and they said that in the next 10 years that blacks were gonna like.
We were gonna take over.
Gonna take over.
Yeah.
So,
We had a better family dynamic than white people at a certain point in time in America.
The family was
What
regular
did they do
family.
though? I'll tell you what they did. They
They
introduced
absent
crack.
the father.
A lot of shit. It's
They
not just that. It's a
introduced
lot of
crack
shit.
to black
Father out
communities.
of the
They took
family.
the
When you take
father
the
out of
father
the
out of
family.
the family,
The judicial
Parenthood
system,
came along.
and then the
all that.
system raised the
All
kids.
that.
Of course.
Yeah.
But I want to
Exactly.
go back to the rape that we talked.
Yeah, great.
Now-
Come
grape,
on, Sheena.
grape, sorry.
If you're gonna be a podcaster, you gotta get used to that.
Yeah,
Otherwise you're gonna
please,
take
'cause
that
come
channel
on.
within a day.
I know.
Go ahead.
So, in October 7, 20 of my best friends that were in school with me, in high school, and like, how do you say, high school, yeah, high school, before the army, and people that went to the army and everything together, their daughters were kidnapped and raped, okay? Now, some of them got pregnant by the, T people that did it,
Yeah.
right? And now they debating what to do. A lot of them already is like 9 months, 6 months, because some of them get back from captivity already pregnant. And I don't know if you know, but Tel Aviv, which is, the biggest, not the biggest, but like the center of Israel, it's not the capital, but it's the center, is very, 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 very liberal, like bad liberal.
Yeah, I know. My friend Sam is
Super
Jewish. She
liberal.
tells me all the time he's very
Which Sam?
liberal. His name's Sam Collins. He's one of my closest friends. He's a Zionist Jew like yourself.
Well, I heard an argument for
Big up
against.
Sam.
I heard an
but
argument
wait, I wanna
for
finish my
against.
point.
Okay, go on.
Sorry. So now the liberals said, no, you have to keep these kids. How can you judge? It's like a big, huge argument in the country. And like the majority asked, like the dark-skinned Israelis say, no, we don't want the women to be with kids that they got raped. Like, it's crazy. And like the argument, now some of them get forced not to do abortion. And some of them, like, if the family is not strong enough, then they do it. But it's crazy.
Well,
Well, I am
that's
quite
crazy. I
on the
disagree with
fence
that.
with
Go
that
ahead.
because I don't
What do you mean?
have a opinion on this yet. Like, I'm on the fence, but I've heard some arguments
Of what?
against abortion even if the person has been SA'd because and the argument was quite simple, was why would you follow up an act of violence or a terrible act with an act of murder? So basically, I mean, it was Charlie Kirk that said this, but do you know who in this room was conceived through grape? Was anyone?
No.
You wouldn't know.
But you wouldn't know.
yeah.
How is that baby now less valuable than a baby that was conceived
But
lovingly?
that's not the point. The
'Cause-
I emotionally.
I was gonna say.
I know, and I do think, like, obviously,
I don't
if
wanna
I
have
could
a
set
boy in me
laws, I
that,
wouldn't
like,
know what
I do
laws
agree
I'd
with most
set.
of what
But
Charlie says. I like Charlie as well. I think he's a very competent man. However, I do agree with Sheena on that.
I don't
Like,
wanna-
yeah, you're right.
it's a tough one.
It's a
I
tough
don't
one.
have a
But you do it to your
yeah.
sister. You
Because
wanna
she's the
see
one
the
having a
kid.
child. She's
Yeah.
gonna look at the child forever in her life.
Exactly,
And that's
that's
gonna
what-
remind her of
I
that
actually,
situation.
you guys, I knew, well, my mom had a friend and she had 2 daughters and one of them was a great baby.
Oh shit.
And she was so mean to that little girl.
Really?
Like it broke my heart. And I'm like,
but they can put the baby up for adoption. I'm not saying that I'm for it or against it.
Just giving the point across.
But I think there needs to be, a bit more. It's uncomfortable to talk about, but a bit more discourse around that because. How is that if we do look at it objectively? We go, but the woman's feelings. Okay, well, what if she just? But what if she just really doesn't want a baby, but it wasn't grape? She can go and say it's great. There are, or how is that much different?
We've even seen recently with a lot of successful men out there, they're getting the great word pushed towards them. Like, I can name even.
That's terrible.
That's true.
Like even like. I can name all different kind of guys, but it happened to like that Trevor Bauman guy, that baseball guy.
Yeah.
He missed
falsely accused.
He missed 2 seasons of baseball. He missed his wage, and he wasn't able to join a good team after it, was he? Like, where is he now?
I didn't follow up.
His career's finished. And what's that?
He's in Japan.
He's in Japan playing baseball when he should be in America. A false allegation. Andrew Tate.
But a lot of women
guy.
do it. A lot of women. You
saying?
have to understand it's a fashion. I'm telling you, I even said it to women when she said, he appropriately touched me. I'm like, I saw it. It's not appropriate. Like, the guy tried to be a gentleman. Even when a guy just tried to be a gentleman, they say, hey, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Why are you touching me? Like, I see it. I'm like, oh my God. Like, they make drama literally out of nothing. To me, that's why I decided to go and speak. I'm like, I'm going to advocate for men in this country. I'm going to change the narrative.
Well, that point reminds me of why guys actually don't go up to girls no more, right?
Exactly.
Because, look, I understand you guys have maybe creepy guys who highly unattractive come up to you guys, but a lot of girls who do have these guys coming up to them, they'll shame them publicly.
Yeah.
Like, they'll do some shit, and then after that, imagine that guy's never going to go up to a girl again. They're just embarrassed.
You see the girl that put on TikTok, I don't know if you guys saw it, she went on a date with a guy. Dressed, and then she did video because he didn't want to pay her restaurant.
Embarrassed her. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Like, it's okay. I think that a guy should pay on a date. Not if the guy's serial, right?
No, that's not what happened though. But she wanted to go to. He offered her a restaurant to go pay, but she said that it was too casual.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And the other one that bought stuff for her kids, you saw it?
Yeah.
She bought a lot of bags to her kids. She's a single mom, and she was like pissed off that he did.
I think
women have a responsibility, I think, to kind of still be. It's always about men. You should be polite to women. You should be this to women. Women do have a responsibility to be polite to men. If a man compliments you in the street, you can say, "Oh, thank you, but I'm not interested. Please don't talk to me anymore."
Yeah. Exactly.
I think it is. I struggle with the opposite. I think it annoys my boyfriend sometimes if men talk to me in the gym. I'm like, and I just don't do anything. He's like, well, you've got no problem telling me to be, But I'll get a bit which I don't think women should be like that, and that's something I'm working on. But I think there's nothing wrong with someone opening the door for you. I smile at them and I go, thank you. It happens a lot more in America than it does in England. The men are really nice. In my experience here, but
people are nicer here in general.
Because it's sunny.
Well, we're from London. London is miserable, so I came here at 23 years old. I'm never going back to London again. I'll be happy if I never step on the land again. It's grey, miserable people. I come from a hood, Oscar, where if you make £5,000, you're a fucking target.
Really?
Now, I'm not saying I'm afraid.
Why do you mean target like what?
Well, people, if you make £5,000 in Edmonton, you're rich.
Really?
Yeah, Oscar. It's like
I don't know the area that well, but I'm sure it's accurate.
I lived in England, by the way, and in Scotland. I lived in Glasgow for a wee while.
Glasgow's nice.
That is so good.
I lived in Dalkeith as well.
Spice Girls.
I was there for I was there after the army, traveling a wee bit.
But everyone that travels to England, they don't get the actual living in England. Or the Americans oh my God, I love your accent.
Also, you said that people are happier and more polite in California. They might be polite and nicer, but let me tell you, in California, they'll be the first to bitch behind your back.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
One.
Oh, my God.
Two, in London, if someone don't like you, they're going to make it very obvious that they don't like you, yeah? And thirdly is, that's why even, I find, I'm not going to lie, I had to really pick the men who are in my team very specifically, and I had to vet a lot of them. Why? Majority of LA guys are fucking bummy. And I'll tell you why. They grow up with these palm trees, blue skies. Everything's too easy. It's too easy to be broke. Even homeless people. I saw a video the other day. There was a homeless man in Skid Row, and he's like, I'm living in the best
They're
city
a
in the world.
different breed here, aren't they? They must put hormones in the sun or something, because the homeless people on
They migrate over here. Yeah.
Then you're homeless, which we don't have
It's
a lot of homeless
hard.
people
You
yet.
need to
It's
sleep.
fucking freezing. If it's nighttime,
Like California bum a little
you
different.
could die in the winter if it's cold outside. So yeah.
I've considered. I thought I can't get a green card at the moment. Just come here and be homeless. It'd probably be better than living in London.
Really?
Yeah, you'll get benefits. You'll get EBT card and everything.
But I have
to
to
my
give
ranch,
you
Ruby.
that. You know how to do the podcast.
I did good, yeah.
Like your versus what I don't want to say names, but
Yeah, don't even want to give them the popularity.
We're good hosts, huh?
Well, if you want me to be honest with you, that podcast,
Even if
especially
you don't agree with me, even if you don't
especially
agree with
without
me,
Andrew, that podcast has got roughly 3 months and it's gonna be done. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think Brian's
Don't say
incredibly boring.
I prefer Andrew.
Andrew's cool. Like, I like Andrew. I want to have Andrew on my show. I can go back and forth. We have things we agree with, but I actually like him the way he talks, and you know he could be a little bit rude, but it's
Find
fine,
him
yeah?
likable, yeah.
Brian, I'm not gonna lie. When I listen to him, it's like fucking toast. It's like, bro, like, I feel like saying to him, bro, you need me there with you.
He always with the pad on his back.
But also he's
suffering from
very
something.
unhappy. Come on, man. Like when he sits, I just drain that. His energy's just draining. It's like, bro, come on, man, be happier. You must.
I'm very carefully, because I've never said it about anyone ever, but that's the first time in my life I've experienced a man who I believe genuinely hates a lot of women, or most women. There's a difference between having standards and being a high value man. I don't know any men.
I don't think he's a high
I don't know
value
any
man.
alpha. I don't know any alpha men. I don't know any good men that don't just look after all women in general. Do you know what I mean? I think my boyfriend, no matter who the woman was, if she needed something, he would like do his duty and protect that woman, and not just go on there and argue with women and blindside them and tell them something different. And
I'm trying to give girls advice as well. I would love to see you guys leave the podcast and actually
learn
flourish. I'm
something,
not here for clips and that. Like I said, like I make good money without the podcast. However, like. With him, like I do get a little bit like he dislikes women. Me, I'll be honest with you, I'm very sexist. I'm a proud sexist. I am very sexist. However,
But at least I
no
give
one
you
can
that
ever
you're
call me
honest.
misogynistic.
there's a difference from.
I don't hate women, yeah? Do I think that
that
we're above you guys? Yeah, shit. But guess what? I think we're put here to provide and protect for you guys, right?
But when I say that I think he hates women, like bear in mind, like I love Charlie Kirk, love Jordan Peterson. You know, I reached out to that podcast because I was a fan and I enjoyed watching it, and I thought the girls must be so retarded that are on there. That's hilarious. I gave them a full background and said, look, I'd love to come on, talk with you girls, talk with you guys. Meeting them in person, the way they treated us, won't even go into it. But
I already know it. We've had like 50 girls on here from
so bad that in person it was really different. And even though, you know, you've seen me disagree with the girl that was there and stuff, I felt really bad for all the girls that were on there, regardless of how nice they were. It was just...
Yeah. The energy on there is
in
really
person,
bad.
Not all women are treated equal on that platform, it seems.
But I have to give them that. They gave me huge exposure. I got millions of views for them.
It's because he needed you there. Like if Andrew's not there and Brian's alone, he's fried.
He doesn't do anything.
He doesn't do nothing.
I can be there alone.
I watch it with my cousin, and me and my cousin are like, how the fuck has this guy got 4 million subscribers? Like, it's insane. But look,
we know why.
Good on him. Because, well, he started a channel.
You keep recording?
He started a channel way before. But if you want me to be honest, if you want to speak about real dating and you don't want to listen to my podcast, cool. I might not be the guy for you, but go listen to Fresh and Fit at least. Go listen to Myron, who's actually going to give you real life advice, who's actually lived it, who is actually a high value man. Do you know what I'm saying? Like Brian thinks that men shouldn't even provide for women. He says that he shouldn't put his life on the line for women. That's insane to me. You're a woman, you're not going to put your life on the line for your woman?
Your life on your line. Okay.
That's crazy to me.
Didn't understand.
And then he says he's traditional. It's like, no,
He's
bro.
not
If
traditional.
I went head on you, I'll fry you the same way I'll fry the girls.
Stop the cap.
So,
You come to a podcast for 7 hours and you have only chips and some soda to drink, and the women sitting there sweating or dying from your neck, your butt.
I wasn't allowed to go to the toilet at one point.
well, let me tell you another thing,
Yeah, that's crazy.
which I've seen recently. I don't know what's happened because I do watch some parts of the podcast. I watch mainly Fresh and Fit. That's how I got into the dating. That's how I got this idea from Fresh and Fit, right? But I have watched whatever before. But yeah, it goes for incredibly long, and it's just boring conversations. It's like very dry at times, and it's like a lot of times it's like they're picking on the girls. It's like, bro, I don't want to bully a girl out of it. Like, look, that
What
chick,
kind of
that chick
dominant
gave me
man
an
is bullying
that
girls?
gave me a reason.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like I said, if he's with, and this is another thing, ladies, you should always look at a man's team and see like how long have they been there for, and are they happy in that situation? Because look, I'll give you an example. I've got my boy Austin in the back. Me and him been working for like 8-9 years. We made millions together. Now Brian is like, I've seen him, like I don't see Madison there no more. I don't see his producer there no more.
No, they change all the time. I know.
Like Nick, that main producer guy, he's not there no more.
He's amazing.
Madison, the Asian girl's not there no more. So it's like, bro, like I heard how you treat people on your podcast, and I also heard how you treat your staff.
Facts.
And I'm here in LA, so if you don't bring me on your platform, which I think you need me on your platform, because all you have is Andrew. Apart from when Andrew's not on there, you're fried, bro. You need a guy from LA. If you don't bring me on, I'll just demolish you myself. It is what it is.
You're gonna really irritate him.
Well, the reason I think he won't bring me on is because I'm a red pill guy. Andrew and Brian are not really red pill guys. There's a big difference. They're like more like religious. Like I'm more secular. Like I'm a big believer in God. But I'm not religious so much. So yeah, like I don't see it. Like I'm not gonna sit here and say like men should be virgins from the get go, because I know that's gonna be asinine fucking advice. And even Fresh and Fit, they say the same thing. A virgin man is gonna get himself in trouble.
I was in shock actually.
And let's be honest, majority of women won't even date virgin men. Even virgins. We've had virgins on the podcast who even say they wouldn't want to date a virgin, which is crazy, right?
It's true.
All right, what time are we on? 11. All right, cool. I'm going to wrap up here soon. We don't go on as long as Brian does, but maybe in the future.
I'm going to Vegas for a podcast.
Nice.
Okay,
you're on a podcast tour, huh?
Rolo Tomasi and what's the other guy? Rolo Tomasi?
And Sean Kelly.
No, Michael Sartain?
I don't know the name. I'll show
Okay,
you.
but if you go there and it's the podcast I'm thinking, you're going to have a great time, because it's normally full of, let's just say OnlyFans girls, but I don't think they're OnlyFans girls, because I've had OnlyFans girls here and they seem like nice girls. These guys are like, you're going to have a fun time. Let's just say that, yeah. They're going to disagree with everything you have to say, but all right, cool. Is there any other questions you guys wanted to put together? And then if not, then I'll wrap it up and come with a conclusion.
Just me being from Israel, everybody disagree.
I have a question that is for the men, because I don't think it's relevant for the girls, but I asked them on whatever actually, and I did get them to answer eventually. Would you rather date, and if you had to pick one, okay, so no like, I would date any, you can't do that. A woman with really low body count, like 1-2 or something, but has an OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Or a woman with a high body count, like 20 or plus, but no OnlyFans.
Oh, the question from Brian.
Well, I asked them that, yeah.
What's she showing on OnlyFans? Is it boy-girl content?
What
Is it
content?
her
What's
playing
the
with
content?
I guess, yeah, I don't know. I mean, let's just assume it's explicit.
What's explicit? Because
it doesn't matter.
The other girl,
I've got to think about this one.
She can't have a low body count if she's doing a whole bunch of videos with a bunch of different people.
Can.
Well, no,
You'd be
a lot of
surprised.
girls.
You know, I've met a lot of strippers and even OF girls, and I know they're not whores, but unfortunately for you guys, just like if I came up to you and I had baggy ass jeans and I was fat and over, you'd be like, this guy is a fucking loser. I ain't gonna date him. The same way, when guys hear that you have OnlyFans, you could be on there just showing thong pics, right? But men are gonna assume the worst.
I'll say,
she's doing like content with other people and
like I have to choose one.
Oh yeah, if she's doing it with multiple people, you're right. Yeah, she's right.
But so the question, let's just put it back so everyone's clear. Low body count, so like 1 or 2, but has OnlyFans. So even if it's explicit, it's a body count of 1 or 2. There's most people I know who do OnlyFans very successfully.
Yeah, I'll probably go with the OnlyFans girl, but I'll tell her every single day we wake up that she's lucky to be with me. Yeah. I'll be like, you don't deserve me, but here I am.
Yeah, because body count, like that's real.
It's,
like
that's different, isn't it?
That's how that you got bodies.
Yeah.
So there's more of a chance with the OnlyFans.
I'm intrigued to hear the other men as well. What would you go with?
I feel good when we talk about it. You know why? Because
OnlyFans?
everybody laugh at me at my age. How come you... All my girlfriends that I go out with, like, I don't understand. You don't have a guy that you have sex on a regular basis? I'm like, no. But why? Life is too short. You're getting older. You don't have a boyfriend. Like, because I don't want to sleep with a guy and then go home and then feel horrible. No, it's not me. I want to have sex with somebody that is my boyfriend, you know?
We'll find you one. Rich, all my rich Jews out there.
Yeah, no, he's out there. He's out there.
I reckon Sheena makes a decent money. He's got to be rich. You're lying. If he was a brokey,
not brokey, but he doesn't have to be rich.
Brokey,
he has to have potential.
Making 60K in LA is close to being a brokey. Would you not agree?
I don't know.
Like, look, we've had girls on the podcast say, yeah, I would date a man who makes 20, 30K a year in America, and I'm like, in California, and I'm like, but he's going to be living on Skid Row. You do realize that, right? Like 20, 30K, like how are you going to, like...
It's not true.
He can barely provide for himself at that point.
If you know how to take mortgages, you can have like real estate from small money.
20K a year, a man is doomed. He's doomed. If you're making 20K a year, I expect you to go to bed at like 1 a.m. You wake up at 5 a.m. 4 hours sleep you need. You don't deserve any more than that. I'm telling you.
I wish everyone were ambitious like you. I appreciate it about you. But I think
we found a match right here.
No, it could be my
I like young
brother.
women. Setting me up with my...
Sheena looks young.
No, I like young. No, I never date younger guys.
Are you sensing some chemistry? You got some chemistry going?
No, but I'm not gonna date somebody who's younger than me. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I'm not Jewish either.
Did you have any questions?
If I was expected to be, Sam would actually have to drop the bag on me. I need 7 figures if I'm going to become Jewish. You take me to your synagogue, give me your blessing, but I need $1 million.
So you have a price? You have a price? Is that what you're saying?
You know what you do? Actually, if you go to a specific rabbi, he prepares something from you from the magic of Kabbalah, and that's when you start making money.
Yeah, do you know what's going to happen?
What's the magic?
If I become a Jew tomorrow, the podcast within no time would be like viral.
No, we got to do it the natural way. Fuck all that.
I'm not joking. Now from Israel.
You doomed us all if you did that.
Listen, I got to tell you something. I'm so excited about it. I'll show you in my phone. I'm so excited. Now from Israel, I can't believe it. It's my country. I was not famous there for the last 15 years, right? Israelis from the army, from Gaza, sending me messages. We see you. We can't believe you're Israeli. Like all these people, it's so amazing. I'm excited.
All right, cool. So guys, keep up with this podcast because we are going to bring Sheena back. I'm going to bring a pro Israel man and then a pro Palestine guy, and then we can just have it out. I'm going to be the mediator. I don't even want to get involved. Like I do have my own opinions, but I don't want to get involved.
In the end, we're going to bomb each other.
I'm Greek. I'm not Jewish or Palestinian, so like I'm out of it.
Believe it or not, the person that helped me here the most when I was a Palestinian girl, but I tell you what, here it's very much different. When you live in Israel, and that's the truth, people don't know, but I swear to God, if we become really good friends, I'll take you guys with me after the war and you see what it is for real. But in Israel, when you say Palestinian, it's very general word, and I'll explain why. You have Palestinian in Jordan, you have Palestinian in Syria and Lebanon, you have Palestinian who is American and identify as Palestinian, you have Palestinian as an Israeli citizen, Christians and Muslim, and you have Palestinian in the West Bank. The thing is that the Palestinian in the West Bank, unfortunately, that's the truth. I know a lot of people are going to hate me for this, but that's the truth. A lot of them get indoctrinated for years. And imagine if you don't have the right food, if you don't have schools, if you live in a shithole, of course you're going to find someone to hate and blame as your thing. You understand? And these people are miserable, living like in hell because their own people put them there. So what do you want to do? And who makes money out of it? Radical left in Israel, radical left in America, radical left in the world, keep making money out of Palestinian dead kids on TV. And who's to blame? Israeli citizens that don't want nothing to do with that.
Yeah, look, I know a lot of Jews who are against the war. One of my closest friends, like I said, he's a Jewish guy. Me and him, like, we argue.
I'm not against the war.
War's bad.
Like, me and my boy Sam, we argue. And I'll tell you something, which I took it down on my profile so I don't get pushed. Oh, what?
I got her.
She's not used to honest people like me.
No, she's laughing off of what I said. I said a little joke. I just said war is bad.
She's been catching all your
That's
jokes.
it.
War is good.
You have been catching all his jokes.
Look, like I said, I'm gonna do it. You guys know how I feel about the situation, but I like to be here in the middle. I like to hear what both sides have got to say.
Can I say one thing regarding this that people don't understand? I speak Arabic and I see the news in Arabic, TikTok in Arabic. Now it's a fight between the Arabs in TikTok. They say, these traitors. But why? Because Arabs sick and tired of the Hezbollah and Hamas and all of that. They're sick and tired of that, right? So finally, Israel taking the garbage for everybody. Americans don't know that it's hundreds. Israel warned America for all the sleeping cells in these countries. in all over America that they're just waiting for something to happen. And the majority of Muslims are moderate. They don't want to fight. They don't want war. But the 20%
Well, I would
really
actually argue to your case that all the Muslim countries that don't fight for Lebanon, who don't fight for Palestine, all the Muslim countries that don't fight are heavily funded by Israel.
Can I suggest something?
No, but
Like
you
Saudi
didn't
Arabia.
get my point.
Yeah.
That's not what I said. I said the majority of Muslims don't want to be in a war,
Yeah.
don't want to fight, and the,
No, you're right.
the radical people in both sides making shit for everybody.
I will give $1,000 to anybody
We're gonna wrap up the politics.
that can
anyway.
guess how many times we said Israel in this episode.
Yeah, and
Okay?
yeah.
Israel,
If you get the right number, I will
Do
pay
not
you.
cancel me. Don't cancel me. Sheena is from Israel. Don't cancel me.
Yes.
Innit? Tell 'em.
I'm Israeli, I'm Arab, I'm black, I'm white, I'm everything, and I'm a part of the
We
human
need a
race.
counter. We need an Israel counter.
Take
Ladies,
a shot.
Take a shot. How many times we said Israel or Palestine? You're dead.
So we're gonna wrap
so you
up.
know.
And I don't hate anybody. I respect
Me
both
too.
sides.
I love everyone. Actually, I'm racist to everyone as well. I'm sexist and I'm racist.
I'm racist.
I am truly a racist
Short
as well.
people.
Ask him. I'm racist towards everyone, even my own people.
Really?
Fuck it, them Greek bitches we had on were the worst bitches we've ever had on.
Oh,
Do
but
you know what
I
I'm
like
saying?
Cyprus.
But
Cyprus is
bro,
a magical
I
place.
think, look, where I come from in London, I'll be honest with you, I don't know if Ruby's gonna
Be honest
agree,
with you?
but where I grew up, we were all racist to each other, and it happened to be that the more racist you are with each other, joking-wise, like I don't mean like real racism, it makes it more
sarcastic.
Like, it's
kind
better.
of thing.
Yeah,
It's not true
my
racism
boyfriend
like
went
here.
to an all-boys school in Enfield, and it was like mainly
Enfield
black
Grammar.
lads.
And you went to Enfield Grammar, yeah.
Oh my god, no! Should we like doxing? Well, we don't live there anymore, so it's
Yeah.
fine.
It's the only boys' school in Enfield.
Yeah,
That's how I know.
and he's got like, it's funny, he's got loads and loads of black mates, and also he gets on really well with just anyone from like other countries, and they're all way more racist.
My
get
group of
along with
friends,
everybody,
I
I
had African friends, I had Caribbean friends. Them two were
They
the
have
most
good
racist
food.
towards each other. Also, we had Indian friends, I had Asian friends, like, you know, would wind up the Asian guy about, you know, maybe not being packing or wind him up.
Packing?
Or like, you know, look at my Indian
Yeah,
friend,
fucking packing.
that bro, it is what it is. Like, but in America, what I realised is you lot don't have friendly racism. Like, as in, like,
Yeah,
joking.
they don't have it.
You don't have true
They get
racism.
offended,
Systemic
they get-
racism.
In America, everything
Like
is a big
social
deal.
racism.
offended.
Social.
Yeah.
But isn't that
So
systemic
for
though?
example, yeah, like Rush Hour 1 and 2, for me were one of the best comedies that were ever made.
Classic.
It was an Asian man taking the piss out of a black man, and a
Ramsey
black man
Nesbitt,
taking the
Ramsey
piss out of a
Nesbitt was
Chinese man,
hilarious.
right? These days, they can't even make the Rush Hour 4. We've been
Yeah.
waiting for it for how
You
long?
know
Why?
Ramsey Nesbitt?
Because the jokes are not going to be the same. They're going to be dry. They're going to be like, the world's so sensitive now, we
Exactly.
can't even joke between each other.
Exactly.
And I don't think Jackie Chan can do the same shit that he was doing back then.
I
either.
mean, that's a good point as
I
well.
want to say something to wrap. When I immigrated to this country, I swear to God, I'm not joking to you. I was influenced by,
Almost
like,
done,
all
almost
the
done.
rappers on TV, all the,
All right, so anybody else got any questions?
Yeah, I want to say my thing. Don't stop me.
Okay, go ahead.
What are you doing? I'm gonna kill
I'm trying to
you.
rush.
Sorry. So when I arrived to America first time with my sister, we went to New York and we didn't know like what's correct to say or not to say. And then we're in Brooklyn and we see these two black guys. Can you take us to black people nightclub? We want to dance like the black people, like this. They're like, who the fuck is this? Like they look at us like we're crazy.
Yeah.
We went to Harlem. Not white person there, just me and her, and we tried to dance. They were laughing at us. We end up hanging out with them. Like I was not politically correct because in Israel.
White women can't dance.
No, but listen, in Israel.
No, they can't.
In Israel, if you see a short girl like me, right? You'd say, you know, Sheena, yes,
is a
which
stripper.
Sheena? The midget, the fat, the tall, the black. When I come here, everybody, you're not allowed to say anything. You can say midget, you can say fat,
know
you can say
what?
black. It's
Same
weird.
thing. I'm Salvadorian. I don't know, but my dad is like, he's the same way, and a lot of people get offended, and I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
it's hilarious.
It's the
Like,
same thing in
we laugh all the
Japan.
time at each other.
They are like, if you're just in the street, they go, "Oh, you're white, you're like Anne Hathaway. I'll take your picture."
Oh my
Just do that to me in the street. Oh yeah, because that's what they were like in Japan. You know,
No, black people are treated differently in different countries.
yeah. In Japan,
I was treated like
a lot-
royalty
if
in
you-
China.
Like, you don't see black people.
Actually,
When you do
most
see them, they
Muslim
take
countries,
pictures of
they
them without
segregate
asking.
Oh yeah, they think you're like an alien. Out there.
Yeah, they will. They'll just be like taking pictures
Like,
on
how's
their
he
phone.
6'4"?
Right.
Listen, in most Arab countries, in every city they have every city they have an area that's called a beat town. A beat town means slave town. If you're dark skin, you're not allowed to mingle with a lighter skin.
Where?
In
Arab
Palestine, in Jordan, everywhere. And people don't know that here. They think that they go, oh, bro. and they don't know that there they would be treated completely.
Oh,
completely
you've seen the
different.
Gays for Ghana movement, don't they? Throw gay people off.
It's hilarious.
Gays for Gaza, not Ghana. Sorry.
My friend
That
from
doesn't sound
Gaza-
safe.
No,
my
don't
friend
they
from
throw them
Gaza-
off buildings or
Listen,
something?
my friend
Yeah.
from Gaza got asylum in Israel. His family come to Israel and they shot him and he lost his
You
leg.
can't in
That's what
Africa
happens.
and Caribbean you can't be gay.
You can't be gay in certain
just so that
places.
you guys know, if you went to Jamaica as a man and you're a gay man, you're gonna find it incredibly hard to be on that island. People are gonna make
Really?
it very uncomfortable
love
for you.
Jamaicans. Oh,
Everywhere
they're
you
good
walk,
people.
people are gonna be like Batty man, and let me tell you, some people are gonna hit you.
And to get that label, ooh.
She heard about
You
Batty man, right?
Jamaican? You Jamaican?
No.
They have such a good food. Oh my god.
I'm Native American.
Good.
My mom is
So
Moroccan,
good.
so I cook African food. We grew up on African food.
All right, ladies, we're gonna wrap it up. I appreciate you guys being here. I know you guys are used to it longer. You want to go longer? You guys want to go longer?
My man's calling me. I gotta.
That's the only reason why I rushed
I'm
this.
gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna bring Sheena back more regularly and Ruby. You guys, ever
You're not
come
that
back,
far
you're
from
welcome
us.
to come back. I
10
know
minutes.
Sheena's got a motor mouth, so she can
She can go. Yeah, she really can. You give you a run for your money. G.
I got 2 offers now. I'll tell you later, but I got 2 offers to do my own podcast with people, but it's far to drive, and I'm like, how am I gonna do it every week?
We already got a podcast. So
That's what I'm saying. Maybe we can collaborate.
Yeah,
'cause
sounds good. Ladies, any conclusions with the podcast, the outro? What did you think? Did you learn anything? Start with Ruby first.
I think I am really glad we had the conversation about empathy because I've never thought about it, even though I knew the answer straight away, but I'd never thought about it. So I definitely feel like I'll try and think about that a little bit more when I'm bringing things to my partner and remember that I'm probably not being very empathetical when I do it.
More thoughtfulness, huh?
Nice.
Try and be a little bit more thoughtful.
Stephanie, what about yourself?
I feel like now I know to get out of the field I was going into, which was OnlyFans, and focus more on mortgage and real
And I'll hook
estate.
you up, I
That's
promise.
so wholesome.
So,
We changing lives out here.
Can you please
And
clap
also,
for
I
her?
was
Yes.
Yeah. I was actually curious. Where are you from?
so I'm from Rhode Island.
No,
Dominican.
Your background. Dominican, okay.
Yeah.
Bro, W Dominican.
Tell her that I influence you.
My barber, who's actually, if you go on the podcast
Mars.
page, Instagram, he's Dominican, right? And we actually had the conversation like 2 days ago without you yourself. The first 2 were 2 of the most horrible women we've ever had on the podcast. I remember them. Like, one was blue hair, one was red hair. Do you remember that?
Dallas remembers.
Oh yeah, they were the ones that were like,
And then
oh
we had
my
another
goodness.
Dominican girl come on, and she broke the stereotype. She was really nice. And then I think you've been a really nice girl. So, bro, W Dominicans.
2 out of 4.
They're not all bad. And Mars,
It's a good ratio.
and you know what? Mars actually did say to me, he was like, bro, don't judge Dominicans on just those girls. Like, wait, like there are good girls in Dominican. But
I'll try not to.
yeah. So Dominican's actually thriving right now as a country.
Yeah.
Which is crazy for people who don't know. Dominican share their island with Haiti. Haiti's on the decline and Dominican's on the up. So yeah, big up Dominican.
Great.
Okay, how about yourself, Irina?
The empathy part, actually, that was new to me. And also, what was it that the woman has to like the man more? So that was good. And I just really appreciate this space. Like, we really need this, especially this generation. And Sheena, you're amazing, by the way. I appreciate you very much as well.
So sweet. I appreciate it too. I would love to come to the ranch.
Oh yeah, you're
And I
more
would
than
love
welcome to
hook
come.
you up. I'm going every month to Mind Growth. It's a lot of real estate people. I'll hook you up with few people that you can collaborate, and I'll also show you how you can utilize it to something bigger.
Well, you guys all have each other's details. Make sure you
And
stay
please
in
follow me
contact.
because I have a new Instagram and it's only 500 followers.
No, we'll get you right.
It's
We'll get you
okay.
right.
Okay,
I got
Tiffany, how about yourself?
What did I learn? Let me look right here. Critical thinking is important.
You want to be my bodyguard? I'm joking.
Why a
I
bodyguard?
love her. She's so funny.
She's beautiful but tall.
Because she's big or what?
Big.
You said it. You said it. I didn't say it.
That's why.
Proportions.
And she dances, so she might be able to throw like a head kick or
She
something.
could probably do some things. She can do some damage. She can do some damage for
You got
sure.
only cheetah. Don't get closer.
I'm not trying to get kicked by you. So,
It's okay.
We're good.
All right, cool. Sheena, how about yourself? Anything you learned today? Outro, what did you think of the podcast?
I learned that even that I thought that you're gonna be an asshole because I thought you were talking to me, but he did. and then it was cool.
So I was the one talking to you, and you thought that he was gonna be an asshole.
I'm just okay. I have a problem. I'm dyslexic, dysmorphia, and I don't write English without Siri. I know I sound dumb, but I speak 5 languages, and I'm trying to write you with the Siri, and you think I'm a bitch, and I'm like, okay, I'll just do a voice message. Sorry.
It's okay. I booked the majority of women on the show, so you're not the first.
Sellers does a great
I used to be a man, you know.
I wasn't expecting that one.
I eliminated my penis.
Well, I guess Israel.
Anyway, we'll pick up on this next time.
Really downhill.
Yeah. I guess Israel will do a good job.
It makes sense now. Okay, I understand.
I didn't want to be a
It all adds up now.
I didn't want to be a small man.
Yeah. I'm gonna wrap it up.
4'11" man.
Ladies, if you want to be on the podcast, write to any of the podcast pages or at SellersNB on Instagram. Make sure you give us a follow and subscribe. YouTube, Rumble, Twitch. You know, we're in our beginning stages, but we've started to drop lots of clips now. Our clips are starting to do better and better, right?
We got some videos on the.
Yeah, we've got some videos that are reaching like 10, 15,000. It's gonna take a little bit of time, but I think if we carry on going, doing our one-on-one interviews, our streams, we're gonna get there. So we appreciate you guys locking in with us, ladies. Thank you for coming. It was great conversations. Appreciate your patience, going back and forth. And all the girls' Instagrams are in the description. So if you fancy any of them, if you want any advice.
My new Instagram, Ronald Sheena.
So follow all the girls on the description, and we'll catch you guys next week. We're doing a Halloween special on the 31st. So
I'm not dressing sexy.
We'll see you guys there, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Take care, guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye.